You know, so you get a lot of trainers that are so heavy, so clumpy, and your feet feel heavy wearing them.
Yes.
But
Well,
these
some
are
of
just
them,
light.
yeah, some of them as well. They might be actually a light trainer, but some of the components are a little bit too stiff. So actually, when you're moving around, they go a bit creaky and they make noises, and you think, oh, actually, I don't like that.
True.
And you'll stop wearing them for that reason. Because Skechers are one just great big squishy, lovely marshmallowy feel, aren't they, Linda?
They are wrapped in cotton wool and marshmallow.
Yeah, it's good, and we
love
all
this
deserve a
colour as
little
well.
treat.
Love this colour.
Yeah, it is nice,
Gorgeous,
isn't it?
pretty colour.
Yeah, it's definitely out of the two, I think. Yeah.
That little neon stripe on there is lovely,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Beautiful. $44.99 and your order code 316013 for these gorgeous lovelies. Oh, do you know what? This makes you want to sign up for a class of some sort. I'm not quite sure what yet. We'll have a little think about that, but, you know, because this seat's quite comfortable. Do you know what I mean?
It is, yes. But I think, you know, if you're wearing the appropriate gear, you
Yeah.
could just wander across to... I was going to say switch your television over, but you don't even need that these
No,
days,
don't do
we?
that. We need all the viewers we can get. Actually, you're quite a good teacher and an inspirer to exercise
That's
as
right,
well.
but
so-
just wait till you see Linda. She's wearing the perfect
Oh, she is.
clothing for these, because when
Fit
I...
chic she's in.
Absolutely. When I look at... what is it called? Linda will know. Something looks.
Looks.
Yes.
Sports looks.
Sports looks, you see? That's what she's wearing.
Oh, I
Derek's
see.
looking a bit vacant now.
Right.
Yes.
Let's have a look. Let's show
Yes.
you what we mean. Come on down, Linda.
Yeah,
Yes.
sports
Come on
looks,
down.
you see?
That is the look,
Perfect.
isn't it?
This is
Yeah.
what I wear every day. I'm doing the school run, I'm taking the dog for a walk, and this is the footwear I need as well.
It's very
with
Cheshire
it.
set, isn't
It is, well, she did get that from Cheshire, she told me.
well, there you
Yeah.
go then. There you go.
But I think it's one of those looks that's very sort of smart casual. We do wear a lot of casual clothes these days. You know, we're not always dressed as if we're going out for dinner.
No.
But a normal trainer can sometimes spoil an outfit.
Yes.
Too heavy, very heavy. a
Too
lot of
heavy. Too sort of like as if you're going to the gym.
Well,
but I
you know,
just
sometimes they're
think
gaudy.
They are
Trainers
actually.
can be gaudy, can't they? They can lack femininity.
But these are lovely because you've got two different colours. You've got that midnight black, which is beautiful. You've got the grey, but actually you've got three colours because you've got the navy, but it's not on the table.
No, the navy has it's wandered off.
It has wandered.
It's gone off to a class, I think, but you will find it on the website if you pop in the details, the item number, the order code, which is 310512. So if you're on the tinterweb, just go to pavershoes.tv and pop in 310512. These are a really, really lovely, tidy fit.
They
as well,
are.
aren't they? Nicely streamlined.
What's really nice about them, you've got the zip, which is always a really nice sort of look. It's finished off beautifully. And if your foot's that little bit wider, you don't have to bring that zip all the way up because you've still got that security with them. It's actually a leather upper with a little bit of textile on there as well, and then you've got the interior, which if you just look there, you've got extra padding right throughout the sole unit.
Love it! Very, very nice indeed. And you're looking at just $29.99, which is an amazing price as well. Remember, we do have a buy and try money back guarantee. Get them home, try them on at home and see how they feel. And you could be turning a new page. Really easy as well with that zip. Lovely. Lovely colour choices too. Time for Relife now. Now, usually when we're talking Relife, we are talking bigger and chunkier, usually a pair of boots or something like that. This is brilliant, actually, because if you just want a good all-rounder for this time of the year,
I like this. I really do. It's sort of like a really good walking shoe.
Yes.
You know, if you're out through the fields, you know, on the moors, that sort of thing, it's that type of shoe. But if you are on your feet a lot, you want perfect comfort, you're in the right place with the Relife. This is fabulous. Yes, it looks great with the zip detail here, the laces, but I just think it's a fabulous, fabulous looking shoe. But inside, you've got those red nodules that go right through to the base of the shoe. And when you get these home, I know I've told you this many, many times, but there is a leaflet inside explaining all about the benefits of Relife. And what it claims to do is actually give you sort of a feeling of well-being, and it gives you a slight massage on the foot.
Yes.
And what it does, it gets to those lovely pressure points within the foot.
and it's really difficult to describe describe what difference it
It is.
makes. And, you
Yeah.
know, again, lots of us have said, oh, well, you know, that'll just be a thing, won't it? And then we've tried them on and we've gone, ah, right, now I get it.
We understand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
These are lovely looking, I have to say. And the 3 different colours you've got here are black, brown and navy. And they are really, really nice kind of profile. And I think if you do a lot of walking as well, but you don't like being encased in a great big walking boot, then Linda, these are perfect.
They are
aren't they?
perfect, yeah, because they're so comfortable. You know, you could walk miles
Oh,
and
for sure.
you know your feet are going to be wrapped in comfort,
Yeah.
which is great. You know, even take them away on holiday. You know, if you're going to be doing lots of walking, you know, city break or something like that.
Are they furry on the inside, or are they...
It's actually like a microfiber that's a really lovely soft feel, but the insole is actually leather. So
Okay.
the upper is man-made, so if you're out there going through, you know, maybe a muddy field or a playground or something, you can actually just wipe these clean so they don't take any looking after whatsoever.
But I was just thinking, Linda, as well, if it's a very, very cold day, would you need woolly socks, or are you warm enough in just the shoes?
You can't, yeah, I would. If
You'd wear a sock.
You'd wear a sock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
but not necessarily
But
a
you
big
don't have to.
winter sock.
No,
Just
no,
an ordinary...
just an ordinary
Yeah.
sock, yeah. But I think these are fab. I didn't like them at first, I'm going to be honest.
I
'cause
think
don't
on the
think that-
table,
they
they
don't
don't
look-
have appeal,
But
do
I think
they?
on, they look
They look
gorgeous.
great.
I think that zip detail looks fabulous.
Delightful.
Gorgeous.
It's like a beautiful mosaic on the top there with all those gorgeous colours. And look at that shimmer on the upper around here, which is just beautiful. I think it's a really lovely styled shoe. Now, it's a leather upper and it's a leather insole as well. And then you've got the zip to get you in and out, which is really nice, so easy to get on. But just look at that leather insole. All of that is lovely and cushioned. I think these are going to be fabulous. And if you're going maybe a winter little holiday,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of people go away this time of year.
To see the sun.
Absolutely. You know, whether it's the Canaries, Tenerife, you know, whatever.
Oh, stop it, Sheila.
I know, a little bit of sunshine would be
Oh,
lovely.
stop
But
it.
what a great holiday shoe. But I think the other colours are fantastic. I think all of them are great. I love the sole unit, that white stripe down this one. On the others, it's more, well, actually on the black, it's black. On the navy, it's sort of more of a grey mushroom colour,
Yeah.
same on the burgundy. Fabulous grip underneath as well. I wouldn't see these obviously in the gym, but more of a leisure weekend shoe, as Debbie calls it.
Yeah, definitely. Someone we know who likes escaping to the sunshine as often as possible, Linda.
I do, but I've not got anything booked now.
No?
No, nothing till next year.
You disappoint
I
me, Linda.
know.
You've always got
Sorry
a holiday
to let you
booked.
down. I know.
Oh.
Never mind.
Yeah, but
Next year, maybe.
Next year.
Yeah.
Next year.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
these are gorgeous. I love them. Absolutely love them, Derek. They are fabulous. I just think, you know, my daughters who are 17 and 21 would love them also, and I'm in my 50s. So I
Yeah.
just think they're
Across
for
the
everyone.
age groups.
Across the age
Yeah,
group, they are
definitely.
for everyone. And you
I
can wear them
love
with
that
anything.
colour. I mean, you know I love that colour
Yeah, I
anyway,
love
but
that colour.
I actually like it because of the stitching and also that pale sort of grey sole unit on it as well.
Got a lovely sporty look, haven't they, Sheila?
Linda, can I just ask, because you're a standard fit, would you say these were standard or wider?
Ooh,
Sorry to put you on the
sorry,
spot.
putting me on the spot
I think
now.
probably
Bit
standard
wide.
actually.
Oh.
Oh, do you think so?
A little bit wider.
Maybe
I
in
think.
between
In
the
between.
two. In between the two.
I'll play referee and I'll say get them home and try them.
Right, yes,
Because you
good
never
idea.
know whether they're right for you unless you get them home and try them. 316942, black, burgundy, grey, multi and the navy are the 4 different colour options. They're just $29.99, so if you are torn between the colours, have a couple maybe?
You can always tell how popular a pair of shoes are here at Pavers because we order it in more colours. How popular is this one? How many? The thing is, right? I'm lost when I've got this many to choose from because I want them all really. I think they're all gorgeous. Let me go through the colours with you right now to start with. Right? We've got lime, we've got mustard, we've got navy, we've got red, we've got rose, and we've got tan. How on earth do you choose? This is the rose one. It's lovely, isn't it? How on earth do you choose which one you want? They're all leather. They're all leather, and they're £39 and 99 pence. I've obviously got the mustard one here. It's gorgeous because look, you've got. First of all, look, leather, leather, leather. Squidge, squidge, squidge. The insole is leather as well. You've got a lovely unit base there, but look at this. It's that gorgeous kind of style of your punched hole details. Going around the front, isn't it lovely? Lace ups all the way up the front, your lovely little tongue in there, all soft soft leather. It's all Turkish leather, isn't it? That's why it's so gorgeous. And then it comes around the back. All of this, a traditional shoe, it's built up like the normal size of a shoe with your heel unit at the back there. But how soft and how exquisite are these? Then you've got your hand stitching going on all the way around here. Then you've got your bit more leather before you come to the little white. This makes it look so fresh. Now it's white on all of them. And then you've got your unit base there, which I think that's again, oh no, now the blue one and the red one have got different coloured sole units. All the others have got this kind of natural colour. And how gorgeous and how lovely it is. I really don't know how you can choose. Sheila, you've gone for tan.
Well, I'm in love, John. I am in love, yes. I think they're fabulous. They are so soft and supple. They're gorgeous. I think all the colours, how can you choose from those colours? But actually looking on the table, I probably wouldn't go for tan. I think I'm going to be a little bit more out there, and I love the colour you've got, John.
Oh no, I like this colour as well. I'd called it ochre, they've called it mustard, but it's a lovely colour, isn't it? You see, I'd be tempted to buy 2 pairs and wear one yellow and one blue. That's what I just think they're...
Actually, set a new trend, John.
Yeah.
Why don't we do it today? Yes.
But they're just gorgeous.
Oh, the
aren't
leathers
they?
are fabulous. They're Turkish leathers. They're so soft. And look at that sole. I mean, you've got great grip, but I love that sort of like, it's like all little squares on that
Yes,
sole,
yes,
and
yeah.
then you've got that white bit that really sets them off. But these are fantastic. You're never going to want to take these off your feet.
No, exactly. 317-969, but you've got to put them back. Neighbours leather lace-up trainer. It's not a trainer at all. I'd call this a lovely fashion shoe myself. UK sizes 2 to 9. What colour do you want? Lime? Do you want mustard? Do you want navy? Do you want red? Do you want rose? Or do you want tan? $39.99. Now, they are leather upper and they have got a leather insole. 08450 99 99 600 your telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv to come and buy them on the web. Now, these don't necessarily look like a Skechers because you've got all the traditional Skechers features, but then you've got this really lovely kind of mottled fabric making up these. They're really, really lovely. Look, I don't know if you can see that on that. You'll be able to see it on the blue ones that Linda's wearing in a second. It's got a kind of love. This one here is the black one, obviously. It also comes in the navy. It's got a lovely mottled effect on there. Again, we've got that now. Also, the shaping on this one is slightly more streamlined. Can you see? It's kind of got that kind of roval toe on that one, hasn't it? Really lovely. These are all textiles, so you can wipe all these clean. Up the front here, they're a slip-on shoe. Even though it's got the lace detailing going on here, they're all elasticated, so you can just slip that shoe on. In fact, the whole fabric feels a little bit stretchy. And then round the side here, we've got the kind of unit base, which is quite slim for a Skechers, this one, isn't it? A really, really kind of understated shoe, this one. And also on the bottom here, you've got your little gripperty. Now, I don't know if I've talked to you before about this. They put little kisses. I think they're supposed to be stitches, but I'm seeing them as little kisses just around there on the sole of the shoe to add to the gripability. So now, this one here is the black one, but it also comes in navy as well. There, you can see it there, you see. Now, the navy, I'd say, would be a French navy, but that's the one that Linda's wearing. In fact, let's go to Linda's feet, because you can, it looks almost like a knitted fabric.
Almost looks like a mole.
Yes, yes,
a
like
mole
a mole,
fabric,
yeah.
isn't it? And navy, it's, you know, it's so in at the moment. But it's, I don't think I've ever seen a navy trainer out there on
No,
High Street.
no,
I'll
no,
be
not
honest
at all.
with you. You know, these are really lovely, very flexible, really, really lightweight. Honestly, these weigh hardly anything. Lovely underfoot. That memory foam is fantastic. As soon as you put your foot in, it just sinks into it. But so flexible and just easy to put on. They are great. I mean, at that price, $41.99, it's a fantastic price for a
Oh
Skechers,
yeah, totally,
isn't
totally.
it?
And again, they don't necessarily look like a trainer,
No,
do they?
they don't.
Because you could wear those, and people wouldn't think. Because sometimes you wear a trainer, people go, "Oh, why should you buy gym
Yeah.
shoes on?" I think.
Yeah.
Whereas these aren't. They're a little bit more stylish.
They
these,
are,
aren't
but you
they?
can wear them with your normal jeans and
Yes.
your normal clothes, you know, with a nice
But
jacket.
in the summer, shorts and
Shorts,
everything.
yeah.
On your holiday, if you're on
Yeah,
a cruise.
perfect.
Do you know what I mean? They're perfect for packing things like that. Just promenading up and down the deck or whatever, having a good look around. They'd be perfect for that. So, these are 313892, the Skechers Go Walk Fitster Lightweight Trainer. Now, check the size out. UK size is 3 to 8. Check the screen for size availability in the colourway that you like, because that's the best way to keep an eye on what's going and what's not. They come in the black and they come in the navy. They're £41.99 and they are a standard fit. They're textile, so you can just wipe these clean beautifully. 08450 99 99 69 your telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv to come in and buy these and look at others on the web.
Now we have a slip-on clog for you right now from Flyflot, and with Flyflot, the fundamental design of the clog never needs to change. Never, ever, 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 ever. I don't think it ever has. There are obviously developments that come along technologically that happen on inside the shoe, but the fundamental style and design never needs to change. So what they've changed with these is this amazing floral. Now you can see you've got a textile kind of top. It's almost like it feels like a sort of padded, quilted, just lovely fabric texture. It's lovely and breathable. It almost feels like a foam in there as well. It's wonderful. It really, really is. But look at how vivid that floral print is. It's beautiful, lovely sort of peach tones. I mean, it looks like someone sat with watercolours and very delicately and carefully painted it. It's very, very clever, very, very vivid. Now, of course, Flyflots we know for their very, very light bases that are full of beautiful air bubbles, and the anatomic footbed, which of course is leather on this. So you've got a textile upper. The other reason for a textile upper as well is that it has that flexibility of movement. So if you do have lumps and bumps, I'm trying to recreate lumps and bumps on a foot there with my hand, but it'll adapt to all of those completely and utterly. By the way, if the front of your foot is that hairy, I'd have a look at it. Anyway, 317207 is the item number, and there are two different colours going on here. So I've got the beige here, which I think is an unfair description, actually, because it's far from beige. But there's also the red there. And the red, Sheila, goes beautifully with that top,
It does,
doesn't
it? Fantastic. And isn't it amazing with Flyflot? I mean, the footbed seems to stay the same,
Yeah.
but all the uppers change with beautiful colours. And now we've got florals. There is a designer out there in sort of high-end designers, sort of like high street shops.
I think I know who you're thinking
Rhymes
of.
with Head.
Yes.
Do you know where I'm
Yes,
going from?
yes.
And you buy cakes from the other place.
That's right.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you think you know where I'm coming from,
Yeah.
don't you? Yeah. Well, he used lots and lots of prints where I think this would actually fit in with that beautifully. Or if you're just wearing plain clothes, maybe you're a plain dresser, but you want just a little bit of excitement, then have it on your feet.
I've never seen a cake in Ted Baker. Other designers are available. But you're right. You're absolutely right. Some beautiful, beautiful florals going on there. Actually, if you want a nice something comfortable in the house and you don't want slippers, you're not a slipper kind of person, this is fabulous. Absolutely brilliant, because there'll be a lovely welcome home for your feet as well. 317207 is your item number. If you've never ever tried a pair of Flyflot clogs, $21.99 is like a welcome in. Give them a try. Right then, so we are moving into spring. We are watching the flowers pop up slowly but surely, and we're starting to breathe again, which is brilliant, and incorporate colour into our footwear as well. These are really lovely. I've never seen these before, I have to say. They're brand new to me. Maybe have you seen them before, Sheila?
No, these are new to me.
Yeah, so I think they may be brand new to the business, actually. Certainly for me and Sheila. They're beautiful. And actually, you know what? Shoe technology has moved on a lot over the years, and pavers have always kept in step with that. In fact, 2021... 50 years pavers have been in the shoe business, which is amazing. So we know what you want, and we always listen to your feedback as well. So what you've got going on here is a mix of leather and elastic that's going on across the top of the shoe. So you've got a leather insole, which is lovely and breathable, and you can see that that's got a padded insole in it as well for comfort. But these two cross pieces over here are elastic, so that's giving you lots and lots of stretch. You've got the same look in, almost like a canvas coming across the top, but that's actually inlaid with the leather on the inside, so that's nice and soft against the top of your toes, which is lovely. The base there is a composite. It's a cork effect, but it's actually a composite, so it's very, very light like cork, but not precious, and it won't crack and break like cork can. Okay, let's talk colours, because there are rather a lot of them. So from closest to you, we go denim, black, orange, navy. Hang on, I've stuck. Then there is this one here. Grey, sorry. I thought it was beige.
I was looking.
I thought it was beige. And then there is fuchsia, and fuchsia is very, very striking, isn't it,
You know,
Sheila?
those two colours at the end there, the fuchsia and what we're calling grey, goes perfectly with your shirt.
That's true, actually.
Yes, they do.
It does.
It's more like a dove grey
Yes.
instead of a beige. But aren't they fabulous?
They
I mean,
are.
I know you're not wearing them,
I'm
Derek.
not.
But let me just tell you, the shaping on the footbed is fantastic. And the elastication is so incredibly comfortable. You've got that beautiful leather footbed and the adjustability on the side. And just to have that cork effect wedge, which is not too high either, I think these are great. I'm not surprised that they've got them in so many different colours.
Oh, they're great. And I love that, the way they've incorporated just that little bit of leather at the back
Yes.
of the back strap as well. It
Which
just
is
finishes
nice.
it off beautifully.
Yes, it does.
I think it's certainly better for being there than not. Do you
Yeah,
know
it
what I
just
mean?
gives it a little bit more structure as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, it does.
But again, you know, this is something that's going to carry you right through the summer. And I think my favourite colour, it's the orange.
Yeah, it is lovely, isn't it? I'll go through the colours again quickly for you as well. So, denim black, orange, navy, grey and fuchsia are the colours there. Time for some sandals with some stretch right now and plenty of colours to choose from. I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and Sheila's got an 8th on. So let's have a little look, shall we? We have got 309521 is your item number. These are lovely. So they come in, let's go through the colours now. Red, black, grey, navy, beige, khaki, burgundy, and finally, Sheila has a silver shimmer, but we'll see that in just a second. This is like the most beautiful, it's almost like a swimsuit kind of feel and move to the fabric here. In fact, a little bit more, sort of a lot more substantial, I would say, than a swimsuit meets slightly shapewear, I would say, is the feel.
Yes, very
it's a little
good
bit like
idea,
that, isn't it?
yes.
So it has got lots of stretch in lots of different directions as well. It's a little bit like, you know, you can buy those shoes that are just for the beach. They have that sort of stretchy top to them. We do them as well. It's a little bit like that. So they will move in every which way, in every direction. And also, if you've got lumps and bumps and sort of knuckly toes and things like that, you know,
Perfect.
again, these are just brilliant for that. Now, it's all man-made right the way through, which makes it very, very easy to look after. And can you see the spring in that base as well? It's beautifully, beautifully sculpted, isn't it? Which is very, very nice indeed. And it's lovely. And it's got that nice sort of soft base to it as well.
It has. I think these are fantastic. Like you say, anybody that's got issues with their feet and they find it quite uncomfortable to wear anything that's enclosed or, you know, that's wrapped, you know, around the foot, this is fabulous because that fabric on the upper, you've got elastication all the way through. So if you've got a bunion or a corn or anything like that, it's going to move with your foot. It's actually reminding me of scuba diving.
Yes,
Suit.
yes, it is a little bit
you
like
know,
that.
which is really nice and soft and pliable. The footbed is so cosy, but don't you just love that colour?
It's great, isn't it? Now, is
Yeah.
that fabricy like the rest are?
We've got a little bit of metallic. It's the same fabric, but it's got that sheen over the top.
Right, because it looks like it might be a little bit more sort of pleathery looking than the fabric
Yes,
of the other ones.
I think it's just the texture that's over the
Yeah.
top, but you've still got that lovely, lovely stretchiness in there as well. I think they're
Yeah.
fabulous. I mean, we've had them for a couple of seasons, but we've just introduced more and more and more colours, haven't
Lots
we?
of colours. I love that silver shimmer though,
Yeah.
because it's almost like Aurora Borealis, the
It
colours,
is.
isn't it?
Very
It's wonderful.
nice.
It reminds me of opals with
Oh,
colour
yes,
play.
lovely.
Anyway, so the colours are red, black, grey, navy. I always get stuck on that one. What's that one?
I think that one could be beige.
That's it. Beige, khaki, burgundy and silver shimmer. Oh, got them all in. I've only got 5 seconds left. $29.99 is your price tag there. Brilliant value. Hello, welcome to your must-have mules show. We're very much looking forward to this as well because it's that time of the year where we're stepping out into a little bit of colour. We've got some lovely new designs, lots of fly flots coming your way as well. Really, really affordable prices this season as well. So if it's time for something new, let's start with these, which are rather nice. They are your fly flot touch fastening leather mule sandal. Very nice. Spat that out in one, which is good. So, Fly flots. For anyone who's not in the know, and I mean, there are still people discovering fly flots the whole time, they are extremely comfortable, and it's all to do with lovely anatomic footbeds like this that just cushion every step you take. They've also got nice, soft and squidgy wedges and soles as well, which is really nice, full of lots and lots of tiny, tiny compressed air bubbles inside there. And this looks like a sort of cork, doesn't it? But it's not, it's a composite. And then this is beautiful because this is leather all of the way through, so your breathable footbed plus your upper is all leather, and you can see the leathers continue down, and they've got these great big bold lines of stitching there, just really to secure these more and more and more. There's nothing worse with a pair of sandals than wearing them for a couple of weeks and then they're starting to fall apart and come apart at the seams. This is not going to happen to your fly flots at all. You'll have them for years and years and years. Now, you've got adjustability here as well, because you've got a one-touch fastening, as it says in the description there. So that means you can open these up a little bit more, because of course, you know, different feet, different sizes. From left to right you can vary in size, and also different times of the day as well. There are times of the day, and we talk about this quite a lot, in the afternoon sometimes, where your feet can swell a little bit more, so you've got that adjustability, which is great. Lovely fresh bright white as well, isn't it? Really, really gorgeous, really true, and very easy to look after. I would give it a spritz or two with our water protector spray as well, or water based protector spray for your leathers, of course, to look after them. But out of these colours, what are you favouring the most straight away? Just on first glance, if I said to you, OK, pick a colour right now, would it be the red, would it be the white, or would it be the tan for you? What are you thinking? Because they're a really good price tag at $34.99. Sheila, I know you're wearing the red, but would that be your...
It would. I think it is gorgeous. It's like a corally red.
Yes.
A real lovely summer red. And I just think, you know, with a fly flop, you have got that perfect comfort. And maybe you've just started to have a few issues with your feet.
Yeah.
You think, oh, I really need a comfortable sandal. Perfect.
They're gorgeous.
Absolutely perfect.
They're really nicely streamlined as well, lend themselves nicely to a painted toe. Nice for spring, nice for summer, nice for around the house as well. Just something new in your shoe wardrobe. Here's the details then. It's 317082 in red, tan or white. All in leather as well, remember, and fly flots coming in for just $34.99. 3 amazing reasons why you'll want a pair of these. First of all, they're a Mary Jane. Secondly, they've got a really nice modern twist to them. And thirdly, actually, can I add another one? Thirdly, they're fly flots. And fourth, they've got this nice sort of elevation to them, a nice soft, gentle wedge. So it's almost sort of ballet pump meets wedge,
Yes.
meets Mary Jane, meets fly flot.
Do you know, I've not seen a fly flop like this ever. This
No,
must be
me
just
too.
brand new for this season.
Yes.
I mean, isn't it incredible where they've come from,
Oh,
you know,
incredible,
with
yes.
fly flops,
Yes.
the styles that we've seen and how that range has grown.
Yeah.
But this is fantastic. It's got a really soft upper, which is lovely. It's all textile, so that just wipes clean. You've got the Mary Jane strap, which is one touch, so you can adjust that, and you've got that little bit of elastication there as well, so you've got all that give. And then inside, just look at that memory foam. Let me
It's
just...
in big letters.
Oh, and it is. It's big memory foam. Is that just goes on forever. It's just so bouncy and comfortable. And then, like you said, Derek, you've got that wedge. Quite. I mean, I'd probably say it's about an inch actually.
Yeah, it's not too high, but it's nice and gentle, isn't it?
It is, and then you've got the great grip underneath, extremely lightweight, but you've got the black, which will be actually a great shoe if you were at sort of a hairdresser or something like that. You're on your feet all day long, and then the other one, taupe or taupe or whatever we're calling it.
Taupey taupe.
I love that colourway. I think that looks fantastic.
Quick question for you both to ponder as well, and for you at home. Why do hairdressers wear a lot of black when they actually work with a lot of heads that are blonde or red or light in colour?
Slimming.
Oh, is that why,
I don't
Linda?
know why they do.
No,
They
I
all
don't
do,
know.
don't they?
I
They
think
all wear
Because you'd
black.
be like this the whole time,
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
but they pick a uniform, and
Yeah.
black is always
It's
quite
easy.
trendy and
okay.
edgy, and hairdressers tend to have that sort of image in a way.
I see.
Yes.
There you go.
There you go.
Every day's a school day here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. You learn something
So,
every day.
how's Torpy Taupe then, Linda?
Love them. As soon as you put your foot into them, that memory foam, your foot just sinks so down. Honestly, your foot must sink it at least half an inch down because it's just so padded. It really is lovely. I love that one touch fastening as well. And then you've got the elastication there. I think they're brilliant. I love that colour.
I think
it's
the colourway
really
on that-
neutral. It'll go with everything.
Yeah, and it looks really expensive as well.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Certainly does. I don't think any of us have seen these before.
No.
They're very, very nice indeed. If they looked a little bit wide on Linda, these are a wider fit, and she's standard, just so that you know. 317065 in black and Torpy Taupe.
If you're feeling a bit vampy, I think these are perfect for you. They're a traditional shoe. You've got your traditional moccasin, but look at the front. Look at the front of that with that leopard print all over the apron of the front of that shoe. Oh, how fabulous is that? Imagine that on a pair of jeans. That's going to look fantastic, isn't it? So I'll just take you through it first of all. This is all leather all around here. Now it's saying that this is leather as well on the top here. I mean, I'll need to double check that. But anyway, all the main shoe is all leather. And your insole here is leather, and then you've got microfiber just around the sides here. So any sweat that your feet are going to create will be wicked away. Really, really lovely traditional shaping here. This is all black leather all the way around here, totally. And then your sole unit again, it's like that. It's a very, very fine sole unit, isn't it? It's not a chunky or thick or anything. And then little cutaway there, just to your little heel at the back there. Perfect gripability on the bottom. It goes all the way, right the way down from the heel, right the way to the tip of the toe there. And that's all and look at this. Look at the way the leather just moves around on that shoe. It is fantastic. It's going to be so comfortable to wear. I've just got it in the one colourway. They call it black leopard. But I love the way they've done the tassels in the black leather on the top. So you're really going to see those against the leopard print on there. Now, Linda, they look lovely with your outfit, don't they?
I've never seen these before.
Oh, have you not?
No. I bet you. I wonder if Sheila's got these.
Oh.
She'd be very envious if I get to wear
We'll
them
take a
first.
picture and send it to her
Yes.
and say, look what we've
Yes.
got.
Oh, these are lovely. I mean, my daughters are mad on leopard print. They would love these. I mean, leopard print never dates, does it? But, God, they are so stylish, so designer
Yes,
looking, aren't
it's
they?
funny, isn't it? Because years ago, when you think of a certain character on a certain soap who used to
Yes,
wear leopard print,
yes.
it was thought of as being a little bit kind of tacky, wasn't it?
Yeah.
My mum, who
Yeah.
wasn't particularly tacky, she loved leopard
Yeah.
print all the time. But it never goes away, does
Never
it?
goes away.
Every season.
I
it's
don't
like-
like too much of it, but this for me
Oh, no,
is just
no.
with a little black dress or
Yeah.
black blouse with black trousers.
Yeah.
These are going to look
Oh,
really
no, totally.
stylish.
But again, I also think you could be a bit nonchalant and wear them with jeans.
Yes.
Just chuck it
Yeah.
on with a pair of jeans.
Yeah.
Look like that's, oh, I haven't really cared, but really you've styled the most beautiful look. Talk to me about how comfortable they are.
Really love the leather. It's just so soft, so soft. It's like wearing a pair of slippers, John. It really is.
Oh.
It really is. In fact, you could wear them as slippers in the house if
Well,
you
you
wanted
could
to.
if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But then you've got your leopard print slippers anyway, so we don't need more, do we? 316864 is the item code number. These are the Pavers Leather Moccasin Tassel Loafer. UK sizes 3 to 9. Check the screen for size availability. Now, it just comes in this one colourway. It's called Black Leopard. £44.99. Now, remember, you've got a leather upper and a leather insole and a microfiber inside the shoe there. Oh, do you know what? Just give us a call. Get these. I do love a Skechers. We've got a whole show now of Skechers shoes, and you know what? There's something for everyone in this show. There's just so much to choose from. Starting off with well, it's such a classic, isn't it? It's an absolute classic. How Italian designer does it look, right? It's just beautiful. It's the Skechers Bikers MC Firepower Lightweight Trainer. Where they get these names from, I do not know. But can I just tell you, if a shoe is very popular, we do it in lots and lots of colours. Look at all the colours we've got here. It's fantastic. We've got black, we've got grey blue, we've got natural, we've got navy, and we've got taupe. These are lovely. And you know what? Some ladies don't like a trainer, do they? These, you're going to be able to dress these up and dress them down. You're going to be able to wear these with your athleisure wear. That's something new I learnt this year, athleisure wear. Or you can wear it with your jeans, and they're going to look lovely, whatever, aren't they? I'll just take you around them. First of all, you've got your textile upper, so you can wipe this down. You've got the beautiful kind of detailing going along the side there. This is elasticated lace here. You don't have to undo the laces at all. And then inside, you've got that gorgeous textile insole there. And then look at the gripability on the bottom of here. Let me just take you through those colours again, because this is just gorgeous. So we have black, which is the one nearest to me. We have grey blue. We have natural. We have navy. And then I'm presuming the one I've got here is the taupe one. The one I'd call that pink myself. Anyway, don't they look fantastic? Let me just show you the sole before we go any further. Really, really lovely sole unit on here. Lightweight and very, very flexible. Linda, come on in, because you've gone with the grey-blue ones then, haven't you?
Yeah, lovely, absolutely fabulous. Great, lightweight as well. You literally, I love about them is you literally just pop them on. There's no laces, there's no zips to do on. You literally just pop them on. Lightweight, and you can off you go for a walk. I mean, the NHS keeps saying we need to walk more, we need to get that heart rate going.
Yeah.
And these are perfect for that. Or if you're going on a cycling holiday, or even on holiday, to put them in your suitcase, because they don't weigh anything.
But everyday wear, have them by the door, go to pick the
absolutely.
kids up from school, pop into the supermarket, anything. And also, you could wear these with so many different things, because then they're not going to look like a clunky trainer, are they?
No, they're fantastic. Even for driving in, these would be perfect.
Oh,
as
yes,
well.
I hadn't even thought that. Driving shoes, because when I learned, we used to have the driving shoes
Yeah,
there
we
ready
did.
to go in the
We
car.
did.
315593 is your item code number. These are the Skechers Bikers MC Firepower Lightweight Trainer. UK sizes 2 to 9. They come in black, grey, blue, natural, navy and taupe. They're £39.99. These are a standard fit, I should have said that before. 08450 99 9969 is your telephone number. www.paymershoes.tv to come and buy these on the web.
Time for a moccasin now. I would say a moccasin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different colour choices in this moccasin as well. So it could be one of those. Are there 2 blacks? There are 2 black, aren't there? So one's black and one's called a black multi. Oh, because it's got a little bit of burgundy in the little weave at the top. Very nice.
I think they're lovely. I think they're quite a dressy moccasin, obviously, but with a moccasin, generally speaking, it does have quite a flat sort of look to it, but this has got a little bit of a heel and slightly tapered at the front there, which is really nice. So I just think, you know, this one, I mean, this silver is just beautiful, and with this sort of plaited work across there, you've actually got sort of really sort of pastel colours, lavenders, you've got a little bit of gold. I think that is just gorgeous. You've got the apron front, which is really nice with the stitch work. Then inside, can you see all that extra padding, which is just beautiful. That is just lovely. And inside it's all leather. You've got the leather upper as well, and it's sort of pearlised on the top, isn't it, with that silver, which is lovely.
It's nice because it's a nice muted silver as well. It's not a painted,
no, it's
loud,
not
shouting one.
No,
it's
not
nice,
at
isn't
all.
it? Shall we have a quick look at the colours then? There are 5 different colours to choose from. Blue. And blue has a little bit of something else going on, Linda, as well there.
Yeah, it's got the tans and the beiges and the taupes and that you can introduce into your wardrobe. You know, you've probably got lots of things. You maybe a taupe handbag that will go with it, or a navy bag. I think these are really lovely. This is something I would wear every single day, you know, because it's so comfortable, looks so smart. Opaque tights, that would look nice. You know, maybe a nice skirt, knitted dress. I think they're gorgeous. And the leather is just so flexible and so soft. Nice little heel there, but it's quite a spongy heel, actually.
And
really nice.
They fit you lovely, Linda, because they are a standard fit.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, so the fit for you is perfect. But yes, when you were actually sort of squidging that heel, you could see all the comfort,
Yeah.
coming from the shoe, which is just fantastic.
I think I want to use that one word that kind of says it all with these, which is effortless.
Yeah, they are really.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's an easy choice to make
Classic.
this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Classic. 308407 is your item number then. 5 different colours, black, multi, blue, silver and the white multi. Coming in at £37.99. Nice size range there as well, ranging between size 2 and size 9. Remember, if your size is on the graphics at the bottom of the screen, we have them. You can buy them right now, 24 hours a day on the phone lines and the website.
I do love a Skechers, and we've got a whole show now of Skechers shoes. And you know what? There's something for everyone in this show. There's just so much to choose from. Starting off with well, it's such a classic, isn't it? It's an absolute classic. How Italian designer does it look, right? It's just beautiful. It's the Skechers Bikers MC Firepower Lightweight Trainer. Where they get these names from, I do not know. But can I just tell you, if a shoe is very popular, we do it in lots and lots of colours. Look at all the colours we've got here. It's fantastic. We've got black, we've got grey blue, we've got natural, we've got navy, and we've got taupe. These are lovely. And you know what? Some ladies don't like a trainer, do they? These, you're going to be able to dress these up and dress them down. You're going to be able to wear these with your athleisure wear. That's something new I learnt this year, athleisure wear. Or you can wear it with your jeans, and they're going to look lovely, whatever, aren't they? I'll just take you around them. First of all, you've got your textile upper, so you can wipe this down. You've got the beautiful kind of detailing going along the side there. This is elasticated lacy. You don't have to undo the laces at all. And then inside, you've got that gorgeous textile insole there. And then look at the gripability on the bottom of here. Let me just take you through those colours again, because this is just gorgeous. So we have black, which is the one nearest to me. We have grey blue. We have natural. We have navy. And then I'm presuming the one I've got here is the taupe one, the one I'd call that pink myself. Anyway, don't they look fantastic? Let me just show you the sole before we go any further. Really, really lovely sole unit on here. Lightweight and very, very flexible. Linda, come on in, because you've gone with the grey-blue ones then, haven't you?
Yeah, lovely, absolutely fabulous. Great, lightweight as well. You literally, I love about them is you literally just pop them on. There's no laces, there's no zips to do on. You literally just pop them on. Lightweight, and you can off you go for a walk. I mean, the NHS keeps saying we need to walk more, we need to get that heart rate going, and these are perfect for that. Or if you're going on a cycling holiday, or even on holiday, to put them in your suitcase, because they don't weigh anything.
But everyday wear, have them by the door, going to pick the kids up from school, pop into the supermarket, anything. And also, you could wear these with so many different things, because then they're not going to look like a clunky trainer, are they?
No, they're fantastic. Even for driving in, these would be perfect.
Oh, yes, I hadn't even thought that. Driving shoes, because when I learned, we used to have the driving shoes there
we
ready
did.
to go in the car.
We did.
315593 is your item code number. These are the Skechers Bikers MC Firepower Lightweight Trainer. UK sizes 2 to 9. They come in black, grey blue, natural, navy and taupe. They're £39.99. These are a standard fit, I should have said that before. 08450 99 99 69 is your telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv to come and buy these on the web. Again, Skechers are so clever, aren't they? Because what they've done is they've got the same shoe, but done it in 2 different colourways. One, the solid black, which is obviously the one I've got, and then this really lovely charcoal and mint texture. I mean, that is lovely. They've used a lot of that in their designs this season, haven't they? You see, how are they, look at that on the table, how are they even the same shoe? Do you know what I mean? The black one looks serviceable and chunky and work-like, whereas the charcoal and mint one looks like a really lovely, relaxed, comfortable leisure shoe, doesn't it? And yet they're exactly the same. I mean, I'm going to take you through the black one. I'm not sure how much of this you're going to be able to see. All of this is textile, so you can wipe all this clean. You've got like your Air Texy effect going on in your chevrons and your kind of lovely pattern on the front there. Traditional laces, normal laces, so you can tie those either like Linda sometimes does, but today she's actually tied them as a normal bow and everything. Again, there is absolutely no weight to these whatsoever. And yet, look at how thick that sole is. There's a really big sole unit there. But I mean, I don't know how they do it, because it must be full of nothing. To weigh that much, it must just be full of air. Lovely gripability on the bottom there, all the squares going on. So as you walk along, there's going to be that fantastic gripability on the bottom of that shoe there. And now inside, I need to point this out as well. Can you see that? Wide fit and memory foam. So you've got the width, but you've also got the comfort. Now, these are just the kind of workability black ones. Look at the lovely charcoal and mint ones on Linda's feet. They look completely different, aren't they? They just...
They do.
I know what I mean.
Skechers are so clever, the way they design with the fabrics to make a trainer such lightweight.
Yes.
I mean, again, I know we keep saying it, but this hardly weighs anything. It's so lightweight. Even with that sole unit, again, it's such a lightweight sole unit, but perfect for, you know, walking in or you know, maybe a spot of, you know, light tennis or badminton or something. Or cycling would be fantastic. I've tied my laces in a bow, but you can tuck them in if you want to.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. When you tuck them in, how do you stop them coming out?
They just sit.
I don't know if
underneath
that would
the
work on
tongue.
my feet.
They sit underneath the tongue bit.
Oh, I'll have to try that with my shoes later. But I think they are really lovely. Because they look streamlined. They don't look clumpy on the bottom of your feet, do they?
And these are the wider fitting. Again, they are fabulous. Nice and roomy inside, which is fantastic.
315957 is your item code number. These are the Skechers Graceful Get Connected Trainer. UK size is 2 to 8. Do you want the black? Oh, I didn't choke then. Do you want the black or do you want the charcoal? £41 and 99 pence. They are the wider fit, remember. 08450 99 9969, or of course www.pavershoes.tv to buy on the web. Now, when I was given my papers this morning of all the shoes that were coming up, I didn't like the picture of this one. Now I've seen it in real life, I actually really like this. It's kind of a waffle fabric going on, and it's really lovely and soft. Isn't that just lovely? This one is a grey one. Now, I've only got the grey one in the studio. It also comes in a gorgeous navy as well. Really, really lovely navy. It's got the white sole again with the navy, but all of this mesh here, or the waffle fabric, is all navy on that one. And the little tags, I think, will be white on the navy ones. But look, your lace up here is all elastic, so it's a pull-on shoe, so it's really comfortable. The fabric is so malleable and soft. That is going to shape itself to your foot all the time. And then look, it's almost streamlined, isn't it, this one? Like a proper shoe sort of thing. You've got your lovely silver Go Faster stripe there. And then look at that lovely sole unit there, the white sole unit with the lovely gripability across the bottom. And again, you've got that fantastic, so fit, it jumped out my hand. Really, really lovely bendability there, but got perfect like gripability on the bottom. Then look inside here. This has got memory foam in here, and I can't tell you, this memory foam is like so deep. It's incredible. Now, I'm thinking it might be a wider fit, but I will get Linda to tell us when she shows, because she's got this one on. As I say, if you want in navy, it also comes in a navy as well. And if you want to have a look at it, go to the website and you'll be able to see a picture of it on the website. But in the meantime, we've just got the grey one here. And again, you love your pink. You've got your pink accessories there.
Yeah, I just love these. They're just gorgeous. Do you know I've joined a walking club, John?
Oh, have you?
Yeah, and these would be perfect in the summer and the spring to wear, because they're so lightweight and just easy just to pop on and pop off. I absolutely love these. So padded round here. I mean, I've got no socks on at all, and these are just, nothing is rubbing in on the inside at all. You know, you've got that extra, the memory foam inside is fantastic. I think these are fabulous.
And you say a walking club, where does it go? What, round where you live?
No, we start off in Whitby. We're doing like villages, places.
Oh, how lovely.
And we all go and and walk, and it's fab. It's really exhilarating.
Well, no, it's exhilarating because you're getting fit, also gossiping and chatting as you go and everything.
Yeah.
And and you'll see lovely countryside.
Yeah,
oh, how
gorgeous.
lovely. Oh, these would be perfect for
They
that.
would, wouldn't they?
Would you go for the grey or would you go for the navy?
Oh, I do like the grey.
Yes, I do. But then I suppose if you're worried about the size, if you go for the navy. Sometimes the lighter colour will make your feet look bigger, won't they?
Yeah.
Anyway, this is 314829. Skechers Summits Quick Lap Slip-On Trainer. UK size is 3 to 8. Check the screen for size availability in the grey or the navy. As I say, go to the website to have a look at the picture of the navy. £41 and 99 pence. 08450 99 99 69 www.pavershoes.tv for the web. These came into the studio and I immediately thought holiday. I immediately thought like winter break to the sunshine, holidays, just kind of relaxing. Aren't they lovely? Like a boating shoe, these. Again, I'll show you the colours in a second, but they're really, really lovely, stylish, but very, very simple shape. Now, this is all man-made fibre. It's like a knitted weave. All of that there. So if you've got issues with your foot or anything like that, they're going to be really, really lovely and comfortable because they're going to shape themselves to your feet. Then, of course, you've got this lovely sole that comes all the way from the front, right the way around the side. Looks slightly thicker, doesn't it? But again, no weight to it whatsoever. Now, these inside, excuse me, these have got Goga mat inside, which is like you're standing on your very own yoga mat, but it's a Goga mat. And then, of course, there you got your lattice work going across the bottom of the shoe again. I just think they're really, really stylish and simple and comfortable, I imagine. Now, I've got these in 3 different colours. I've got them in the black, which is all solid black. The upper is black, the shoes, and then you've got burgundy in the middle, which has got like a cream sole to it. And then, of course, the navy ones that I had, which have got the white sole to them. Now, I'm veering towards the navy and white because I love that crisp, clean look. But I've just seen the burgundy ones on Linda, and they look lovely.
Love them. Absolutely love them. I love burgundy. Burgundy looks nice and grey, doesn't it?
Yes,
When it's
yeah.
nice with white. These are going to be gorgeous to wear with all your clothes that you've got in your wardrobe. But I just particularly love them because they just literally pull them on. And they are so lightweight. Underneath as well, it's so spongy. I think they are fantastic. I just think for all ages to go with anything that you're wearing as well.
Oh, yes, totally.
You know,
I love the fact that they've put the cream sole with the bones, because they could easily have just gone with the black one or the white one, couldn't they? But they've gone with that cream one, which just makes it look a little bit more elegant.
They do.
Now, wider fit?
Yes, you could tell they're wide fit. So I've got lots of room inside. But I like that. I like to have lots of room inside for my feet to wiggle. Yeah. And
Totally.
particularly, you know, that I suffer with my feet anyway, John.
Well,
so.
I didn't say.
You wasn't going to mention it, was you?
Well, no, not in this one. I'll mention it later. No doubt. I just think that, but that fabric on the top it's just moulding itself to the shape of your foot, isn't it?
It is perfect to just wipe clean as well. But these look so designer looking. You've got all your top designers, Gucci, Louis Vuitton. They all do a very similar one to this.
Exactly. 314136 is your item code number. Skechers Go Walk Joy Trainer Pump. This one's called. UK sizes 2 to 8. Check the screen for size availability, the colourway that you would like. The black or the burgundy or the navy. They're £39.99. They are a wider fit. Give us a call, 08450 99 9969, www.pavershoes.tv to come in and buy them on the web. Now, these don't necessarily look like a Skechers because you've got all the traditional Skechers features, but then you've got this really lovely kind of mottled fabric making up these. They're really, really lovely. Look, I don't know if you can see that on that. You better see it on the blue ones that Linda's wearing in a second. It's got a kind of love. This one here is the black one, obviously. It also comes in the navy. It's got a lovely mottled effect on there. Again, we've got that now. Also, the shaping on this one is slightly more streamlined. Can you see? It's kind of got that kind of roval toe on that one, hasn't it? Really lovely. These are all textiles, so you can wipe all these clean. Up the front here, they're a slip-on shoe. Even though it's got the lace detailing going on here, they're all elasticated, so you can just slip that shoe on. In fact, the whole fabric feels a little bit stretchy. And then round the side here, we've got the kind of unit base, which is quite slim for a Skechers, this one, isn't it? A really, really kind of understated shoe, this one. And also on the bottom here, you've got your little gripperty. Now, I don't know if I've talked to you before about this. They put little kisses. I think they're supposed to be stitches, but I'm seeing them as little kisses just around there on the sole of the shoe to add to the gripability. So now, this one here is the black one, but it also comes in navy as well. There, you can see it there. You see, now, the navy, I'd say, would be a French navy, but that's the one that Linda's wearing. In fact, let's go to Linda's feet because it looks almost like a knitted fabric.
Almost looks like a mole.
Yes,
a
like
mole
a mole
fabric,
yeah.
isn't it? And navy, it's, you know, it's so in at the moment. But it's, I don't think I've ever seen a navy trainer out there on High Street. I'll be honest with you. You know, these are really lovely, very flexible, really, really lightweight. Honestly, these weigh hardly anything. Lovely underfoot. That memory foam is fantastic. As soon as you put your foot in, it just sinks into it. But so flexible and just easy to put on. They are great. I mean, at that price, $41.99, it's a fantastic price for a Skechers.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Isn't
totally.
it?
And again, they don't necessarily look like a trainer,
No,
do they?
they don't.
Because you could wear those and people wouldn't think... Because sometimes you wear a trainer and people go, oh, why should you put gym shoes on, I think.
Yeah.
Whereas these aren't... They're a little bit more stylish.
They are, but you can wear them with your normal jeans and your normal clothes, you know, with a nice jacket.
But in the summer, shorts and everything.
Yeah.
On your holiday, if you're on a cruise.
Perfect.
Do you know what I mean? They're perfect for packing things like that. Just promenading up and down the deck or whatever, having a good look around. They'd be perfect for that. So, these are 313892, the Skechers Go Walk Fitster Lightweight Trainer. Now, check the size out. UK size is 3 to 8. Check the screen for size availability in the colourway that you like, because that's the best way to keep an eye on what's going and what's not. They come in the black and they come in the navy. They're £41.99 and they are a standard fit. They're textile, so you can just wipe these clean beautifully. 08450 99 99 69 is your telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv to come in and buy these and look at others on the web. Now, I've got this shoe in 2 different colours. One, I would say, is just totally serviceable. If you can wear a comfortable shoe to work, then go with the black one. But then look at the other one. The other one's more fun, isn't it? The navy pink one. It's really weird, isn't it? Because they're exactly the same shoe. But doesn't the black one look chunkier than the blue and pink one? And I think it's just because the colourway and the white sole and the pink trim. Oh, Linda's going to love these, all that pink all over this, isn't she? So let me take you through it first of all. You've got your, all this is man-made. The whole of the top is man-made fibre there. You've got your kind of, what we used to call Airtex, isn't it? The bit, oh, you can't, I don't know if you can see it on there. You'll be able to see it on the blue ones when we see Linda's. And then you've got this kind of suede effect going all the way around here. You've got a traditional laces that you're going to tie up at the front there. You've got a lovely tongue, which is nice and padded, and that's the bit whenever I wear, I don't know what's called, is it a high instep? That's the bit that always hurts me when my feet get tired. It's that bit across there that hurts the most. And once you've got a lovely padded tongue like that, not many men's shoes have that padded tongue, do they? And then of course you've got your unit here going up at the back. This is all padded. All around the back here, that is all padded. So it's a really, really lovely fit. And then your sole unit there, this was quite simple for a Skechers. It's just all those squares. But again, it's going to work because it's going to move with your foot and going to trap all the air in there. Now, these are a wide fit, as you can see there. They've also got memory foam on the inside, which is going to make them really, really comfortable. So the 2 colourways, this one, the solid black. And then the one you're going to see Linda wearing in a second there is the navy and the pink. And I just think the navy and the pink look completely different, don't they?
They do, completely different from the black. The black's quite solid, and this
Yes.
is quite a fun trainer,
And that one
isn't
looks
it?
more, for some reason, that one looks more streamlined,
It does,
doesn't it?
absolutely. I think it's because it's got that white sole unit,
Yes,
isn't it?
yeah.
Which makes it look smaller. But these are lovely, lovely and flexible. As you can see, I've tucked my shoelaces
Oh,
in.
you've gone all trendy on
I've
these
gone
ones.
trendy. So that's how my daughters show me how to do them. But these are really lovely, very flexible. And, you know, just great to wear because you just wipe them clean. These are a wider fitting, so I've got lots of room inside, even though I'm a standard foot. But they are fabulous. I love the fact where they come up here.
Yes.
Everything is padded
And it's all
all
like-
the
it's
way
lovely
around.
padded, isn't it, all
So
around there,
lovely.
yeah.
In the sole unit is that memory foam. It's like double memory foam in this
Yes,
one, isn't it?
yeah. And again, light as a feather on your feet.
Light as a feather. Absolutely gorgeous. These
I
are.
just think they should make more men's shoes like this because I don't think we
No.
don't come up
No.
trumps when it comes to
No,
shoes, does it?
you don't.
309879 is your item code number. These are the Skechers Flex Appeal 2.0. UK size is 2 to 8. Do check the screen for size availability. As I say, look, it's exactly the same shoe, but the black or the navy and the pink look completely different, don't they? £48.99. They are a wider fit. 08450 99 99 69 is your telephone number. Or, of course, you can always come in and buy on the web. Now, I know you've heard me say this over and over again. I don't like wearing slippers. In the house, I'm either barefooted in the summer or got my flip-flops on, or I wear my shoes, you see. These would be the perfect solution for me. Because it's a little lightweight, it's like an old-fashioned. Do you remember, if you're old like me, you'll remember these like pumps with that front bit in the bit that you used to take into school for PE, and that front bit there was elastic. Do you remember? No, everyone remembers, do they? Oh, okay. I thought it was just old people. Anyway, these would be like the modern equivalent of that. First of all, they're as light as a feather. They're lighter than a slipper. The fabric, this fabric, I don't know what it is. It's just, they call it textile on my notes, but it's the softest sort of knit fabric, but substantial, not knit as in like a jumper or whatever. Then you've got, you might not be able to see this, when we come to the blue one, I think you'll be able to see it better on the blue one in a second. But then you've got this lovely sole unit here, but even though it's got gripability, it is as light as a feather. And look, I mean, I always laugh because you're never going to do that with your foot, are you? And yet, unless you're our friend Debbie, she used to be the model for Gypsy Tights because she could do that. She was a gymnast. She could do that with her feet, could Debbie? But anyway. Isn't it lovely? It's just such a sweet little piece for £44.99. That comes in 2 colours. This is just all solid black. Black with the pink insole there. The other one is more classy, I think. It's got the navy with the white sole, still got the pink insole there, but you can see the front apron and everything. And that's the one our Linda's got on. And I just think they're stylish and yet
Very
comfortable, aren't
stylish, classic, and they look really fresh. That
that's
navy
exactly
and
what
white
it is, yeah,
is just
yeah.
gorgeous, isn't it? Really is lovely. These are the classic sketches that we do here, and they are fabulous. We sell them year after year after year. They are just so popular because you literally pop them on the foot. They are great. They're underneath foot. They're so spongy, and everything's padded as well, but so light. So much flexibility as well. So if you're going for a walk, or like you say, John, you want to wear them as slippers, they are so light.
I
Lovely
just think, I mean, I'm saying wear them slippers, but you can wear them outside.
Of course you can,
I
absolutely.
wouldn't wear them on a wet, rainy, cold day.
No,
or anything.
probably not,
But,
no.
but for everyday jumping in the car, popping to the shops.
Absolutely. Taking them on
Anything-
holiday in your suitcase.
Oh yes, easily, because you could just pack those easily
Yeah,
in your case,
so
couldn't you, and
easy.
everything, and they weigh nothing. And I just think round the house or going out, these are going to be ideal for you. 307 009. Excuse me. Skechers Go Walk 2. These are called. UK sizes 2 to 9. 2 different colourways. They come in the black and they come in the navy. Now I know the black are very serviceable. Oh, do you know what? The black ones would be good for work, wouldn't they? Because they're going to look like you've got black shoes on, but actually you've got lovely comfortable. £44.99. 08450 99 99 69 is your telephone number. www.paveshoes.tv to come in and look and buy these on the web. Now, you know I've been saying all the Skechers shoes so far have been light as a feather. These are even lighter. These literally, if you shut your eyes and you put that on someone's hand, they would never ever guess that that was a shoe. It's like air bubbles, I can't tell you. The whole, isn't science a brilliant thing, technology a brilliant thing? Because how has somebody created this to look gorgeous, to fit a purpose, and to be as light as a feather? This one here that I've got here is the charcoal one with the mint accessories and everything, with the mint laces there. It's the old traditional lace up and everything. You do your normal lace up. The tongue is so soft and squidgy in there. It's going to be lovely to wear. And then look at this. This is all obviously textiles, but look, breathable and so malleable. I think if you've got footy shoes, these would be quite good for you because these are going to change the shape with your foot, sort of thing. You've got all the air, you've got kind of air holes all punched in that detailing around there. Then we get to the unit base here. Now, isn't it funny, that white kind of base came in, what, about 2 years ago now, 2.5 years ago, and we were like, oh, will it stay around? It's still around, it's still very on trend, still very fashionable. But then look at that lovely Go Faster stripe all the way around the top of the sole unit base there, because that just gives it that real finesse, doesn't it? And then look at that gorgeous gripability on the bottom of the shoe there. And again, the malleability of these shoes are incredible. I've got it in 2 colourways. Like I say, this is the charcoal with the mint. We've also got it in navy with like a neon pink lining and lace and everything like that. And that's the one that Linda has chosen to wear. I love that vibrancy of that pink.
Well,
It's
I'm colour
lovely.
coordinated,
Exactly,
look, you know,
yeah.
perfect, isn't it? I mean, I love pink. You know, I just think these are for every age, aren't they? Because
totally.
my daughters are 21 and 18 now, my mother-in-law's in her 80s. I just think these are fantastic. Honestly, I can't tell you how lightweight they are. We ought to get some scales here. So we can
Exactly.
weigh-
I always
weigh.
say that, yeah.
But these are really, really lovely. I think whether you know, just going on a walk, walking the dog, a bus to catch, going cycling, I think these are for everyday use.
But I also think they, like you say, for everyday use, I think you could wear these around the house.
Yes.
Just if you don't like
Yeah.
wearing slippers, you could easily wear
Absolutely
these around the house
perfect.
because they're light. That's it. They're lighter than a pair of slippers,
They
aren't
are.
they? That's
they
how
are,
light
they
these are.
And really squidgy underfoot.
And I love that colourway. That
I
beautiful
love it.
colourway. Now, would you say that these were a standard fit?
Yes, I think they
Yeah.
are, yes.
But
Yeah.
they're not
there's
a
still
tight
lots
standard.
of room inside.
Exactly,
yeah.
that's what we love
yeah.
about it, yeah. 314157 is your item code number. These are, oh, here we go. The Skechers Graceful Get Connected Lightweight Trainer. UK sizes 3 to 8, but check the screen for size availability and the colourway that you would like. 2 different colourways. The charcoal one, that's one that comes with the mint accessories, and then the navy one is one that Linda was wearing with the bright neon pink there. £41.99, the standard fit. Give us a call, 08450 99 99 69, www.paveshoes.tv for the web. Now, I'm going to be honest with you now. I've got an issue with these shoes. Which colour do you pick? Which colour do you pick? Because look, they're gorgeous. There's charcoal, there's grey blue, and there's navy, and I love all 3 of them. And I wouldn't know which one to pick. It's that thing, isn't it, of having too much choice. We should just give you one colour and you'd have loved it. Look at this one. That, I presume, is the grey blue one. It is indeed. I love it. I think they're gorgeous. Wait till you see the ones that Linda's wearing. They are stunning. Anyway, so let's have a look. So these are the Skechers Biker MC Powerhouse Lightweight Trainer. You don't need to know that. All you need to know is they're gorgeous. I love all this kind of ribbon work here. It's all stitched down. You don't have to do anything. All your laces here, they are all elastic, the laces. So they're a pull-on trainer. You don't need to worry about tightening the laces or anything like that. The outside is all textile, so you can wipe it clean. It's totally and utterly breathable through there. And then look at the sole unit there. It's got loads of gripability on the bottom. I mean, fantastic gripability. But again, I love it when Debbie does this, because you're never going to do that with your feet, are you? But look how flexible and malleable they are. And then you've got your insole there, your textile insole going on there. I just think for Skechers, these are lovely. And, of course, they're under £40. The 3 different colours are charcoal, grey blue and navy. Now you can see the charcoal ones because they've got that lovely kind of magenta raspberry coloured stripe on them, and they are the ones that Linda has chosen to wear, and I think they look gorgeous.
I think they look fabulous, don't they? That grey and that magenta colour is just gorgeous. Can you imagine what you can wear in your clothes, your outfits wise?
Totally.
I love grey, I just think it's fabulous, but these are gorgeous. I think these are my favourite actually, because just easy just to put on. You know, if you're going flying and you go through to departures, you have to take your shoes off.
Oh yes,
these would be ideal because you
yeah.
don't have to fasten them up. You're literally on and off. But I love them. Great sole unit as well. I love the fact that it comes up there and it's padded.
Yes.
So again, great for driving in. These are gorgeous. I think $39.99 for a Skechers is fantastic.
Oh, no, very, very good value. But I just think they've kind of taken into consideration what people have said, haven't they? People don't want, some people do want big chunky trainers, but also some people want them to wear them as a fashion statement as well as being serviceable as well. And I think these are for both being serviceable and for looking good. They're just fantastic, aren't they? I really love that colour mix that you've got on there. 315-592 is your item code number. These are the Skechers Bikers MC Powerhouse Lightweight Trainer. UK size is 2 to 9. Check the screen for size availability for the colour that you like. What colour do you like though? Do you like the charcoal? Do you like the grey blue? Or do you like the navy? The charcoal ones are the ones with that Linda was wearing with the kind of magenta pink stripe on them. $39.99, they're a standard fit. Give us a call, 08450 99 99 69, www.pavershoes.tv to buy on the web. Can I just say I love these? If these were in my size, oh, sadly they're not. I'd get these because they're sleek, they're light as a feather, and I just think they're very, very versatile. Imagine if you got those, you could wear them with your jeans, you could wear the little skirt, you could wear them with anything. I just think they're really, really like Bobby Dazzlers, these. So we've got a leather and textile upper. So this is all gorgeous suede here. So do give it a spray before you wear it. Now, good old-fashioned laces. Now, I was about to say, Linda normally tucks hers in, so I'm going to take mine out and tie a bow. But Linda's tied a bow this time, so I'm going to tuck mine in. But you can wear them either way. You can either be down with the kids like Linda normally is, or a bit old-fashioned like me. I just think they're the loveliest shoe. They're called the Skechers Fitster Bolder Days Lace-Up Trainer. I have no idea what any of that means, but I just think they are absolutely adorable. They come in 2 different colourways. This is obviously the black one. But look at the natural one. I think that, because it's not white, it's like a clotted cream colour. And I just think, do you remember like old-fashioned kind of bowling shoes? That really, really lovely, just off-white, that really rich cream looking. I just think they work beautifully. And you can't see it, or you might be able to see it there. There's just a little flash of pink on those. So the writing on the side is pink. And then they're like it's not stitching, but on the sole, in a minute, when we see Linda wearing it, I'll get to show you the bottom of the shoe. They've got like little pink kisses on the bottom of the shoe. I just think they're so lovely. Anyway, let's ask Linda how they feel, because I love the shape of these.
And I've just popped on with a pair of jeans. You can wear them with, a pair of shorts, or, your tracksuits, if you're going to the gym. Trainers have become part of our wardrobe now.
Oh, no, completely.
They go with absolutely everything. You see everybody wearing them, particularly when you're on a flight. They're so easy to wear, and these are really lightweight, gorgeous underfoot as well. You can see that sponginess.
Yes.
That sole unit is just so
Are
spongy.
you able, I don't know how I'm going to get you to do this, on the soles, there's like little pink kisses on the actual underneath of the shoe. If you just twist around, can you see, look there,
Oh, yes.
where your ball of your foot is. They're just a really, really lovely little detailing there. Do you know what these would be good for as well? If you go on weekend breaks,
Yeah.
and you want to look stylish but wander around Paris
Yes,
or Dublin or wherever,
absolutely, yeah.
because they're going to be really, really comfortable to wear and light as a feather to
Yeah.
pack. It's not going to take, even if you do one of those where you just take, you just take a suitcase in your thing above your
Yeah,
head,
that's
not in the
what I do.
holes, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
I think these are a perfect buy for that. 314155 is your item code number. The Skechers Fitster Boulder Days Lace-Up Trainer. UK sizes 3 to 8, but check the screen for size availability in the colourway that you like. I think those natural ones are going to fly out. £41.99. Again, these are a standard fit. 08450 99 9969 is your telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv to buy and look at them all on the web.
Welcome to warm and cosy winter boots. Welcome to winter. Welcome
To
this to this water-resistant boot.
Yeah, a nice little boot, a little bit lower than ones we've shown you in the past. Well, we're showing you a big variance of boots, really. And this is above ankle, but not too high. Nicely designed. They're the words that are important to you. Water resistant. Water resistant is not waterproof. It's not a Wellington. Water resistant means that you can be out in a shower and it repels the water from you, and you can walk through water. This area here has got that area that if you walked into a puddle you would stay dry. This part is the water repellent. It will just ping off the surface. Easy to keep clean. Just give them a wipe over. If they get grubby, and I have got a pair that if you get dirty, if you go through a field and it's all horrible and sludgy, just scrub them and put the tap on and give them a bit of a wipe over and come up great. Underfoot, amazing safety. Look, it's like a tractor tyre. It's absolutely fabulous, all that tread under there. Not as heavy as you'd think. It's quite lightweight, really. Inside here, it's all microfiber, all fleece. Beautiful quality. And you've got double zips either side of the upper. But again, with this range, very clever the way they design the zips. They don't have open zips. They have zips that have got a piece of the upper material inside it, like a vent. So that if you need that you've got maybe an ankle that swells, you've got a much wider foot. They're quite roomy, by the way. Or you've got jeans and things that you want to put inside here, you can leave them open. Or simply you can close them back up again and just use that as like a storm flap within there so that no weather gets into you. Very nicely designed. Yeah. So we've got a navy blue, we've got a grey, and we've got a black. And you've got the blue on, Sheila.
I
like the blue. I like the blue. It's
The
really
navy.
nice.
You don't normally see sort of a winter boot
Not like that,
this.
you don't?
No, you
not in
don't.
blue.
Not in a navy blue, but I think it's really nice. And I like it that you see the nice shaping on the top of them and that little bit of faux fur that peeps out. But incredibly comfortable, and there's no sort of structure around this bit, so it's really
Soft,
nice and soft. But you've got that structure around here, so you're not going to go over on them at all. But a really nice looking boot. You know, to say it's a weather boot.
Definitely,
Yeah.
and very versatile, because sometimes you do have really thick jeans, sometimes you've got very thin jeggings, it's going to take whatever, accommodate it.
And water resistancy at £29.99 is fantastic
Which
value.
is great, isn't
Yeah.
it? If you just want a pair of boots, if you know you're going to go tramping out, walking the dog, whatever, really, really useful pair. Black, grey and navy are the choices for the Pavers faux fur lined weather boot. 311204 is the order code. Sizes are 3 to 8, and as Debbie said, £29.99. Great price. Now we've got a knitted cuff ankle boot for you now with a major added benefit, and that benefit is it's Relife. And if you don't know, if you're not sure what Relife is, Debbie is going to tell us all about it.
And it's water resistant, which you've got this little thing here telling you that it's water resistant. So you can go out in weather in it and it will just ping off. Relife is this, and this little area of nodules that massage your heel goes right the way through to the inside. Let's see if I can show you it. Whether you can see it. Now, move my hand out of the way, you might have a chance to see it. Probably not, my hand's still in the way. It's a bit like rubbing your tummy and patting your head at the same time, this. Anyway, it goes right the way through to you. And what they say is, in the literature, when you get it in the box, that a little leaflet says that it's like reflexology for your body. The senses are lightened and you get the benefits from it. All I know is that 3 of us have got Relife boots and they're just amazingly comfortable, and you do feel you can go further and do more in a Relife boot.
Yeah.
Water resistance is fabulous as well, white clean surface. Inside it's all fleece linings, really lovely quality soft fleece linings. The boots are soft and they're a lovely wider fit, so there's lots of toe wiggle because there's no seams in there. Built up sole, hence being water resistant. So you've got 2 layers of the sole, so all of this area is water resistancy as well. And then you've got this amazing, well, they can hear it on my microphone, grip underneath, which you're going to go, it'll take you anywhere on any sort of surface. Outside, you've got a little bit of a faux zip here, just for a bit of effect. Love the knitting. It's like a herringbone knit all the way around there, and a little bit of a buckle arrangement. Bring your feet in then, darling.
Sheila,
Have a
I
look
think
at you,
you'll
Sheila.
echo this. It's important to say, you know, that red disc, it does go through, but you don't feel it. You're
You don't
just
feel
aware
it.
of a feeling of well-being,
Yes,
but
and
you
comfort.
don't feel you don't feel it.
It doesn't push into your feet.
No.
You
No.
just feel unbelievably comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, really comfortable. What did I wear this morning? Because I'm having to go and sort of do something where I'm standing on my feet and one thing and another later. I've got my Relife on today because
Have
I just
you?
know that I'm going to be really comfortable and my feet are going to be cosy. This does exactly the same thing. The one thing I really like about this is that deep sole. You know, it's actually really, really nice because you've got that little bit of lift off the floor there. I just think they're ever so nice with that lovely knitted cuff at the back there, and they sit lovely with a pair of trousers tucked in.
And everything you're wearing goes with that jumper and your jeans.
Yeah, it does well,
looks
doesn't it? It
really
does,
good.
yeah.
The Pavers Relife knitted cuff ankle boot comes in sizes 3 to 9. It's $49.99. The colours are black or brown, and we don't have the black for you today, but you can get that online or in the shops. 315959 is the order code. We've got a little, quite an interesting little water-resistant boot again. Got the plain black, and then this one, which has got 3 different shades of, well, black and then 2
There's
different
black and
shades
2
of grey.
greys. Yeah, it is interesting, but like you said, water resistant again is very, very important. Water resistancy to waterproof. Waterproof is a Wellington. You can stand in a puddle as long as the day's long and never get wet. Water resistancy means it repels water, so it bounces water off you. But although this part here is welted and you can go through a puddle in it and you'll be absolutely fine. Lovely soft, it has a coating on it, a little bit like when we talk about frying pans having a Teflon coat.
Yeah.
You put a fried egg in there, it slides off.
Yeah.
Same sort of thing with the water, it slides off the surface.
So theoretically, Debs, if you were to, say, like walk through a heavy rain shower, your feet shouldn't get wet because that would ping off,
It would ping off
all of the rain.
repel.
Great.
Shake your foot and it would all fall off.
But you shouldn't then stand
Stand in standing
in a
water.
great deep puddle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Makes sense.
Very, very sturdy underfoot, great grip underneath the base of there, which is so important when you have bad weather. A central zip that opens up very nicely to get them on very easily. You have got a standard fit, but there is room in it. There's room for toe wiggle. The linings here are all microfiber fleece, and then this super, super soft fur cuff on the top is gorgeous. So we've got this colour, like Julie said, 2-tone grey with a black surround, and then we've got the solid black colour, which is the one on the table. Unfortunately, we haven't got Sheila's size in this one to try it on, but that's a solid black shade. Not a shade, is it? Well, it is a shade black. That's a solid black one, and then the grey and black one at the front there for you to choose from.
Now, you told me something interesting, because I was just thinking, if you're sitting at home, I know we've said it before, but it's worth saying it again for anybody new to pavershoes.tv. You know, if you think, I'd love to try those, but it's an awful risk not trying them on in the shop or anything, but I can't get to the shop, so I'll order them. What if they're wrong? Well, if they were wrong, as long as you try them on inside the house, don't go outside in them, try them on the carpet. If they were wrong, I know that you can return them to Pavers or Asda, you can post them back, but Debs has given me some new information.
You can actually get them picked up by a carrier from your own home for £2.50. So if you're not accessible to a store, if you maybe haven't got a car, if you have to take the bus and it's only occasionally, I live in a small village, and access to places if you haven't got a car is quite difficult. I think that's a fabulous offer. Remember, you have a 45-day money-back guarantee, which is outrageous.
That's plenty of tramping about on your carpet.
Absolutely, to decide whether you want them or not.
Yeah,
yes.
and hopefully you'll love
It's
them.
risk-free shopping, to be honest
I
with
think
you.
that's amazing. The Pavers water-resistant weather boot, sizes 3 to 8, black, burgundy and grey, and they're $34.99. Got another Skechers for you now in warm and cosy winter boots. Oh, look at that. That really does look very, very cosy.
It's sweet,
But
isn't
it's
it?
got two colourways normally, Debs. Black, which we don't have, but you can get it online or in the stores. And this lovely chestnut. Now, that's a good description. It is a chestnut.
I love the base on these, and you know they're so lightweight, and the lightweightness is really down to the construction of the base. They make such light shoes, very, very clever. Technology-wise, they're in the forefront. They always have been. And this is a lovely suede boot. Please use something like this on it, a protector, because at the end of the day, you want it to stay looking good. You might already have one, but you can find one on our website as well if you want to get it along with your boot. Super little boot. Lace-ups, you're in charge of the fit, basically. Yes, it's a wider fit, but you can draw these in and make it a little bit tighter. You've got lovely faux fur around the top here and on the tongue. And inside is all faux fur as well, right the way through, all the way through. Lots of toe wiggle room, lots of room inside there to move around. And I love this colour. I think it'd be nice in the black, but I think this colour is gorgeous. Sheila, let's have a look at you in this lovely sort of honey, warm,
It's
chestnut
lovely,
colour.
isn't it? I mean, it just looks like, I mean, I'm thinking of like sheepskin coat, sheepskin gloves.
Yes.
You know,
Same
that
colour.
type of
Yeah.
look,
Yeah.
which is fabulous.
That little lovely Aran hat and scarf
Yeah,
you bought
that
the
I
other day.
bought, yeah, which would look lovely with these. I think they're as cute as a button. I think they're a fabulous little shoe, and like you say, or boot. So incredibly light. And I love that faux fur that encases the ankle and goes right down inside. I think they're just a fantastic looking boot, but then you've got all those lovely attributes that Skechers bring. They're really cute, aren't they?
They're
Really
cute,
cute.
yeah.
I like that. They are as cute as a button, but they're practical as well and really good. And if you're sitting at home and thinking, do you know, I'd love to try those, but I'm a bit scared shopping online. I've never shopped from the TV before. Pavers try and make the process as easy and risk-free as possible, and they will always offer a no-quibble money-back guarantee.
We do.
So if you get them home, as long as you don't wear them outside, as long as you just try them on around the house, on the carpet preferably. If you don't like them, you can return them to a store, paper store, and Asda.
you can have them picked up from your home by a carrier
Looks a
for
mercy.
£2.50.
Steady the buffs.
So if you live in the middle of nowhere, which a lot of people do, and you've got them online, you
Wow.
can't be near a store, we can get picked up from you for £2.50.
That's
Fabulous
fantastic.
offer.
But maybe you won't need to make any calls to pick them up, because maybe you'll just get them and think, yes, the Skechers Joy Lush suede lace-up ankle boots are fabulous, just like I thought they'd be. Sizes 2 to 7, black or chestnut, $54.99. They're lovely. Got another Skechers for you, Skechers Joy Bundle Up Leather Ankle Boot. I'm getting good at these names. I'm starting to
Bundle Up
remember them.
Leather.
Joy Bundle Up. But it is a nice boot. I really like this boot. It
I
looks
like
very
it.
soft.
Oh, this is ever so soft. The faux fur on this is beautiful. Really, really beautiful.
That feels like a
You're-
really good
Yeah,
quality
they've
outfit.
been really clever. You've got this front here going round like a tongue almost. But if you look inside, they've put a piece of, where I can put my hand between it there, a piece of elastication. So there's elastication there at that side and at the other side to match. So if you need to push your jeans in, or your ankles are a bit wider, or your feet swell a little bit, this will automatically give for you without you doing anything. And it's hidden so well.
Yeah.
Love the shape. No seams. To me, that means ultimate comfort, because your toes can wiggle around inside here. It is a wider fit. There's loads of room in it for you. Sole unit, yeah, absolutely loads of grip there. Absolutely fabulous. As light as a feather. And on this side, it's telling me that we've got Scotch guarding on the suede. It's at the suede upper. So you don't need to use one of these on this, because it's already got it in. Scotch guarding. Whether any of you are aware what Scotch guarding is, they do it a lot with upholstery and carpeting. It stops water sinking in, so it sits in globules on the top. So the shoe's been Scotch guarded already, the boot. Inside, instead of memory foam, you've got this Goga mat, which is the same thing that you lay on if you're doing yoga, and that's what the base inside under your feet is consists of. And what does that one say? Performance and comfort, Gen cushioning, whatever that means, but it means it's cushioned. Absolutely gorgeous, a lovely looking boot. I think it's very stylish and looks great on. And looking at that boot on you, Sheila, coming in. I love the way it sits, and the fur looks so expensive.
It does, and it's a really proper sort of midnight black, isn't
gorgeous
it?
colour.
Really gorgeous black, and that faux fur around the top is lovely, and it's really quite shaped on the insole, which is ever so nice. It's
Oh, yeah, I can
not
feel
just flat to the floor, which is really comfortable, and all that insole just oozes downwards, you know, when you put your foot in. It's lovely. And I love the shaping underneath. I think it is really nice and fabulous grip, and always with Skechers, they are so light.
Very
really
light.
It has a very continental feel as well.
I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah,
yeah,
do you know
definitely.
what I mean? It's sort of almost Italian. I don't know. It's lovely. The Skechers Joy Bundle Up Leather Ankle Boot comes in sizes 2 to 9. Always good sizes with Skechers. Black or Skechers. Black is the colourway. $59.99. Excuse me, is the price. And 315955 is the order code. Details on the screen. We've got a great range of warm and cosy winter boots for you, including this fabulous fly flot.
Really expanding on styling,
Yeah,
aren't they?
they really are.
They must have a new designer. Who knows? But honestly, some of the new designs that we've got are fabulous, and this is no exception. It comes for you in beautiful quality nubuck. We've got it in this, it's suede. We've got it in the black and we've got it in the grey. Really beautiful quality boots with a very, very sturdy sole unit, very strong, very sturdy. You've got the benefits that you've got from Flyflot's anti-shock, so this is made up of all those millions of air bubbles, so it depresses when you walk, and anatomic, as you know. Inside this one, apart from having this gorgeous, gorgeous safe base, inside this one we've also got memory foam. So the base itself has got memory foam going on within it. How to get into them? Zip on the inside edge, faux fur and fleece linings, and this is all microfiber on the inside. Beautiful quality. A little bit of interesting stuff you get as an extra with this one. This tells you about it when you get it home in the box, about dual fit. What it means is that because these are, they say it's standard fit, but they're quite roomy inside. We've given you an extra pair of inner soles with them so that you can make these fit a little bit snugger if you wish, which is a really quite a nice feature.
Yeah.
Flyflot written on the side there, a super little boot. In fact, let's have a look at them on your feet, Sheila. You've got the grey one on.
Isn't it a fabulous grey?
Lovely,
But that
lovely.
dual fit, if you've got one foot bigger than the other,
It's perfect.
it's absolutely so useful. Or you're a half size and
Yeah.
you always struggle a little bit. I think it's an excellent idea, but what a fabulous, I mean, it looks fabulous, feels fantastic, and that big chunky sole, but it's not heavy. You've got all those air bubbles in there that takes away impact, but that cushioning on the memory foam is fantastic.
Yeah. I tell you what,
Really
it
is.
does look. It looks very expensive.
Yes, it does look
You know,
expensive.
and it's not the cheapest. It's Flyflot. They never are. But for the technology that goes into them, $59.99. It's worth every penny. And the upper is leather.
Yeah,
You know,
it's a great looking boot.
it really
In fact, I
is.
think I like the grey better than the black.
I do. I think the grey goes beautifully with that sort of off-whitey sole. It's a sort of pale grey silk. No, it's a sort of ivory sole, isn't it?
It's a sort of grungy looking grey sole. It looks
Yes,
like it's been
yeah.
been coloured in, sort
Definitely.
of thing.
And
It's lovely.
Just a lovely, lovely boot. And it looks, is it as comfy as all Flyflots are?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Oh, good.
It's a different base because it's
memory
obviously
foam.
memory
Sure.
foam, but fabulous comfort in them.
That's the right answer. The Flyflot Anatomic Suede Leather Ankle Boot comes in sizes 2 to 9. Its order code 315742. 2 colourways, black or grey, $59.99. Skechers Trekker Carry Her Leather Ankle Boot.
Can you
That's
say that
right.
again?
Skechers Trekker Carry Her Leather Ankle Boot.
It does actually say that.
Yeah.
That is the name of
That's
the boot.
what this is called.
Somebody's having a laugh, aren't they, at Skechers? They really are. I mean, you know, when you're in the shop and you're selling them and you're going to go through that Skechers truck and carry the leather and ladies,
Carry her.
whatever it is,
It's like, I mean,
carrying her leather.
Yeah, I mean, who sits there and thinks of that? Never mind.
That is
They're
bizarre.
lovely.
They're amazing. What they do for your feet, they're amazing. You know what? You can't buy Skechers cheaper in a Skechers store than you can at Pavers. We have an amazing relationship with Skechers
incredible.
for years and years, and we get this price just right for you. They're always a little bit more than others. They're always slightly more considered to purchase, but they're perfect. They're great for you. Colour-wise, we've got, you see, it's more of a French navy. It's a lighter navy, the navy one at the front. Then we've got black. Then we've got grey, and then we've got like a chocolate brown in this one. Very, very full shoe, very full. It's got overstitching on the outside edge to give it a little bit of something. The sole unit is the same one that they put on the training type shoes. But remember, you know, they're not trainers. They're not for training in, but they're walking them. You can walk for miles in them, but not for training in. Inside's very interesting. We've got memory foam, and it's absolutely fabulous. And it's really deep, really, really deep inside there. The inside linings are, for the actual upper part, and the sides are memory foam, and they're quite sort of furry. They're a little bit sort of felty furry, and the upper itself is a suede leather. So it's a super little boot. I think it's more of a utilitarian look. I think you could probably get away with it great at weekends with the jeans. I think you need a wider jean than Sheila's wearing, because you can, unless you put some socks on, you can see your ankle.
Yeah.
So I reckon a bootleg.
I agree with you, but the trend is out there. They're
Oh,
showing
actually,
their
it is.
ankles, Debs.
Especially
They
in
are.
men.
That's true.
But
Yeah.
actually, if you're wearing a shoe boot like this, you're going to put a bigger sock on.
I
than a
would have
little-
thought so.
Yeah.
Like an Aran sock or a thick sock,
Absolutely.
you know?
Yeah.
That you can
But
turn over the top.
At least
Goes
you can
very
see
well
the
with your
top.
with your jumper.
Yeah, which is really nice.
Yeah,
But
you can.
wow, they are so comfortable.
I think it's,
Yeah.
you used the word the other day, Debs. I think it's more of an androgynous style.
It is. Oh,
because
no, it
it's
definitely
quite
is.
male as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I
And
think,
it's
you know,
quite butch.
you could get away with that being both sexes.
Yeah.
And they probably do a male version of it, which is probably is not dissimilar to this.
No, absolutely. But I think it would look better with a sock, and I think you're absolutely right. That is French navy. It's a true French navy. It's gorgeous. So, 315958 is the order code for the I'm Gonna Go For It Again Skechers Trekker Carry Her Leather Ankle Boot. Sizes 2 to 9 in black, in brown, in grey, and in navy, but it really is a French navy. $54.99. We've got a water-resistant little boot for you now. Debbie, if anybody's new to pavershoes.tv, what's the difference between waterproof and water-resistant?
Waterproof is a Wellington. That's
Ah.
a welly.
Right.
It's all the way up. It's sealed. Water resistancy is when water turns into little globules on the surface and springs off.
Aha.
You know, like a Teflon type.
Got it.
And other types are available than Teflon, because actually a lot of the boots that are made this way are made with a Teflon coating. You know, it actually stays on
Right.
it, or something like a
Like
Teflon.
it.
There are lots of different brands. That is a brand name, really.
So it repels the
it
water.
repels water. That's what water resistancy means. But this part here, this welted part at the bottom, is very water resistant. So if you're walking through a puddle, you'll be pretty safe. I don't want you jumping up and down in foot-deep puddles. Obviously you won't be, because your legs will get wet. But it is serving a purpose, and it will do what it needs to do for you. I've had a pair of these, walked the dog in them through awful conditions in fields and so on. And then when you get back, give them a scrub over, put the tap on, just give them a bit of a wipe, and then they come up as good as new.
Yeah, I've seen them on
Yeah,
you.
yeah, they're just great. Lovely shaping, lots of room in this. We thought it could be a standard. It's not a standard fit, it's a wider fit. There's tons of room in it. If you've got a wider foot, it's perfect. Wider on the ankle, wider on the foot, perfect. Underfoot, great safety. Loads and loads of grip going on under there, which you're going to need. If it's your dog walking, or you're just walking boot, or you're going to work or going to school or whatever boot, it's perfect. Faux fur around the top. All this is wiped clean. That's your little water resistancy stamp on the outside there. Open this up. This is quite interesting for you. Now, normal zips, open up and get your foot inside, don't you? You do with this one, but you've got that, which is a vent that sits there. If you have got a wider leg, wider calf, if you just simply, when this is closed, the weather can't get into you, that's what that's there for. So that's made from the same materials, so you can leave that open and wear that with that open if your leg is wider, you've got a sportier calf, if you want to tuck your trousers in, whatever. It's a really good feature. And there's tons of room to get them on and off. Tons of room. All the fleece linings, all the way through the boot as well. Bring
Come on
your legs in.
Archie.
I think everybody needs a pair of these boots. I've always got some in the back of my car in case of bad weather, you
Yeah.
break down, but great if it's raining, snowy, slippy, that
Yeah,
sort of thing.
and they look good. They look good.
Yeah, they do. Great,
They are,
yeah.
but they do look like they might be a little big. So
They
go a
are
size
roomy.
under. Certainly, if you're a 4.5, go down to a 4.
Oh, definitely.
Or
If you're a
whatever.
half size, go
Absolutely,
down
don't
the
go
half
up.
size.
The Pavers water-resistant weather boot, sizes 3 to 8, £29.99. The colour is black.
I'm not sure what this fabric is, but it feels lovely. It feels like a canvasy with a coating on it. Anyway, I love the contrast in the colours. Look at this. This is obviously the grey multi that I've got here with the lovely magenta zips. One there, one on the back, and then let's have a look inside. Oh, nice. Now, the lining is like a wash bag lining. Oh, there's another one in there. Look, another zip pocket in there. The lining is like a wash bag lining, so brilliant if you have any spillages or anything like that. Again, it's a crossbody bag. 3 different colourways. We've got it in the black multi. We've got it in the burgundy multi, which is, again, the raspberry one. Or we've got it in the grey multi, which is a kind of biscuity colour. It's £22.99. But look how nice it looks. Linda's got it on across the body there. Really, really, and it's got plenty of room for all sorts of goodies inside your bag there. I just think it's a lovely everyday bag. It's not glamorous, it's not a going out bag, but it's a really, really lovely everyday bag, this one. 317108 is your item code number. It's called the Casual, Pavers Casual Crossbody Bag. Black multi, that's the burgundy multi that you're seeing there, and grey multi, £22.99. So easy to buy. 08450 99 99 69. That's the phone number. Our operators are there waiting to take your calls right now. Or www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come in, have a look at all of our other bags as well, or buy on the web.
I love this little shoe kit. You do as well,
I do,
Debbie, don't
yeah,
you?
I do.
You used to do it in red and black, and I have given so many away as presents.
A lovely little
People
gift.
love them because they're so compact.
So
now
neat.
this one looks very, very
Expensive.
expensive.
It does. It's in. We're saying it's bronze, but actually, when you get your hands on it, it's pewter. It's a very, very male-female colour. It doesn't really matter who you are. But it looks very expensive in this colour. I know that. It's got our name on there. A little button. Open it up to show you everything you need for your shoes, your leather shoes, everything. So you have 2 polishes in the old-fashioned polish tubs with a little twisty thing at the side. We've got black, which we all need black, and we've got a neutral for all the other colours. And then we've got the shoe sham brush here, which is a really nifty little brush, very handy, all under elastication to keep them into place. Then we've got another little pocket here. This one has got the sponge inside it, so you've got your sponge there to rub all your polish in. And then we've got a finishing cloth, a microfiber cloth here to give it a good old rub, to get it a good old shine. And again, that's under elastication. And then at the back, again, elasticated strap around it, is a little shoehorn.
So
Every
clever.
single thing you need
For
in one.
£6.99 for yourself
Fabulous.
to take away. It's not heavy. You can
No, it's
pop
not.
it in your bag, take it away. My dad would have loved this. He
So
loved
would mine.
polishing shoes.
Yes, so would mine.
And that little old retro tin at £6.99. The order code for the Pavers Shoe Care Kit 127015.
Okay, I've only got one word for you in this bag. Pockets. Look at this, right? So you've got a zip pocket here. You've got a zip pocket here. This is a flap at the front with another zip pocket behind it there. Then you turn it round here. There's another zip pocket on the back. And then on the top here, there are 2 zip pockets there. Nice big pocket for all your goodies in there. And another one there with pockets for your phone and your chocolate and everything like that. How brilliant is this? Now, it comes in 4 different colourways. You've got your black, which is your plain black. You've got your blue multi, you've got your grey multi, and you've got your navy. You can't see a navy one there because Linda is wearing the navy one, the plain one. It looks a bit kind of denim-y from here. How beautiful. And now, if you're thinking what's it made of, it feels like, that lovely fabric you make wash bags out of. It's kind of got that feel to it. So if anything spills inside here or on the outside even, you're going to be absolutely fine. There are pockets galore in here. The item code number is 308187. Oh, and by the way, it's got a lovely long strap on it, which is extendable. It is a Pavers Casual shoulder bag. You can get it in black, you can get it in blue multi, you can get it in grey multi, you can get it in navy. It's £21.99. All you need to do is give us a call, 08450 99 99 69, or go and have a look at all of our bags and buy our bags, www.pavershoes.tv for the web.
Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many, many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long, long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really, really good. And the great thing is, it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long, long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere £3.99 to look after your leather. Time for a different look of slipper right now. This has a little more of a shoe look, but actually I think for those people who need a slightly more accommodating slipper, then again, this could be one of the choices. Again, slippers are something you can easily gift for somebody else as well, aren't they? Because you know the kind of thing that they like and they wear. I mean, to all intents and purposes, it looks like a pair of shoes, doesn't it? I mean, if you did nip out to the supermarket or whatever by mistake, I don't think anyone would ever say, oh, look, he's wearing his slippers. These are lovely because they've kind of got that nice crossover look to them. 316433 is the item number. We've got these in two different colours. They are in black or they are in brown. Now, see them there without a foot in them, and they do look like slippers because of the lining, and you've got the sort of fleecy inside, and there is lovely padded support all the way around as well. But when you've got them on, they don't at all look like slippers. They look like shoes. You know, if I went out in my jeans today and I had to nip out, you know, to the supermarket or around the corner to get a paper or whatever, no one would ever say, it's got slippers on. You just wouldn't know, would you? Which I think is half the battle, isn't it? Very, very nice indeed. Nice and soft and secure. It's got a nice grip as well. And actually, because the soles are black, rather than being like a white sort of rubber, then actually they're sort of less, they're a bit more conspicuous. I quite like these actually. The more I wear them, the more I like them. 316433 is your item number. Nice and roomy, very comfortable, and just £22.99. Now listen, I'm a little bit tech savvy and I keep an eye on the internet, and there's a couple of brands of slippers which keep popping up on adverts through my social media feeds, and I look at them and I think, yes, you look very nice, but I just know that you're going to be style over substance. I know you're going to be look over comfort. What you've got here is a really, really smart look actually for a slipper, because we've got a tweed look here, and I love that, because if you're just relaxing at home during the day, you may well have your tweed on, you may well have your check trousers, you may well have these kind of colours that will work in really, really nicely, but you can be comfortable around the house in something that looks very, very smart. Now, these are a Pavers tweed slipper clog, so it's a combination really. So you've got the warmth of a slipper over your toes, which is where you really need it most, your extremities of course, but something you can slip in and out of very, very easily. I love both of the colours. I have to say the brown is lovely. It's very soft, it's very sophisticated, it's almost like a suit jacket, isn't it, that you could wear for your feet. And the grey, again, is very, very smart, following that same sort of check, which is really nice. It's almost sort of, it's got that slightly formal look about it, but it's smart and trendy. Do you know what I mean? It really does look good. So 315971 is your item number. Super, super comfortable. They've got that arch support as well, and lots of padded cushion support underfoot as well. And listen, for such a smart look, you're looking at just £19.99 to grab these. More slippers now, and again, I was talking to you about slippers being a very, very considerate gift for someone. It might be a member of the family, it might be someone that's convalescing, it might be someone that struggles with laces, even bending down and things like that, getting in and out of slippers. This is a lovely full slipper, but completely and utterly adjustable. It's microfiber, so it's very, very easy to keep clean. And actually, that slipper opens up completely and utterly because you've got the one-touch fastening there, which really allows you to open it up but it also allows you to keep that nice and secure, so you can adjust it completely and utterly to your comfort level. They have got memory foam in them, so they're a nice sort of bouncy, flexible walk as well. You can see the underside, again, anti-slip. They're a rubberized sole there, so you can go out in them. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but if you needed to nip out and do the bins or whatever, you could, no problem whatsoever. And they are just, again, I have to say, I'm sorry to keep chewing the same toffee, but they are very, very comfortable indeed, and that's all you can ask of a slipper. You have got two different colour choices here. You've got that lovely, deep, rich navy, which is lovely. It's sort of like a corded look as well on the navy, and with the charcoal, it's more of a sort of a checked look as well. So you might team that up with pyjamas and gowns and things like that as well, which is lovely. As I say, a really, really nice, considerate gift. Nice range of sizes there as well for you, 6 through to 12. Check the bottom of the screen to see if your size is there. Now, we have got an anatomic clog which is coated this time. So actually this is the kind of clog that tends to be worn in the workplace an awful lot actually. They're very, very comfortable around the house as well. Again, if you're like me and you're not really a slipper person, having a pair of clogs is great because you can just slip in and out of them, and they are really great. But actually a lot of people use them in the workplace too, and you'll notice there's an extra strap that goes across the top of these, which you can move to the back as well if they need to be more secured. So if you work in a kitchen or a salon or whatever it might be, and you want something just that little bit more flexible and really kinder on your feet as well actually, because this has a lovely arch support in the middle which sort of springs back for you. They are anatomic as well, so they really do get to know your feet, and they're ever so soft as well. So if you are stood for your working day an awful lot, then actually these are a really, really popular choice. In fact, we sell thousands and thousands of pairs across workplaces here, there and everywhere. People in the health industry and salons and medical and chefs and people who work in kitchens, people who clean, etc, etc. These are a really, really good choice. And they do come in a nice range of sizes. We actually go up to a size 13, which is probably one of the biggest sizes we do here at Pavers for the gents actually. 301573 is your item number then. They are anatomic, they are super soft, and they're very, very hard wearing as well, made of really great quality leathers. $29.99, and these can be yours. If only you could have seen just before we switched the cameras on for this one, we were listening to Hot Stuff, and I was going to give you a bit of a Hot Stuff dance there, but I don't think I will. These slippers are brilliant. I've done a lot of things on telly, but I think I'll leave it at that. These are great. Actually, do you know what, gents? If you have got, and I do, actually, I'm not a great fan of my feet at all. Lumpy, bumpy bits, this, that, and the other. You may have bunions, corns, whatever it might be. These are actually really nice because they're kind of raised. They're a little bit like loafers and slippers combined into one, actually. So they've got that little bit more of accommodation room. So it's not pressing down on your foot, it's not pressing down on your toes. They are super, super soft and flexible as well, I have to say. They've got this really nice sort of velvety feel to them as well, so they're ever so soft to the touch, but they're very, very warm on the inside. They're anti-slip on the underside as well, so you're not going to be slipping around on your hard or your wooden floors at all, which is great for safety's sake. And they're just very, very comfortable. I have to say, sometimes with slippers, I kind of think, just say what you see. They're lovely, they're roomy, they're accommodating, and they're comfortable. And that's all you can ever ask for from a slipper, isn't it? There are two colours to choose from, so I'm wearing the navy, but you also have that deep sort of charcoal grey as well, if you want that as a choice. Might go with your PJs, might go with your gown, whatever you might have right now. Nice little gift idea as well, nice considerate gift idea as well for a loved one maybe. 305624 is your item number in grey or in navy for just $22.99, ever so comfy. Now, here is the man who doesn't do slippers being converted to slippers, because actually when they're this warm and they're this comfortable, I don't know, there's something about this time of the year where I just don't like being cold at all. I would rather just get in a box and hibernate for the whole of winter. This is a full slipper this time. I have to say though, it's got a touch of style. Sometimes full slippers can look like, I don't know, can like putting your feet into loaves of bread. They can look too big, too overinflated, where these actually are nice and light, nice and comfortable. They're very, very warm. They've got a lovely design. It's sort of like a check design. It's quite subtle actually, and we've got two different colours. So I'm wearing the burgundy at the moment, which is a little darker, a little deeper, but actually, you know what I want to do is go out and get a nice pair of fluffy, woolly lounge pants right now. great big pyjama jacket, dressing gown as well, and just keep warm at this time of the year. If you're buying for someone that's convalescing as well, these are nice and light and easy to get on and off as well, actually. They have got the anti-grip on the underside as well, so they won't be slipping on your wood or your laminate floors as well, which is good for safety's sake. As I say, you've got the choice of those two different colours, charcoal or burgundy, at just $22.99. The item number then 305623. The telephone number is open now for your call, 08450 9999 69, or you can jump on the web at paversshoes.tv. Actually, I think I want to keep these. Now, gents, do you fancy a pair of slippers that don't feel like slippers at all? They don't look like slippers either. So if you're not a slipper wearer, if you want something that's brilliant around the house, and they're so buttery soft, they are fantastic, then I would seriously think about a pair of these. They are 311069. They are your Pavers Mule slippers. Now, unlike the fly flots where they're quite a close fit, these are wider and a little bit more accommodating, a little bit more flexible in every sense. They've got amazing, I think it's memory foam underfoot, and you can really, really feel it every step. You can feel that sort of extra bounce. It does have a nice arch support for you, and it is nice and fleecy inside. So they are, in that respect, they are slippers, because on the inside they've got that lovely sort of fleecy feel lining. They come in two different colours, so you can take them in black or you can take them in brown. And listen, I know absolutely that you can go to your local town centre, you can go to your market stalls and everything else, and you can pick up, you know, a pair of cheap slippers for a £5. But you know what they say, buy cheap, buy twice. These are fantastic. They're $19.99, and I think you will want to live in them when you're in and around the house, because they are so cosy and warm, yet they've got that slightly open feel. They're easy to slip on and off, and they're just so much more flexible than some other designs that you might see. They are super cozy as well. I would say give them a try. Get them home. You've got that money back guarantee, and they're just $19.99.
I love this little shoe kit. You do as well,
I do,
Debbie, don't
yeah,
you?
I do.
We used to do it in red and black, and I have given so many away as presents.
A lovely little gift.
Love them because they're so compact.
So
now
neat.
this one looks very, very
Expensive.
expensive.
It does. It's in. We're saying it's bronze, but actually, when you get your hands on it, it's pewter. It's a very, very male-female colour. It doesn't really matter who you are. But it looks very expensive in this colour. I know that. It's got a name on there, a little button. Open it up to show you everything you need for your shoes, your leather shoes, everything. So you have two polishes in the old-fashioned polish tubs with a little twisty thing at the side. We've got black, which we all need black, and we've got a neutral for all the other colours. And then we've got the shoe shine brush here, which is a really nifty little brush, very handy, all under elastication to keep them in the place. Then we've got another little pocket here. This one has got the sponge inside it, so you've got your sponge there to rub all your polish in. And then we've got a finishing cloth, a microfiber cloth here to give it a good old rub, to get it a good old shine. And again, that's under elastication. And then at the back, again, elasticated strap around it, is a little shoehorn.
So
Every
clever.
single thing you need
for
in one.
$6.99 for yourself
Fabulous.
to take away. It's not heavy. You can
No, it's
pop it
not.
in your bag. You know, take it away. My dad would have loved this. He
So would
loved
mine.
polishing shoes.
Yes, so would mine.
And that little old retro tin at $6.99. The order code for the Pavers Shoe Care Kit 127015.
Now, who knew that pain in your shoulder might be caused from your feet? I had no idea. But a lot of people I know who've been for examinations for joint pain have been suggested to them that they try orthotics for their shoes, and it might be you as well. Here, a lot of people have come to ask us whether we have orthotic insoles, and yes, we do. Here they are. They are brilliant. 307860 is the WalkFit Platinum Orthotic Woman's Insole. You choose your shoe size, and these just slip into your regular shoes, so you can take them from pair to pair. Now, it has a gel-filled support at the heel, and then you've got these orthotic inserts. Now, can you see they've got different levels of incline for them? So what you do is you simply slot this piece into this side, and that becomes your completed orthotic insole, and you just take them out and put them into your other shoes as you want to. Remember, having an orthotic insole is all about balancing out how evenly you walk, and actually that can affect various parts of the body as well. Always talk to your doctor and your specialists about about this, but if you're looking for orthotic insoles, here they are for you right now. The details, 307860. Remember, you get a pair of them, plus the 3 different levels of incline in them for just £16.99. Call us now to get yours, 08450 99 99 69. Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really good, and the great thing is it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders, because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere £3.99 to look after your leather. Do you know, I have never heard the expression chuck a boot before. So here is the first for me, and maybe for you as well. Have a look at these. I rather like these actually, and I like them. For me, the feature is the colour actually, because the colour, rather than being singular, is a kind of, it's almost like a marling on the colour. Can you see like a mixture of a sort of darker and lighter? It's almost like 2 shades. Can you see? I don't know why I'm waggling my foot like that. But you can see there are different shades of brown in there. It's more of a conker brown, I would say, this one, so quite a deep, rich brown. But I tell you what balances it out for me is that big, bright, white overstitching there. It gives a contrast, and actually these jeans are just perfect to show you as an example, really, because you can see stitching in jeans is always in contrasting colour, so that kind of, you know, follows and marries in to that as well. It's not a big boot, this one, actually. It doesn't even come up over the ankle, so, you know, it's just a shoe, really, I would say. And just a standard lace up. There's plenty of lace there as well, by the way, so you've got plenty of excess, so there's no sort of struggling with those laces. Price-wise, isn't that good? £34.99, really good price tag for a pair of shoes these days. And you've got 2 different colour options as well. I have to say, for me, although I'm wearing the brown right now, my preference would probably be the black, actually. And again, for the sole reason, pardon the pun, of this contrast stitching. And there's a little piping line of blue down the actual sole itself. Can you see that? Yeah, it's beautiful actually, isn't it? Very nice. Good for £34.99. I think they're a nice pair of shoes. Chuck a boot, new to me, new to you? Well, if it is, pick up the phone and give us a call right now. The lines are open whenever you're watching this. Could be 5 in the morning. I'm here, wide awake, and so are our team on the telephone lines. 08450 99 99 69, or you can go online and shop on the web at paversshoes.tv. Just use the item number 315840. Do you know, I love this time of the year because actually I'm quite a cosy person when it comes to autumn, winter, so I do like a nice sort of snuggly boot. But because I am a little bit shorter, as you can always see on TV, I make studios look massive. I'm actually not that tall myself. I'm only about 5'4", so I need a shoe that's in good proportion to me. This really works actually, because it's a nice kind of autumn boot. I would be out, you know, walking, kicking the leaves, all of that kind of thing. You know, it might be rubbish weather outside. I can wear it, as you can see I am right now, with dark denim, and it works really nicely. Keep your feet really nice and warm. I have to say, there's a little bit of a bounce going on to your step going on here. Now, these are both lace up and zip up as well, which I think is really good. So once you've got the laces correct there on the front, and it's got a nice easy tongue if you want to use them as a standard lace-up. But what I do is get the laces absolutely right and then just use the zip on the side, which is really, really good. And the zip goes all the way down to the bottom. It's got that little bit of sort of a fleecy lining on the inside, which is a little bit warm as well. But once you've got the zip sorted, that's it. They're on and they're off time and time again. Now, I have to say, when it comes to boots like this, you can pay any number of different prices. You can pay 50, 60, 70, 80 pounds or more. And it's not true what they say in my past experience that you do get what you pay for. So if you pay £100 plus, you think, well, I'm going to have the best boots ever. They're going to be so comfortable. No, they might look great, but the comfort isn't necessarily there. This is a great boot. It comes in at a great price, as you can see there, at £39.99. You've got 2 different colours going on as well. So you can go for classic black if you want to, or go for the brown. We're looking at just £39.99. Another plus to these is the plus sizes as well. So we've got half sizes available too. So I'm about a 7, and these are absolutely snug as a bug for me, but you can go for the half sizes as well. £39.99. Well, it's that time of the year again, and time to do a bit of gent shopping now as well, which I always enjoy doing. As you see, I work very closely with our gents buyers in looking at the selections that we've got. And actually, these are spot on. I mean, really, really nice. If you want something good and sturdy and solid for autumn, winter, then this is brilliant. Relife by Pavers again, so it's got that lovely shock absorbency going on in the heel. In fact, it continues right the way through the shoe. The one difference in this one, I would say to others that we've had even in this show, is that they slightly narrow more to the toe. So you might possibly think of maybe going up a size if you want to, if you're worried about being slightly constricted, because these are a slightly more narrow fit. But I tell you what, feature-wise, they're brilliant, because again, once you get the laces sorted, and I'm not sure how well you'll see this, but once you get the laces sorted and adjusted to the right place, again, you use this big, big zip down the side to get yourself in and out, and you can see it's got a nice sort of checkered furry lining in there, which is quite good actually, because that's kind of twofold really. It is decorative, but also it's very warm. Now, what do you think to a black boot over winter? Because actually it doesn't look that far away from a black shoe, does it? You know, you can see from the side profile with a pair of jeans on, it comes up just above the ankle there. But to all intents and purposes, that's quite a smart looking shoe actually, isn't it? You've got 2 different colour options in this one, so the black that I'm wearing here, or you can go for the slightly lighter sort of tan cognac look that we've got here, and you can see all of those design features come out a little bit more when you're looking at the tan. Looks an expensive boot as well, doesn't it? But it comes into you at just £49.99, which I have to say I think is a very, very good buy. Get it in an order with some other bits and pieces as well. Remember, if your order goes over £60, then you are free P&P. Just a word to the wise there. Here's your item details. 315901 is your item. Sizes 6 to 12. Now, it's at this time of the year where it comes to a pair of boots, it's, you know, it's going out, it's kicking the leaves around, it's out walking the dogs, it's out with the grandchildren, whatever it might be. But you want something that's good and comfortable, not as stiff as a board, and something that you don't have to mess around with the laces and buckles and things like that. These could be the perfect ones for you. They're from Relife, so they've got that shock absorbency going on in the heel there, which I think is really, really good. And that doesn't just work on the heel support itself. That kind of, there's sort of like a shock absorbency going on. I know we always show you, but on the Relife, you can see there's a ring of sort of red nodules going around the bottom there, and they pass up into the actual heel itself, and it's almost like it's giving you a massage. And then you've got more cushion support towards the front there. So even when I'm pressing down there with my toes, and you can see there's plenty of wiggle room there as well. These are a wider fit. Actually, you're getting that real nice feeling of almost like stepping into your duvet, if you like. The softness is really, really lovely. Now, in terms of doing these up and undoing them and everything, once you get the laces spot on, which takes a little bit of doing, once you do that, then you can just use the zip to get in and out of them. It's really, really simple. I'll show you. So these come up just above the ankle bone, as you can see, so they actually come up quite high. But once you've got the laces sorted, I've kind of just tucked them in there. That's the way everyone does it these days. And then you can use the zip to get in and out. And you can see it's got a little bit of almost like a shearling looking lining going on there. And very, very easy to do that zip. Bear in mind, these are a brand new pair out of the box, and they're super, super flexible. I don't need to wear them in for weeks or anything like that. They're ready to go. So there are 2 different colours. We've got black and we've got tan. Again, with the black one on this one, slightly more of a sporty profile because of the contrasting on the stitching there and on the stack heel itself. But you just take whichever colour is best for you. And at $49.99, we might be talking Christmas shopping. 315 900 is your item number for these, and they're a good buy, coming in at less than £50. Right, okay, so I've got a nice chunky pair of boots, actually. If you like real business boots, my word, Skechers really do bring it on with these. They've got a fantastic name, as Skechers always do. These are the Skechers Cool Cat Bully 2 chunky leather boots. And I'm only saying that once. They are very chunky, actually. They might look overly chunky on me because I'm slightly shorter. But these are really good. Being Skechers, of course, they're ultra comfortable. They are very, very sturdy. You can see the grip on the sole there really, really is the business. And everything about this is slightly oversized, which I quite like, actually. You know, if you're doing a little bit of... If you were looking for a hiking boot, actually, do you know what? This would serve the purpose without looking too hiking boot-like, if that makes sense. People, when they're doing their adventuring, walking in the woods, walking the dogs, or just walking, you know, on a bit of rubbish day, you know, where it's raining and everything else, you might want something that just doesn't look like a hiking boot, doesn't look too, you know, overly chunky, but this actually I think will do it really, really nicely. And it's a good price tag as well, actually. It comes in at $54.99. And I say, with all due love and respect to Skechers, as I always do, if you visit their own concessions in stores or even their own stores that are out there on the high street, if you notice the average price point, we always pay a few pounds extra for a pair of Skechers, but what they deliver back in terms of comfort, because there's a lot of comfort underfoot on these as well. There's always nice support there. And actually, you've got a pair of shoes here that you spend this now, and you won't need to spend it again for another 20 plus years, I would say. They would just go on and on and on. Listen, if you like these, all you've got to do is jump on the phone lines, give us a call now, 08450 99 99 69, or go to paversshoes.tv on the web and you can see more details there. They really are the business. Now, if you're a walker, I would say this would be the one. I'm dressed completely wrong for walking. I'd have a big jacket on, I'd have a scarf on, I'd have my gloves on and everything, and I'd definitely have these boots on because two reasons why. First of all, I love a Relife boot because they are just brilliant. There's just something about what happens in the heel there that, in conjunction with the actual base of these, which feel like a memory foam, they do exactly what it says on the tin and in the description here. They do a lot of shock absorption. Now, you can see the grip underfoot there is absolutely brilliant and really, really rugged. So whatever kind of terrain you're on, it's not a problem at all. You've got quite big laces on these as well, so you can tie those up and get them to the right kind of, you know, tension for you. And then you can use this big zip on the side to get in and out of the boots. It's really, really dead simple. And as soon as you've got the laces sorted, that's you sorted. Now, these come up just above the ankle, which for me is just right, I have to say. In fact, if I show you from this side, you can see they come just up above the ankle bone. They've got that little bit of detail just going on around the edge there as well. I think these are brilliant. They're good and sturdy. They'll last you for years and years. They will be your go-to because they'll be dead warm. It's like stepping into a pair of slippers, really, but not too hot, not too sweaty at all. These are absolutely brilliant. Now, you have got two different colours to choose from. You've got dark brown, which is the one I've got on right now, and you've also got the black as well. So it's just a case of what you like in terms of the look. I have to say they've got a slightly sportier feel to the black because you've got the contrast between the stitching and the actual colour of the boot itself. But either way, they're an amazing buy at $49.99, and Relife are really, really comfortable. I mean, super. I bought a pair, was it a year ago or the year before, and I am always in them. As soon as it gets cold, that's it. I want my feet to be warm. I don't care what I'm wearing, I will have these on. 315-873 is your item number, $49.99. Now, we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many, many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long, long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really, really good. And the great thing is, it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long, long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere £3.99 to look after your leather.
I love this little shoe kit. You do as well,
I do,
Debbie, don't
yeah,
you?
I do.
You used to do it in red and black, and I have given so many away as presents.
A lovely
People
little gift.
love them because they're so compact.
So
now
neat.
this one looks very, very
Expensive.
expensive.
It does. It's in. We're saying it's bronze, but actually, when you get your hands on it, it's pewter. It's a very, very male-female colour. It doesn't really matter who you are. But it looks very expensive in this colour. I know that. It's got a name on there. A little button. Open it up to show you everything you need for your shoes, your leather shoes, everything. So you have two polishers in the old-fashioned polish tubs with a little twisty thing at the side. We've got black, which we all need black, and we've got a neutral for all the other colours. And then we've got the Shushan brush here, which is a really nifty little brush, very handy, all under elastication to keep them in the place. Then we've got another little pocket here. This one has got the sponge inside it, so you've got your sponge there to rub all your polish in. And then we've got a finishing cloth, a microfiber cloth here to give it a good old rub to get it a good old shine. And again, that's under elastication. And then at the back, again, elasticated strap around it, is a little shoehorn.
So
Every
clever.
single thing you need
for
in one.
£6.99 for yourself
Fabulous.
to take away. It's not heavy. You can
No, it's
pop
not.
it in your bag. Take it away. My dad would have loved this. He
So
loved
would mine.
polishing shoes.
Yes, so would mine.
And that little old retro tin at £6.99. The order code for the Pavers Shoe Care Kit 127015.
Now, in the 5 or so years that I've been around here at Pavers, I don't know how many times I've said that we never ever buy stock, especially for a sale. So what you're seeing right now is genuine savings on styles that have been very, very popular. This boot is beautiful because it's like a big, gorgeous leather cuddle. I love it. It's got a really, really nice kind of wedge heel on it. It's got this nice continuation, and those leathers just look so, so supple and soft. So this is 316846. $69.99 originally, but look at your sale price right now, just $54.99. And Sheila, I just know that you're going to tell me that these are a dream.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. The comfort is second to none, and also we're calling it a standard fit, but the width in the calf is fantastic because a lot of people might have a sportier calf. You've got this vent at the side here of the elastication, plenty of room to tuck your trousers in, but just let me show you the comfort in the bottom. The leather is exquisite, so soft, and then just look at that wedge detail. It just oozes into the floor, which is just fantastic.
They look a dream, and you know what it's like at this time of the year. You don't want to be cold, you want to feel cosseted. I can just see exactly what you're going to be wearing on one of those days where you go out for a nice crisp winter walk or out to the markets or whatever it might be. Amazing. I mean, really, really nice. You can see the comfort. It's absolutely jumping out of your TV screen right now. And what about the price tag, Sheila?
I know, that is phenomenal for a great pair of boots with all that beautiful soft leather and then all the comfort as well.
It's very tempting, isn't it? 316846 is your item number. Take advantage of the sale. The sizes that we have are in that white bar at the bottom of the screen. If your size is there, we have it here for you to buy at saving of a £15 saving per pair, which is brilliant news. Now the next one's moving so quickly. I only just have this one here to show you actually, because this is really, really popular. 316559 is the item number. This is the Pavers leather calf boot with a wedge heel. It comes in black and its price tag originally, let me just double check, $69.99, now just $54.99. Now this is beautiful because the leather is so kitten soft, but you can already see that it's got this lovely sort of ruche already built into the leather, but you can see, oh my word, you have to see this, because you have to see what I've just felt on the inside as well, which is the most beautiful kitten soft microfiber lining, which is absolutely beautiful for this time of the year. Now, underfoot as well, you have got lots and lots of comfort. That, honestly, is so smooth and so beautiful. It really is. I should stop doing that. People will start worrying. Yeah, in the bottom, you've got lots and lots of padded cushioning going on. Nice, simple zip with a storm flap that goes all the way to the top. And you've got a wedge bottom there as well, which are great. Again, it just adds to the flexibility of these. I mean, honestly, right the way through, the leathers are so soft and so supple. That's beautiful. Let's look at price tag then, shall we, for you? £69.99 originally on these. Now we're looking at just £54.99. Now, have a little look down at the bottom of the screen for you right there. Have a look at the sizes that are available. Fingers crossed your size is there, because we started off with a wide size range, size 3 through to size 8. We are now at the mercy of what is in the warehouse, but if you want something so soft, so super supple as well, and really nice and warm on the inside, then this is the one to go for. 316,959. Now it's coming in at just £54.99, which is really phenomenal value for money. So winter sale right now, we've broken down into shows for you as well. So if you are looking for some long boots, this show is absolutely for you. This is a big saving on these as well. Have a little look. 315836 is your item number for the knee-high boots there, in black or in chestnut. And I have to say, the colour tones in the chestnut are absolutely stunning from what I can see right here. £54.99 originally. Now, though, sale price is just £39.99. Again, the sizes will disappear quite quickly in these, so there is no reason either, Sheila, for us to do a sale at all on long boots. They'll always be popular.
They'll always be popular, and we've always got such a great choice. I love this one. It's a little bit more casual in its look.
Yes.
A little bit more chunky on its sole, so if you're out there in all sorts of weathers, that's going to be fantastic. You've got a great grip under there, and also on the upper, it's all man-made, so really easy to keep clean. And I love this colour because it's got like a colour brushing on top, which is really nice. And again, it's a standard fit, but there's still room to tuck your trousers in, or if you've got that little bit of a wider calf. I'm liking this detail on the top as well.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? It's gorgeous. It's like what I imagine Belgian chocolate to look like when they're stirring it. Do you know what I mean?
With
Just
a bit of
before
a
they set
caramel
it.
going through.
It is beautiful. It's a luscious colour, I have to say. If your size is there available at the bottom of the screen, take advantage. It's a big sale saving here as well. £15 saved per pair as well, which I think is really amazing value for money. Always great value for money here at Pavers anyway. 315836 with your buy and try money back guarantee in place, even though we're in the sale. Call us now, 08450 99 99 69, and treat yourself to a brand new pair of gorgeous boots. It's so nice to be able to bring you a sale which you know is completely and utterly genuine. It's brilliant, it really is. Have a look at these, because this is all about feasting your eye on some fabulous new boots here. And remember, they are all brand new, all very popular styles. It's easy to forget sometimes, Sheila, isn't it, that these styles have been phenomenally popular.
I know.
We're just talking it's the end of the season.
Absolutely, and we'll be going into sort of spring things that we've actually got boots. But the thing is, in this country, when you think about it, we wear boots, ankle boots
all year round.
Absolutely. Maybe just for maybe a few weeks through the summer that we're not wearing our ankle boots.
Well, listen, summer. The last summer we had was like an Easter weekend, wasn't it?
I know, but you're going to get your wear out of a pair of boots. These are a little bit different. They're more of a mat on the upper. It's all man-made, but I love the back there. It's all elastication, and don't think it's not going to be able to give, because these ties, these laces are all elastic as well. So you've got all the give through the back there. And it's a little bit like a cowboy boot in its style, in the actual foot of the boot, but a really nice look to them. I love the heel as well.
I can see Cher in a pair of these.
Do you know? Very much so.
They are they're a little bit Cher-esque, aren't they, I think?
Definitely.
They are lovely. They're a great price as well. £39.99 they were originally. Now, though, we're looking at just $34.99.
That's a brilliant price for a really good pair of boots and really comfortable as well.
They
Yeah.
look it, actually.
They are.
Be another one on your list if you're not careful. 316693 is your item number. Jump to the phone lines now. They're open 24 hours. 08450 9999 69 is the magic number. And there are other boots in the sale as well, by the way, which you can see if you have a look on our website at pavershoes.tv. Just saying. Some calf boots for you now as well, with a really, really nice sort of texture coming around the back, just to allow that extra little bit of stretch as well, which I think is really lovely. 316960 is your item number. It is the Pavers leather calf boot with the wedge heel there in black. Now, $54.99 is the price tag right now for you in the sale, which is brilliant. That's come down from $69.99. And again, these are like that lovely cuddled, Sheila, aren't they?
Fabulous. They are really soft, beautiful leather insole as well. And the beauty about a calf boot is that it sits just underneath the widest part of your calf. So if you do have that wider calf, that sportier calf, it sits underneath, but then, like you say, you've got this sort of fabric at the back that gives you that little bit of give as well.
I love that. So it keeps them nice and trim and streamlined,
definitely.
doesn't it?
And also, I mean, underfoot, you've got all that give in that lovely wedge there, so it's really nice and spongy when you walk.
They are lovely.
Nice boots.
They look
yeah.
so nice. They've got a really nice profile to them. There's no interruption. There's no big sort of embellishments or anything else. If you want something just that little bit sleeker, just a lovely winter boot, actually. You know, if you're going out and, you know, and walking, kicking around the leaves, whatever, you just want something that feels that little bit more warming and enclosed, then these are perfect. And a lovely sale price as well, $69.99 to just $54.99. But remember, we are at the mercy of the stock here, because we don't buy styles especially for sale here. So you've already got a boot that's very, very popular and just the sizes that we see at the bottom of the screen. So if you want to jump in right now for your size, give us a call, 08450 9999 69, and you buy on the web, of course, at pavershoes.tv. A lovely little treat. It's always nice shopping in the sale, isn't it? Well, we talk about Relife all the time here at Pavers, and you know how comfortable Relife is. If you have any pair of Relife boots or shoes right now, you know you're in for a good time. This is brilliant. I'm telling you now, what you have here is a wonderful knee-high boot from Relife. I mean, you can see how buttery soft these are already, can't you? But they've got that little bit of added magic that comes with Relife as well. There's two colours you've got there are black and cognac. Sheila's gone for the cognac and they just look a dream.
They are fabulous. I mean, Relife in the sale.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Oh, can I just tell you the
Yes.
size of the saving as well? $64.99 to just $49.99.
Fantastic.
I
I mean,
know.
these are a wider fit, what we used to call comfort fit,
Yeah.
but there's an added little secret. At the back here, I've actually got this zip, which, if you wanted that tighter fit, you can bring the zip up if you wanted
Oh,
to.
brilliant.
So let's say you just had your opaque tights on and you wanted that neater fit, you can do that, or you can just loosen the zip and have it with that vent. And just let me show you inside how furry and soft that is.
They do
It's
look a dream.
gorgeous.
Listen, I would say, ladies, if your size is on the screen right now, do take advantage, because that's one of the biggest savings that I've seen in the sale as well. $64.99 down to just $49.99. So if down there in that white bar your size is there, we have them. I would jump on it. You can do it now, whatever time of day you're watching the show. You can call us, we'll be there. Just call out our name and we'll be there. 08450 9999 69. Could have done without the song. Just press the mute button and pick up the phone, I would say. 08450 9999 69. Pavershoes.tv on the web. Great to have a pair of Relife in the sale, and such a big, big saving. So welcome to our winter sale collection. This is, I'm telling you right now, an opportunity for you to make big, big savings. It's really, really good. And remember, these are styles that have been with us right the way through winter. But, of course, we're preparing for a new season, so some sale offerings just for you. And we've got something for everyone. in this selection too. So this is the Pavers wide leg knee-high boot. This is really, really lovely. And again, bringing that knitted cuff in as well, which has been so popular over the last couple of seasons. It seems to be something that comes back every winter as well, which is lovely. Because it does give you that nice warm feeling as well. Now these come in 2 different colours. Originally $47.99. Now that price comes in just under the £40 mark at $39.99, which is great value for money. Really, really nice. And actually, the tone of the tan in these, Sheila, as well, is really, it's light and nutty. It's almost hazelnutty,
I was
isn't
just
it?
looking at the tan on the boot that goes with your shirt. It's got sort of like terracotta tinges in
Yes,
there.
yeah.
But I love that knitted cuff around the top. Now, it's a standard fit on the shoe, on the actual boot, but there's a little bit more room in there because I'm a standard fit, but there's definitely room for me to put a sock on. But it's great that we've got different widths, different sizes in the shoe, and obviously with this one it's more of a relaxed fit, and then you've got that width there to tuck your trousers in, any type of trousers you want to tuck in, or even, you know, if you do have that little bit of a wider calf. So we've got somebody, like you say for everybody.
Absolutely. 316463 is your item number there. You've got a nice wide size range there as well, 3 through to 8. Fingers crossed your size is there at the bottom of the screen. If you've looked everywhere else for a boot, this could be the one, couldn't it? 316463 at $39.99. Now, if you like a little bit of flexibility in your boots as well and that freedom to move around, you don't want something that's absolutely caging your leg in, I want you to have a look at these, because whether you've seen them before or not, one, you've got the flexibility in these, and 2, you've got the sale price to enjoy as well. So again, another one of our more considered boots, originally at £84.99, and these have been very, very well received and have sold very, very well, I have to say. They're going to fly out even quicker right now with a sale saving of £20 per pair. $64.99 we are looking at right now, and again, the tailoring on these is exquisite, I have to say, and they are leather through and through. You lucky, lucky things with that beautiful stretch, Sheila, at the back.
Oh, Derek.
Oh no, not another one.
I don't know what to do.
Oh, not another one. I've seen that face again.
No, I've got so many decisions to make in this show.
They do suit you so well, that's the
they're
thing.
Will you stop telling me things like
Sorry,
that,
sorry,
Derek?
sorry.
I mean, they are fantastic. The look of them is beautiful. The leather is fabulous. And then the secret bit, you've got the stretch at the back there.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what calf fitting you are, these are going to be fabulous. I think the detail's lovely on them.
Oh, she's fallen.
I certainly have.
She's fallen.
And they're my fitting. They're a standard fit, but
Yeah.
plenty of room for your toes to wiggle. I think I've sold them to myself, actually, Derek, these.
You're a 6, aren't you?
Yeah.
I don't know if that size is there at the bottom of the screen, but if it is, it might disappear sooner than you think. Jump on the phone lines and grab them. They are good. And there's a big saving as well, isn't it? And I think sometimes that's a factor, isn't it? $84.99 to just $64.99. Well, I've given her another reason now. Stop me now, someone. 316319. Quick, grab them before Sheila does. An amazing, amazing boot. Now we're revving up the action a little bit here because we've got a leather rider boot as well with lots and lots of detail and a massive sale saving as well. Have a little look. 316776 is your item number. This has feature after feature after feature, I have to say, because it's quilted. It's got the really, really nice detail at the back. It's got the stack heel at the bottom there as well. And of course, that beautiful, beautiful long length zip. So in and out of these is very, very easy as well. It's brilliant. Sheila, love these.
Do you know what's fabulous about them as well? Even though, like, at the back of the boot looks very designer, a certain French designer, but these are extra wide. So to find a real lovely fashion boot that are extra wide is fantastic. So you've got room around the calf, you've got room in the body of the boot as well, which is fantastic. You've got all that comfort, and let me just tell you, the lining inside feels like velvet.
Does it?
Absolutely. It's like a microfiber, but it feels like velvet. They are fabulous boots.
I love the way that we offer so much more, Sheila, because quite often the criticism of a long boot is, well, couldn't quite get them on. Loved the style, but couldn't quite get them all the way to the top. And actually, this is really, really good because as well as that extra capacity, you've got venting on there as well.
Yes.
So it does allow for
Yeah.
even more flex. So it's a wider fit. It's a more accommodating fit for you as well. And look at the price tag, $69.99 originally, but you lucky people, £15 saved on every single pair of these right now in the winter sale. So just $54.99. So if you want to take advantage, remember you've got that buy and try money back guarantee. It's ever so important. Same terms and conditions even when we're in sale, which is brilliant. So you've got a 45-day money back guarantee. Try them on at home, get them home and see them. Brilliant price. Now you have got one of our most considered boots ordinarily in terms of price tag here, with a whopping saving, which is brilliant in the winter sale. So maybe you've had your eye on these before, maybe you've seen them in one of the shows previously and thought to yourself, ooh, I like them, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to stretch out quite that far. How about a little sale saving on these? These are our Pavers leather block heel knee boot. Oh, that's a lot of words, isn't it? 312847 is your item number. I have to say the colours are absolutely beautiful. And because these are a nice full length boot for you as well, our previous price, $84.99. Beautiful, really, really nice. You can see all of the leather that goes into this and the workmanship as well. Now down to just $69.99, which is really, really good. And bear in mind, that qualifies for free postage as well, an order on these, even with the sale saving, plus that full 45-day money-back guarantee. Very tempting, Sheila.
Oh, don't, Derek. The only decision I need to make is what colour.
Colour. I think you're wearing the colour that's be perfect for you, don't you?
Fantastic. I mean, the tailoring on this boot is phenomenal. I love the styling. The comfort is fabulous because you've got quite a chunky sole, keeps you off the ground, that really nice block heel, plenty of room for your toes to wiggle. They are a wider fit. Now, I'm a standard fit, but I could wear these easily just with a bit of a thicker sock. I just think this colour, we're calling it tan, but it's a richer colour than a tan.
It's like a, yeah, it's difficult to describe actually. It's kind of, it's everything you want it to be, isn't it, really?
It's fabulous.
It's beautiful.
I love this boot.
They are nice. $69.99.
Do I need any more boots, Derek?
Oh, is that ever the question though, Sheila?
No.
Don't ask me. Don't ask me. You'll ignore the answer anyway.
I will.
312847. Enjoy.
If you love zip tags, you're going to love this bag. I'd say it was for the young or the young at heart, this bag. But look, again, you've got your zips on the front here. Really lovely, like designer zip tags on there. We've got an opening there with another zip pocket on the front there. Turn it round, there's a zip pocket on the back. Two on the top here, one that opens up and you've got room in there, open pockets in there for your phone. I always say your chocolate, it could be for anything, couldn't you? Keys and things like that. And then another zip pocket here with plenty of room for all your goodies in there. I just love all the stripes on the very, very long adjustable strap. Let's have a look at the colours. You've got black multi, burgundy multi, and grey multi. Oh, they're all nice, aren't they? I love all of those. And the strap, as I say, it could be across the body bag. Oh, it is across the body bag, because I say it's long enough to be that. Let's have a look at Linda. She has got the, well, they've called it burgundy multi. I'd call that a crushed raspberry myself. It's really lovely colour, though, isn't it? Beautiful pink, that one. 317107 is your item code number. The Pavers casual cross-body bag. Black multi, burgundy multi, that's the burgundy one you're seeing there, or the grey multi. The grey is more of a biscuit anyway. £24.99. I know. All you have to do is give us a call, 08450 99 99 69. That's your phone number. www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come in and buy it on the web. Look at all this punched out detail. Isn't it lovely? Now, do you know what colour they call this? Guess. Guess. Nut. This is called nut, this one, and the other one is called charcoal. Somebody had a good day, didn't they, in the naming department? So look, you've got your lovely big straps on the side here. Oh, look, I've just seen the big tassel. How did I miss that? That's like an elephant's tail, isn't it? So you've got the cutout detailing here. You've got lovely studding here. I'm thinking people are going to think you've brought this back from a rather exotic holiday, aren't they? Open it up, lovely magnetic clasp there. You've got your zip pocket in the middle to keep your purse in and your phone. You've got little pockets on the side there for your little nibbles and everything. And look how deep that bag is. How brilliant is that? It's not leather, it's a man-made fibre, so I'm sure you could wipe it clean. Now, is it oh, it's the same cutout on the charcoal one. You can see Linda's got the charcoal one. Oh, no, there it is on the table first of all. Linda's got the one with the charcoal. Isn't it nice? Oh, I don't know which colour I like best now. I'm a bit confused. 316568 is your item code number. It's called the Pavers Cutout Tote Bag. Oh, they could have... Anyway, charcoal, that's the grey, or nut, that's the brown one. £29.99. How brilliant. Which one are you going to go for? I think they're both lovely. I'm thinking the nut. 08450 99 99 69 is your telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come. Look at all of our bags. If this isn't for you, go to the web and look at all the bags.
I love this little shoe kit. You do as well,
I do,
Debbie, don't
yeah,
you?
I do.
You used to do it in red and black, and I have given so many away as presents.
A lovely
People
little gift.
love them because they're so compact.
So
now
neat.
this one looks very, very
Expensive.
expensive.
It does. It's in. We're saying it's bronze, but actually, when you get your hands on it, it's pewter. It's a very, very male-female colour. It doesn't really matter who you are. But it looks very expensive in this colour. I know that. It's got a name on there, a little button. Open it up to show you everything you need for your shoes, your leather shoes, everything. So you have two polishes in the old-fashioned polish tubs with a little twisty thing at the side. We've got black, which we all need black, and we've got a neutral for all the other colours. And then we've got the shoe shine brush here, which is a really nifty little brush, very handy, all under elastication to keep them in the place. Then we've got another little pocket here. This one has got the sponge inside it, so you've got your sponge there to rub all your polish in. And then we've got a finishing cloth, a microfiber cloth here to give it a good old rub to get it a good old shine. And again, that's under elastication. And then at the back, again, elasticated strap around it is a little shoehorn.
So
Every
clever.
single thing you need
For
in one.
£6.99 for yourself
Fabulous.
to take away. It's not heavy. You can
No, it's
pop
not.
it in your bag, take it away. My dad would have loved this. He
So
loved
would mine.
polishing shoes.
Yeah, so would mine.
And that little old retro tin. At
Yes.
£6.99, the order code for the Pavers Shoe Care Kit, 127015. Hello there. Now, did you know about all the delivery options that Pavers offer you?
Well, standard delivery is £2.99 per order and free on orders over £60.
However, if you want your order the very next day, we offer express delivery for just £4.99 per order.
And this is just half price, £2.99 when you spend over £60.
And we also offer free delivery to store.
So see the website for all the details and the best options just to suit you.
I'm not sure what this fabric is, but it feels lovely. It feels like a canvasy with a coating on it. Anyway, I love the contrast in the colours. Look at this. This is obviously the grey multi that I've got here with the lovely magenta zips. One there, one on the back, and then let's have a look inside. Oh, nice. Now, the lining is like a wash bag lining. Oh, there's another one in there. Look, another zip pocket in there. The lining is like a wash bag lining, so brilliant if you have any spillages or anything like that. Again, it's a crossbody bag. 3 different colourways. We've got it in the black multi. We've got it in the burgundy multi, which is, again, the raspberry one. Or we've got it in the grey multi, which is a kind of biscuity colour. It's £22.99, but look how nice it looks. Linda's got it on across the body there. Really, really, and it's got plenty of room for all sorts of goodies inside your bag there. I just think it's a lovely everyday bag. It's not glamorous, it's not a going out bag, but it's a really, really lovely everyday bag, this one. 317108 is your item code number. It's called the Pavers Casual Crossbody Bag. Black multi, that's the burgundy multi that you're seeing there, and grey multi, £22.99. So easy to buy. 08450 99 99 69. That's the phone number. Our operators are there waiting to take your calls right now. Or www.pavershoes.tv if you want to come in, have a look at all of our other bags as well, or buy on the web.
Now, who knew that pain in your shoulder might be caused from your feet? I had no idea. But a lot of people I know who've been for examinations for joint pain have been suggested to them that they try orthotics for their shoes, and it might be you as well. Here, a lot of people have come to ask us whether we have orthotic insoles, and yes, we do. Here they are. They are brilliant. 307860 is the WalkFit Platinum Orthotic Woman's Insole. You choose your shoe size, and these just slip into your regular shoe, so you can take them from pair to pair. Now, it has a gel-filled support support at the heel, and then you've got these orthotic inserts. Now, can you see they've got different levels of incline for them? So what you do is you simply slot this piece into this side, and that becomes your completed orthotic insole, and you just take them out and put them into your other shoes as you want to. Remember, having an orthotic insole is all about balancing out how evenly you walk, and actually that can affect various parts of the body as well. Always talk to your doctor and your specialists about this, but if you're looking for orthotic insoles, here they are for you right now. The details, 307860. Remember, you get a pair of them, plus the 3 different levels of incline in them for just £16.99. Call us now to get yours, 08450 99 99 69.
Do you want to find the nearest Pavers store to you? Well, it's really easy.
Go to website, pop in your postcode, and you'll find the nearest store to where you live.
We've recently opened stores in Stansted Park and Temple Patrick, and our Walsall and Spalding stores have had a makeover to give them a fresh new look.
So if you want to keep up to date with our latest store openings, then have a look on our Facebook page for all the latest info, or use the store locator to find your nearest one today.
Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really good, and the great thing is it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders, because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere £3.99 to look after your leather. Welcome to Step Into Spring 2020. I can't believe I thought about this the other day, Sheila. We're alive in the year 2020.
We are, Derek.
Do you know way back when?
Yes, I suppose so.
And you thought 2020, well, that's so far away. I might not even live that long. And here we are. We've all made it. Congratulations, everyone. We've made it to 2020. Right, let's buy some new shoes now. We're going to start with some gorgeous Mary Janes, some very colourful Mary Janes as well, actually. You'll see that this season and this year as well, by the way, reds, mustards, and lovely navies are featuring quite strongly, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think the red is just gorgeous. If you just want to change your outfits a little bit, you want to just do something a little bit bolder, the red would be absolutely perfect.
They are lovely. I mean, I love the way that these almost have like a little bit of a broguing detail going on as well, don't they?
Yeah, sort of with a feminine touch to them, very feminine touch, because you've got the stitch work, you've got the punched out detail, you've got like the fluting around the edge at the front there as well, also around the strap. You've got that lovely embellishment of this disc on the side here. This is one touch fastening, so really nice and secure and easy to get on and off. Really lovely shaping at the front as well. I mean, obviously this is a Mary Jane by Loretta Mr. Hackham, so you know you're going to get perfect quality, beautiful leather, gorgeous leather insole as well, and encasing the foot, and then you're always going to have fabulous grip underneath. And this is a shoe that's going to be in your wardrobe for years to come.
Oh, forever and ever and ever. They might still be there in 2040. You never know. 3 colours this time, black, navy and red. And I can't look at the red, Linda, without thinking I'm ready for you to burst into the tango or the flamenco. I can see the big
Yes.
maxi skirt.
Yeah.
I was
and
going
all
to say
sorts-
Yellow Brick Road then, but
Oh,
anyway.
it could be. Yeah, no, it could be, couldn't it? Dorothy, you going home?
So I'll just click my heels.
Yeah.
That's
Take me
it.
home.
No, we
Yes.
need you here. We've got a lot more show to go yet.
No, I love them, absolutely gorgeous. If you want to just inject a bit of colour into your wardrobe without having to buy, you know, outfits, this would be fabulous. I just love that pillar box red. It's just gorgeous, looks so expensive. One touch fastening there. I love that little bit of detail as well.
Nice, isn't
Yes,
it?
it is.
Just those finishing touches that they've brought to this Mary Jane, which is just brings it bang up to date, doesn't it? It makes
Yeah.
it really sort of on trend.
It is, yeah. It's lovely. Well, it's 2020. Welcome, everyone, to a new you. 311891 is your item number then for these. They are the Loretta Touch Fasten Mary Jane for just $42.99. Time for a moccasin now. I would say a moccasin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different colour choices in this moccasin as well. So it could be one of those. Are there two blacks in there? There are two black, aren't there? So one's black and one's called a black multi. Oh, because it's got a little bit of burgundy in the little weave at the top. Very nice.
I think they're lovely. I think they're quite a dressy moccasin, obviously, but with a moccasin, generally speaking, it does have quite a flat sort of look to it. But
Yes.
this has got a little bit of a heel and slightly tapered at the front there, which is really nice. So I just think, you know, this one, I mean, this silver is just beautiful. And with this sort of plaited work across there, you've actually got sort of really sort of pastel colours, lavenders, you've got a little bit of gold. I think that is just gorgeous. You've got the apron front, which is really nice with the stitch work. Then inside, can you see all that extra padding, which is just beautiful. That is just lovely. And inside it's all leather. You've got the leather upper as well, and it's sort of pearlized on the top, isn't it, with that silver, which is lovely.
It's nice because it's a nice muted silver as well. It's not a painted,
No, it's not
loud,
shouty.
shouting one.
No,
it's
not
nice,
at
isn't it?
all.
Shall we have a quick look at the colours then? Because there are 5 different colours to choose from. So you have black multi, which has got a little bit of burgundy and navy in that that part at the top. You've got white multi, black, silver, and blue. And blue has a little bit of something else going on, Linda, as well there.
Yeah, it's got the tans and the beiges
Yeah.
and the taupes and that you can introduce into your wardrobe. You know, you've probably got lots of things. You maybe a taupe handbag that will go with it, or a navy bag. I think these are really lovely. This is something I would wear every single day. You know, because it's so comfortable, looks so smart. Opaque tights, that would look nice. You know, maybe a nice skirt, knitted dress. I think they're gorgeous, and the leather is just so flexible and so soft. Nice little heel there, but it's quite a spongy heel actually.
And
Really
they,
nice.
they fit you lovely, Linda, because
do.
they are a standard
Yeah,
fit.
perfect.
Yeah, so the fit for you is perfect. But yes, when you were actually sort of squidging that heel, you could see all the comfort,
Yeah.
coming from the shoe, which is just fantastic.
I think I want to use that word, that one word that kind of says it all with these, which is effortless.
Yeah, they are really.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's an easy choice to make
Classic.
this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Classic. 308407 is your item number then. 5 different colours, black, multi, blue, silver, and the white multi. Coming in at $37.99. Nice size range there as well, ranging between size 2 and size 9. Remember, if your size is on the graphics at the bottom of the screen, we have them. You can buy them right now, 24 hours a day on the phone lines and the website. Do you know what I see in front of me right now when I look at the colours is the most beautiful, delicious selection of ice creams. Because I'm seeing, like, go with me, Sheila, on this one.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing a
Looking
lovely sort of
strangely.
cappuccino ice cream here. I'm seeing a pistachio ice cream here. Blueberry ice cream, which I don't think even exists, so I'll say bubblegum instead. And then with this one, you've got a lovely sort of mango sorbet going on. That's what I see. Think these shoes are delicious. You had these on earlier, didn't you?
I did, and they are fantastic. They are so soft. The leather is beautiful. Now, they're just quite a unique looking shoe. If you saw this in the window of a shoe shop, you would be drawn to them straight away
Yes.
because they are just that little bit different. The leather is so supple. I mean, it is just beautiful. It's all being gathered in by this lace here that's all elasticated, so you can draw them in a little bit tighter if you need to. You've got that cross stitch all around the bottom, which is lovely. Inside you've got the leather insole there. All around the edging is all beautiful leather as well. Then you've got this sole unit just on a tiny little heel there, but again really, really flexible, which is just gorgeous. And then you've got that fabulous grip underneath as well. That's a bit like honeycomb under there.
It is. You have 5 different colours to choose from, so let's hop, skip and jump through them. You have got, let's try and work this out, shall we? You've got tan, you have khaki, you have navy, you have red, and also, Linda, we have pink as well. And actually, Sheila, these you had the pink on earlier,
Yes,
didn't
I
you?
did. Yeah, I think they're lovely. I mean, you can just see how beautiful and supple they are. And the laces are just a little bit different because they're all elastication. You've got the the ends of the laces, which is all leather. I mean, they must be so comfortable on your
Oh, they
foot,
are,
Linda.
Sheila. They are. And I've just tied mine up just a little bit tighter.
Yeah.
Because you can adjust them.
Absolutely.
And I think my feet must have swelled up the afternoon, so I've just given them a little bit more of a tight. So
Well, the
it's
thing
great they
is-
can adjust them.
Yeah, because they are a standard fit, but I think anybody with a wider foot, they would be fine because you could loosen
Yeah.
that lace a little bit, and because the leather is so supple, it would accommodate a wider foot.
And just to finish the ice cream analogy, that is a soft strawberries and cream. Oh,
Nice.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not here for the whole show. So you've got pink, you have got tan, you've got khaki, you've got navy, and you've got red there as well. $39.99. These are beautiful, really, really nice indeed. So next up for you, we have got, and I love it when shoemakers do this, and it's only really the ones that hand make that can do this, because they've given that instant vintage to the leathers here. Again, it's Mr. Hackham, so it's Loretta again, but you've got real, I mean, if you have a look at the 4 colours there, you can see there's that instant kind of, almost like somebody's worn them in for you for a wee while.
Yeah, I think they sort of look established.
Yes, slightly
Yes.
distressed.
Yeah, very much so. It's sort of like, I know it sounds a bit strange, a little bit like a crumpled leather.
Yes.
But it does give it that sort of aged, antique look. And I think that you see in a lots of leather jackets and leather bags as
yes.
well. So if you've got something like that in your wardrobe, to team up with these would be fantastic. This style has been around a long, long time within pavers. We just changed the colours a little bit. Also, this one, it's got a slight scalloped edge around the front there that just gives it a point of difference. You've got the one-touch fastening, which you can bring right across and then just fasten it where you need to. You've got extra padding around the heel cup there. You've got the leather insole, and then around the edges of the foot, once you've popped your foot inside, it's all microfiber, and that's padded as well. So you've got perfect comfort. It's on a slight wedge there, which again is just giving you that little bit of lift from the floor. Really lightweight, great sort of rubberized sole, so you've got that grip and that comfort there. So again, it is something that, you know, I could just see a pair of really sort of fancy tights with these, or maybe some opaque tights.
Would you call that burgundy?
No.
Okay, what would you call it? Because I'm thinking, I don't know if I'm seeing...
Brick.
Perfect.
Do you reckon brick?
Yes.
Red brick.
Yes.
I think
Good
so.
old-fashioned red brick, you're right.
Yes.
Here are the other colours as well, very, very quickly, so we can nip to Linda. Black, navy, and Linda, you've got tan, haven't you?
Tan,
Which is actually not
rich,
tan, is it?
It's a sort of rich
Darker.
brown, dark.
It's like chocolatey,
Chocolate.
really, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I said
It is.
conker before.
Conker, yeah, that's true.
Conker. Yes,
Yeah.
I think
Conker
conker.
dipped in chocolate. Don't try that at home. How do they feel then?
Absolutely gorgeous. This is, you know, a popular shoe of ours. It just, we sell, don't we? People just love it, and I just think it's just fantastic. It's because the leather and the design is just gorgeous, isn't it?
Yes. Just works, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's one of those, isn't it?
It is.
We could
Yeah.
be, again, if we're still here in 10, 15 years' time, this style will still be here. Colours may change, style will remain the same, because sometimes you can't improve on perfection. 316087 is your item number then, 41.99. Do you know, I think it's true to say that whenever you see or you look at a pair of Lorettas, I mean, these have in the description the word handmade, but you can take it as given that all of the Lorettas have that hand attention to detail, that hand finishing.
Oh, for
because
sure.
he insists upon it.
He
doesn't
does.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
And we do.
really hands-on,
Yes.
is Mr. Hacken.
Yes.
You know, which is fantastic, because you don't see that in a lots of sort of manufacturing companies.
No.
But he lives in Turkey. He sources the most beautiful leathers. They're always really high-quality leathers that seem to have longevity. They last. They're just beautiful. I mean, this is his signature Mary Jane,
Yes,
really.
it is.
We've seen this one before, but he just changes maybe the colourway, maybe the stitching, and I think this is lovely. You've got the leather upper, you've got the one-touch fastening that actually comes across to adjust the little disc on the side there. At the back here, you've got extra padding for comfort around the heel, and inside you've got that leather insole, all textile around the edge, but that's slightly padded as well, so it's really comfortable. And then you've got that slight sort of cut into wedge there, and then fabulous grip underneath.
And that is signature Loretta. It's nicely rounded, it's nice and soft, it's got fantastic leathers through and through, and you'll have these for years and years and years. Right, okay, here comes, it's time to make the choice. We've got 4 different colours available for you. How you choose between them, it's a difficult one this year, because it's one of those years where different trend colours are
true.
coming in and others are phasing out. So you've got a black, which is always a classic, an evergreen there. Navy as well, it's always on a lot of people's list. Again, it's rising up the charts for the last few years. Again, it's coming back, navy. It's very much back with us. Burgundy, always a trend colour for the early part of the year as well. Lots of people like to mix it in to try and introduce colour. And then you've got denim. Now, denim works all year round.
Yes, it does.
But again, if you want to make a slightly bolder colour statement at this time of the year, then denim is perfect. Now, can I show you denim and black on Linda? Because you think, actually, that it's not meant to work, but it does, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I've got a bit of grey in my blouse that pours the denim in as well. Yeah,
Yes,
it
it
works. I mean, this is, you could wear something like this all year round. Even now, I could put them on opaques, maybe a knitted dress, and look lovely. But then equally, I could wear them to a christening or a wedding.
Yeah.
You know, dress them up with a hat. You know, so they are really ones that you can dress up, dress down, but really comfortable. The leathers are fantastic.
And they're so nicely tailored and rounded as well. They're a real joy. You've probably seen these before, and they are always very, very popular. $41.99. Do you know, Sheila, if we're sat here in, let's not hedge our bets, let's say 10 years' time.
Right.
Because that's not too far away, is it,
No,
really,
no,
in the
no,
big
no, no.
scheme of things? I was going to say 30, and then I thought, oh, I don't know by then. But in 10 years' time,
Yeah. Okay.
Loretta will still be one of our headline acts.
For sure.
at
I'd
Pavers.
love to know how long Mr. Hackham has been making shoes. I know it's a long, long, long,
Yes,
long
because it
time.
could be previous generations of his family as well, maybe.
Absolutely.
We'll have to find out, won't we?
Yes, we will. But he's a lovely man. Debbie's told us all about him. We've actually seen a picture of him.
We have got a picture somewhere in our library, haven't we, I think,
Yes.
of Mr. Hackham?
And these are beautiful Turkish leathers. You've got a leather upper, a leather insole, and what a fabulous look. I love that navy and tan. I think it's a gorgeous combination. It's a Mary Jane with a little bit of a difference. You've got the one-touch fastening. Then you can see all that beautiful leather encasing your foot inside. All that nice punched out detail across the front, so it just breaks it up a little bit. And then you've got the strap detail in the tan here, really nice at the back as well. And then you've got a fabulous grip underneath. I think that's a lovely, stylish shoe.
Do you know what? It's surprising, Sheila, how many people I bump into in work life, because, you know, here, there and everywhere. I've bumped into 2 different people on 2 entirely separate channels, one about jewellery making and one about crafting. And they've both individually said to me, oh my word, I love those Lorettas. I just, I just want to buy. I live in them.
Yes.
And people do live in their Lorettas. Here are the 2 colours then you've got in this one. So you have got that lovely navy and tan, but you also have a taupey taupe as well, which does have a lovely navy running through it. And that's a really interesting colour mix, isn't it, Linda?
Yeah, unusual, isn't it?
Yes.
I really like it because you
Yeah.
can put all your navies together, your beiges together, and your browns, and mix it all. I know, I love this.
It changes the look of the taupe taupe,
It does.
doesn't
It
it?
looks a total different shoe, doesn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
The tan and the navy.
Yeah.
But really lovely, really easy to put on as well, really comfortable. You've got, I love that one, Tish Fastening, which is great if your feet swell up in the afternoon or you're flying. Absolutely love these. I mean, they are a favourite of our ladies out there.
Oh, definitely.
And I'm not surprised why, because they just tick all the boxes
Yes,
that you
they
want
do.
in
They do.
a shoe.
Linda, have you seen these before?
No, never seen them.
No,
Sheila,
these
no.
are new to me.
Yeah,
new to
so
me.
I think
Yeah.
this is a new colour mix, isn't it? In both of these, actually. I don't think any of us have seen these before. And listen, if you have a collection of Lorettas, you know them, you love them, you trust them, those wonderful soft Turkish leathers, have a look at the two colour choices here, navy and tan, and you've got your taupey taupe there as well, which has a lovely bit of denim blue running through it as well. They are beautiful. And look at that price tag. Again, keeping these under £40. And these are stunning. If you like your colour choices, oh my word, you have got the perfect leather loafer going on here. If you love your red, white and blue, sorted. If you want the red, again, lovely block colour, traditional navy and black. You can't say no to this, can you, Sheila,
They're
really?
fabulous. They really, really are. I mean, you know how many pairs of loafers I've got, and they're all made in Spain through Pavers with this beautiful soft leather. And I do have a mixture of quite a plain front, and I've got the loafers with the tassel as well. I think these are gorgeous. I mean, look at the workmanship on this. The tassel detail, the stitching detail around the apron front there, the soft, beautiful, beautiful leather. And I think this red is just gorgeous. It's a real pillar box red. And then inside it's all leather. I think it's just gorgeous. And then, just with a little bit of contrast, you've got this black sole unit, which is all rubberized, so you've got fabulous grip underneath. Now, all the colours are fantastic, but I think the red, white and blue one is fabulous.
It is a gorgeous, gorgeous combination. It's every time we have this kind of style, Linda, as well. This is
Yeah.
your go-to, isn't it?
It is, because
Yeah.
I love that white shirt, pair of jeans and a nice jacket look. It's the traditional look that never dates, never goes out of fashion. And this particular shoe is just so beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah,
It
it is.
really is. The leather is just so soft, so supple. It's like one of those baby's first little booty that you buy
Yes,
them.
that's
It's just
right. That's very true.
So soft, gorgeous to wear, and really light, flexible, but they look fantastic.
And
I
they
think
look
that is just
really
beautiful.
smart.
Really
They do look smart. I would say, though, especially with yours, Linda, with the white front there, I would probably protect them with our
Yes, good
protector
idea.
spray.
Yes.
Yes.
The leather protector spray, definitely.
145469, I think, is the
Well
item number. It's
done,
roughly
you.
that. Have a little check on the website at pavershoes.tv and just put in the word protector. And it will come up there for you. For these, though, your item number is 309198. Remember, the phone lines are open 24 hours a day, by the way. So if you are joining us and it's 3:30 in the morning, don't worry, we're not live here in the middle of the night. This is pre-recorded, so you're all fine. But you can order if it's 3:30 in the morning. The phone lines are still open. And, of course, the website's there 24 hours a day for you as well. So if you've got your eye on any of these colours here and you think, oh, my size was there, on the screen, it does mean that we have it. And again, if you want to go for multiple colours, you can, and order it all together in one call, and it's only one PMP per order here at Pavers. And incidentally, and I'm not saying this for any loaded reason, but if your order goes over £60, it makes it free PMP as well, which is even better. So if you like these, 309198 is your item number in 4 wonderful colours. Here is your go-to leather loafer for this spring. It's never easy to say leather loafer.
Leather loafer.
Oh, maybe it is. Okay, maybe it's just me. Just me. These are gorgeous though, aren't they?
Do you know,
Nice and
I've
soft.
got these. I
Have you?
think they're fabulous. I haven't got them in the black. I've got them in pink.
Oh,
I have.
very nice.
They're made in Spain for Pavers, and this leather is the softest leather you could ever wish for. It's beautiful. I love the apron effect around the front here, that lovely stitching. It is just your archetypal loafer that you would see all the designers making. So incredibly flexible. I mean, look at that. That is just amazing. You've got the leather on the outer, the leather on the insole as well. You've got the cushion sole unit too. I think these are fantastic. They are so incredibly smart, and a loafer will never, ever, ever date.
And do you know the signature of this? I was just looking and I was thinking, right, okay, and I can wander around the high street and I could see loafers at a better price than $44.99. I know that, we all know that. But I think you'll get something there that's very, very stiff and very rigid, and something that will need wearing in for a long time. Can you be sure of the quality of the leather? Has it got the comfort underfoot? So you may be able to get a better price, but actually you'll end up buying again and again
Absolutely.
and again. Or you might even abandon wearing loafers completely because you get one uncomfortable pair.
Well, the
Do you know
thing
what I
is,
mean?
they tend to be very stiff around the back here,
Yes.
and they take a little bit of working in. And then if you do get a sort of like a blister or it's rubbed your feet, you're very sort of wary of wearing them
Yes,
again.
yeah.
With this, everything is so soft, so supple. I mean, they actually look as if, they don't look it, but they feel as if they've been worn in
Yeah.
for months and months and months on end.
And it's true to say, Linda, isn't it? And I know I say this all the time, but I want our friends at home to know that you haven't had these out of the box for weeks and been walking
No,
around
they've
in
literally
them.
just come out of the box now. I've literally just
Brand
put them
new
on.
now.
Brand new. It's because the leather's just so soft, so subtle. And this is just a timeless piece, a timeless shoe that will go, that you can wear with anything, whether you're wearing them for work, maybe with the opaque tights or a smart pair of trousers. You can dress them up, dress them down. I've got several pairs of these and I love them.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
do.
You can see they look a little bit big on Linda because these are a wider fit. She's a
Yes.
standard foot. But for you, they'll be absolutely perfect. If you do have wider feet, if you do have any lumps and bumps and foot issues and you just need a little bit more room to move around, please do try these because I think they'll pay back in that wonderful comfort and those lovely, rich, soft leathers. 309091 is your item number this time. Now, something that we have spotted here, which is, I think, new to Flyflot. I don't think I've seen a wedge like this from Flyflot personally myself before, but I love the fact you've got two different looks here as well.
Yes, completely different looks. Now, we've got that beautiful navy, which has got sort of a marbled effect on top of the leather. And then look at that gorgeous floral. But we do have another colour. We've got the pewter, which Linda will be wearing. But look, the difference between the two is remarkable.
Yes, they are.
I mean, I think that floral is so, so pretty. Love the wedge as well. That is gorgeous. But you've got a really soft leather upper. You've got a leather insole as well. And it's a Flyflot, so you know you're going to get perfect, perfect comfort. It's a wider fit. Love that wedge. Not too high, probably about 2 inches. I don't know where my trusted ruler's disappeared to, but I'll have to have a look down the side of the chair.
I think the furniture's eaten it again.
Yeah, I think so. And then you've got that fabulous, fabulous grip underneath. Now, it looks as if it's going to be really heavy, but it's not at all.
Which is always good to know, isn't it, actually? You know, if you're thinking about a holiday or something like that, something where it's maybe one pair of shoes that need to do lots and lots of different jobs.
Yeah, true.
Or to dress with lots of different occasions. Sorry, that was so boy speak. You know what I mean, though. See, boys would just take one pair of shoes on holiday and that would do everything. Whereas, of course, with ladies, you do need to be a little bit more choosy and
We
selective,
do
don't
with
you?
outfits and things.
You
It's
could never go
very
on holiday with one
important.
pair of shoes, could you?
Well, we are going on a holiday soon where I am very restricted to 10 kilos, so I'm
Okay.
going to be very careful.
Are
with
you
what
still
I
going to get that
take.
down to one pair?
I don't think it'd be one.
It's a tall order, I think. You work on a shoe channel, woman. Have a little look. On the table, you've got the floral there, and you've got the navy. But there's a third colour, which we're introducing right now. The very glam pewter, Linda.
I know, sorry it's not on the table. I was being awkward. It's just I thought the pewter would go perfect with
Oh,
my
it
outfit.
It is. Wonderful.
Perfect, so I've took it off the table
She's
to
shopping
wear.
again, is what she means.
And I can just do one pair. And you know the colour I would wear? Pewter, because it goes with
Absolutely,
everything.
Linda.
Everything.
That's true.
So-
Yeah, but you're talking theory there, Linda. I don't, in reality, there's no way I could see you going
I
on
know
holiday
I can do it.
with one pair of shoes.
Well, two.
Well, yeah,
Two.
exactly. See?
When you've got 10 kilograms hand luggage, yes.
Never
yes,
gonna be
I've done
one.
it before. I've done it a few times now. But I love these. I think they're Flyflot, lightweight, a wedge there, which is gorgeous, really lightweight, fabulous. And I think They're just lovely. A wider fit, but they look great on my foot. No, I think these are lovely. Definitely could just take these away with you.
I think we're going to start a little thing here at Pavers. Let's see if we can do the one pair holiday challenge. I bet there's no one out there watching that can do that. $49.99. Now, Sheila, it's always worth reminding people, I think, every now and again, of just how many ways that you can shop with us here at Pavers. Did you know there are actually around about more than 170 places where you can actually come and visit us?
170.
I know, which is
incredible.
Crazy. I bet we've got a place that's not far away from you, and we're ever expanding as well as a group. So have a look on our website, paversshoes.tv. You'll find a locator on there, and that will enable you to search where we might be just around the corner from you. It might be an outlet centre, it might be a mill, it might be a garden centre, or a store on the high street. So have a little look. And the great thing about our stores, when you come and see us, is you literally just go to the section that is your shoe size, and then all the styles are there.
Absolutely. And then the sales assistants are incredible because they'll know which styles are a wider fit or a standard fit. You know, what if you need a Mary Jane, if you want something flat with a heel. I think they are fantastic when you go to store.
And it's ladies on the left and gents on the right, generally.
But if you're not near a store and you want to do it from the comfort of your home, then we're here to show you all the styles that we've got. Now, this one, I think this one's very serviceable. I mean, it's not something you're going to wear as a glamorous shoe, but there's lots of times when you need something if you're working outdoors, if you're travelling to work on a bus or a train. If you actually are out there and it's raining, this is going to repel water. If you actually see this on the side here, it says Alpatex. And what that is, it's actually telling you that it's water resistant. It's not waterproof, but water resistance. Now, it's a full shoe. You've got the elasticated vents here. It's all leather, but it's a protected leather as well from weather. And then inside, it's a really luxurious padded feel. And then you've got a really cushioned insole and then fabulous grip on the shoe as well.
Do you know who these are really, really popular with? People who kind of do deliveries and they're out and about all the time as well. You might deliver parcels or, you know, food, or go and visit people, deliver prescriptions, whatever it might be. This is a very, very popular choice as a work shoe, and you can see why as well, because it really is very, very rugged indeed. And how do they feel, Linda?
They feel great. I mean, they have no hanger appeal, unfortunately, do they? Somewhere on the table, but absolutely put them on with some nice smart trousers, a nice blouse, maybe a quarter jacket. It looks really nice, even for work, isn't it? But they're really lightweight, really, really comfortable, very, very flexible. The leather is really soft. Gorgeous sole there, heel. I just think they're lovely. I think you'll get a lot of wear out of these.
You would get a lot of wear. They are more of a work type shoe though, aren't they?
Definitely.
Really?
Yeah. $47.99. Remember, they are leather on the upper as well, and water resistant.
Hello there, thanks for joining us for comfortable clogs and slippers. We are stepping out in style, first of all, with this wonderful super bestseller.
It is a super bestseller from Flyflot. This is a gorgeous clog. Now, if you've never ever tried a Flyflot, it is a must, and what a great one at $19.99. Fabulous price.
Absolutely.
First of all, a clog is amazing for any time of year, and this is great because it's got an outdoor sole. Now, the upper, if it's bad weather, you wouldn't go outdoors with this clog, but you could use it indoors as a slipper if you wished, but then save it till it's a nicer day and you've got all that perfect comfort. Now, the footbed, first of all, what this is anatomic. So when you put your foot inside, you literally sink down into that footbed. Beautiful feeling. It's like nothing else I've ever tried before, and it remembers your footprint. And then in the base here, you've got, well, thousands of air bubbles, and when you walk, this depresses and gives you perfect comfort. And there's a very technical word for that, Julie.
Yes.
Squinch.
I thought you were going to say that.
Yeah, we can't think of any other word, really.
That's actually the nickname of my granddaughter.
Oh, how lovely.
Yes, so.
Yeah, but I mean, they are fabulous. And if you do have a few problems with your feet, I've never heard anybody saying a Flyflot's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So it's a really good one to try. And because this has got a really lovely tactile upper, that's going to be really comfortable encasing the foot as well.
What it comes in four, excuse me, 4 colourways. Now, what a stylish slipper for $19.99.
Yeah.
You could wear it. I know you're not meant to wear it outside if it's wet, but I'm sure some people would
Oh, definitely.
easily wear it outside.
You know, on a fair weather day.
Absolutely. Now, this is a bit of a quandary, Sheila and Linda, because we're calling the middle one on the table there burgundy. Well, on Linda's foot, we're calling it purple.
We're calling it purple.
But it's burgundy.
It's definitely burgundy.
not
Somebody
purple.
has got the wrong glasses on.
Somebody is
Yes.
a bit colourblind, I think, but it's beautiful.
It
It's
is.
burgundy, and then we've got black, which we're not able to show you, we've sold out, and the other 2 colours are grey and navy. But look at that squidge.
It is just, oh look, you see, all of a sudden it's changed to burgundy, Julie, as if like magic. So that one, if you're ordering it, it is definitely burgundy.
Definitely burgundy.
Definitely burgundy. Do they feel good, Linda?
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. Lightweight, really spongy underfoot. You can see the squidge. Absolutely gorgeous. Over
Great.
$19.99. They're
Yeah.
fabulous. They're a must-have.
4 colourways, $19.99. Size range wonderful. Size 1 all the way up to 9. The Fly Flot casual clog. I was getting confused there. Sheila's got this identical slipper, except it's not leopard, and it's got a different pom-pom. In fact, it's got no pom-pom. So she hasn't got this slipper at all, really, but it is vaguely similar.
It is vaguely similar, but mine does have a pom-pom.
Oh, it
Julie.
does it?
Yeah,
And yours
I'll
are
show her
beige.
at lunchtime because I'll have my slippers on. But anybody that's a big fan of animal print, and animal print is all the rage at the moment.
Absolutely.
In slippers, in shoes, in
never
fashion.
really goes out, does
it
it?
doesn't, but it's really look at you with your bit of animal print
Oh,
on
yes.
your blouse. You
Yes.
see? You see,
Yes,
she's
true.
sporting the trend, Julie. But yeah, animal print is everywhere, and it doesn't seem to go out of date, but it just seems to have come back with a vengeance. And this is just so nice. You've got the animal print on the upper, just in this coloured leopard print, and then you've got this really nice sort of, to set it off, this black pom-pom, and all around the top here, this beautiful fleecy sort of like encasing your foot, which is lovely. Then inside, that is just so soft to the touch. It's like beautiful velvet interior. Then underneath, great grip with a tiny little bit of a lip there on the heel. So you've got a little bit more, instead of being just flat to the floor, you've got that little bit of height there. But a really nice, flexible slipper, and it's just going to encase your foot with comfort.
Absolutely. And come on down, Linda, let's see you in them. Oh, aren't they pretty?
Lovely.
Very smart.
They're very stylish.
Yeah.
Really, my girls are crazy about animal prints at the
Yeah.
moment. Absolutely crazy. So these, I might have to make a purchase, I think.
Well, I think you girls would love these, and the
They
thing
would.
is, $16.99, you know, for Christmas, wrapping them up in the
Absolutely.
box and everything.
Very designer looking,
Yeah,
aren't they?
very
Very
much so.
They are truly great for all ages.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
know, because the ballerina style is going to suit the young. They
Yeah.
like pumps that, you know, everybody wears.
Yeah, and I could quite easily nip to the shop with these.
Yeah.
Quite
Yeah.
easily. No one would know they were
Or
slippers because they
if
look like
not at all.
ballerina pumps, don't
If
they?
you were staying, you know, if you were going away for the weekend in a nice hotel or something,
Yeah.
and you felt like, well, for breakfast,
Yeah.
I don't want to put my shoes, my boots
Exactly,
on,
yeah.
I'll put my slippers on, those would
Absolutely.
be perfect.
No, I
Yeah.
couldn't agree more. They really would. And, you know, I know Debbie doesn't like me saying it, but if you do want to wash them,
Yes.
as we do occasionally,
Yeah.
pop them in a wash bag
Yeah.
on a really cool heat
Yeah.
and wash them, you know,
Yeah.
for a quick, cool
Yes.
wash and
Yeah.
let them dry naturally.
Well, Debbie's not here, so you've
She's
said
not,
it
so
now.
I've said it. Okay. she can slap me wrists later. The order code for your Pavers full slipper with animal print is 316399. All the details, as always, on the screen. We're calling these leopard, pure and simply leopard print, which is what they are. Size range 2 to 9, $16.99. Now, if you're partial to a pom-pom and a bit of bling with your slipper, we've got just the thing.
Now, I have got this style of slipper which I love, and I bought it probably about 3 years ago,
Yeah.
didn't I? But it hasn't got this upper with like a lurex thread running through it in different colours. You've got sort of pinks and golds and navies, which is lovely. Really nice, sort of bit more of an evening slipper.
Yes.
This gorgeous pom-pom on the front there, which is really tactile as well. The outdoor unit on the bottom, so you've got great grip and stability. Then inside, all microfiber, but it feels like velvet. A really beautiful feel, and then the footbed is all cushioned, and that actually does feel like memory foam. So you've got something that's quite elegant in its styling, in this gorgeous navy, and then we've also got the burgundy that's got all the Lorex running through there as well, so just a little bit different on that upper.
And yes, a very elegant,
It is very elegant.
slipper for £16.99. Come on down, Linda, and let's take a look at you in the burgundy. They are quite Christmassy. I'm going to say
They're very
it.
Christmassy.
They really are, because of that little bit of
Yes.
sparkle. you
And
know.
also the colouring as well, especially with Linda's, with
Yes.
the burgundy.
Yeah.
And now, Linda, these are a standard fit.
Yes,
Do they
they are.
fit quite well to your
Absolutely
foot?
well foot, and they come quite high up on the foot as well. Keep your foot secure inside once you've got them on. It's like a little ballet pump.
It is,
It really
very
is
much so.
lovely. I love that fur pom-pom on the front. I think they look very designer looking and lovely. I think at £16.99, these again will make a fabulous gift for someone.
Yeah, because...
Imagine Christmas Day.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
opening
opening
them.
them and
Yeah.
putting them on and wearing them.
Sorry, Sheila. what
No,
were
I'm
you
just going to say, for people that don't genuinely like slippers, they look a little bit more dressy, don't
Yes,
they?
they do.
Do you know what? They've got
Yes.
a great tread and a great grip.
Grip
underneath.
underneath,
Well, I
which
can
is
see, I
important.
can see people going. I mean, you know, like a lot of the younger generation.
Yes.
I sound ancient, don't I? They do go out in their in slippers.
They do.
I see them flopping along in fluffy
Yes,
mules. But I
yes.
think that this might be one of those slippers to wear to the shopping centre. You never know.
It's funny, isn't it? We all like our different sort of types of
We do.
slippers.
Yes.
But I've got big fluffy slippers. I've got sheepskin slippers, really full, like booty slippers. And then I've got the ones like this, but they're in like a goldy beigey colour,
Yes.
which I love as well.
Yeah, it's a lovely styling on this one. It is the Pavers full slipper with pom-pom. Size range is 2 to 9. Burgundy and navy are your two colourways. Both of them have got a pom-pom in the matching colour, and also that lovely Lurex thread, as Sheila said, that's the way to describe it, running through them. £16.99. Hello, we've got a lightweight little clog for you now, and slightly different styling on the front, actually.
It
More
is.
like a sandal.
Well, the thing is, Julie, you've got the little vents there, but it just gives a little bit of interest, and you've got the one-touch fastening, which is really nice. So you can open that out to get your foot in and close it up to actually fit your foot perfectly. And a little bit of patent on the side, if you can just see that. Now, it's all leather, really soft, beautiful leather, and also inside you've got the leather as well, and it's all cushioned. You can just see all the way down to your toes. Now, this one being a dream, it's a little bit like memory foam when you pop your foot inside. So you sink down and then it springs back to place again.
Okay.
But beautiful quality leather, really lightweight. Just got the two colours. We've got the black and the navy. Love the overstitching all the way around the front as well. Now, you've got a really nice wedge detail and also great grip underneath. And if you just look, can you see that? Oh yes, there. You've got two extra points here, one in a flower detail there at the front. Can you just see that? Can you see that in the light? And it says anti-shock, so you've got an extra piece of comfort.
Wow.
So when you're wearing them, it takes away that impact when you're walking. If you're walking on sort of rough surfaces, little stones, cobbles, that type of thing. So a really, really comfortable walk. Now, I just think for anybody that's got slightly different feet, different width fittings, these are going to be perfect with that one-touch fastening there.
Yes.
And looking at Linda wearing them, she's actually got the navy on, but it looks like a really lovely sort of gunmetal-y grey.
I thought it was grey.
Yes, yeah.
Actually, before I saw the screen saying navy, yeah, it really does. It's a lovely colour, actually.
It is a really nice colour.
Yeah.
And also Linda Poor Linda, I always have to mention it, but you've got 1 foot bigger than the other.
I have.
And the issues,
I
but with
have.
the one-touch fastening, does that actually help a little
Oh, it
bit?
does, absolutely.
Yeah.
Gosh, absolutely. Because going to try normal shoes on, I have terrible problems trying to get them to, you know, even out. But these, because you can adjust them, makes them so easy to put on. But they
And you can see the softness of the leather there
Oh,
as well.
absolutely. The flexibility that it gives, which is great for when you're moving
Yeah,
around and walking.
Definitely. A nice wiggle room for toes, Linda.
Lovely wiggle room for toes,
Good.
yeah.
That's
Plenty of room.
important. The Flyflot lightweight leather clog has an order code 316697. It's $29.99. It's all leather, inside and out. 2 colourways, black and navy, but the navy is like gorgeous dark grey. Hello there. Now we've got in our slippers show a similar, very similar slipper to this, but it's a ballet pump slipper. This is slightly fuller, isn't it?
It is. I actually love this one. I like a really nice full slipper when it comes to autumn, winter. And you know, I'm actually thinking of my mum with this one because you've got the security there with it being a fuller slipper. You've got that beautiful fleece around the top. And look at all of those gorgeous flowers on here. I mean, we did have a previous one that was like a ballet slipper, and with this upper, it feels really fluffy, but it's like a really beautiful carpet texture. It's really, really nice and tactile. Then inside, you've got that gorgeous lining, which is really soft to the touch, but you've got the outdoor sole unit a little bit deeper on the heel there, so you've got extra cushioning in there. So every step you take, you've got that comfort. And indoors nowadays, you've got either wooden floors, laminate floors, tiling, so it can be quite slippy underfoot.
Yeah.
So that's got a really good grip there as well. But they feel fabulous once you put, well, I've put my hand inside, but once you put your foot inside, they feel lovely. Now, these are a standard fit.
Right.
Obviously, we have different fittings at Pavers, but this one's standard. And Linda will tell us actually how it feels on the foot, because Linda's actually a standard as well.
Now, you've got the purple multi, I believe. I mean, it's a bit confusing because the others go from the background colour. So that's the
This one is the navy multi.
navy multi, and then the grey multi is the pink one
Yes.
in the background. But the middle one, no, the foreground, that's the purple multi on a white background. That's not
Yeah.
confusing in the least, is it?
Just think of the top there with the purple multi. But look, I mean, that purple really sets off all of those gorgeous flowers, and they do look exquisitely comfortable on Linda's foot.
They do, and I like the size of that heel. It's quite a bit more than
Well, it's
The normal
flat,
slippers.
but you've got all that squidge, which obviously Linda's demonstrating there. But because they come all the way up the foot, you've got the security. I bet your toes are that comfortable,
They
Linda.
are. I love the fact that they do come further up the foot as
Yeah.
well, because I know my stepmum and my mother-in-law would love something like this, because they're sat a lot.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
And these are really nice and cosy.
Yes, actually, that's a good point. Not only are they more secure, they're just an extra bit cosy, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, 3 colourways, grey multi, navy multi and purple multi. You see, you just saw on Linda. There they all are on the table. Size range 2 to 9. The price is $21.99 for this, and it's the Pavers full slipper with flower embellishment, 316405. Oh, Mrs. I feel a purchase coming on, a purchase. I love them. I've just seen the price, $12.99, and they're gorgeous and they're comfy.
Do you know, it's quite phenomenal, isn't it, to find a slipper with an outdoor unit, because often slippers at this price, you know, if you look around the high street, they could be made of cardboard on
Yes.
the bottom. You've got that beautiful upper, which is like a gorgeous toweling, which is really lovely and soft. And then the embellishment at the side is hearts. So you've got a navy heart and this lovely silver heart peeping through with the stud detail there on the navy. And then inside, you've got all that beautiful toweling as well, which is really, really soft to the touch. Then round the back, you've got this little lip, so that helps you to keep the slippers on, so you're not going to feel as if you're going to slip out of them at all. I think these are fantastic, and the other colour, the purple, is beautiful. Really, really lovely.
And that is a true purple.
It is,
I know we've
yes.
had some quandaries, but that is a true one. They're just lovely. And I guess actually you could put them in a wash bag as well.
Oh,
and
you
wash
could,
them on cool
because I mean,
if
with
it's-
it being toweling, you know, when you
Yeah.
think about it, you wash your towels all the
Exactly,
time.
of course you
but I
do.
would pop them in a
And I
little
just
wash
feel
bag.
actually, I'm really... Oh, and they're light.
She's
Oh,
getting
and I love
fond
that
of
little
these
heart.
slippers.
Well, 2 hearts. Come on down, Linda, tell us how they feel.
They're lovely. I think these are fabulous at that price. These are definitely must-have, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, to take away on holiday, because I always like to take my
Yes, 'cause
slippers
they're
away on
so
holiday. 'cause
light.
when you go away, you've got all those stone floors
And it's really cold on your feet.
These are
Well,
lovely.
they'd actually be great. Being toweling, there's something about them. They'd be great round a pool.
Yes,
as
they
well,
would.
wouldn't they?
would, very much so.
You
And
know,
they
they
dry
work.
really quickly if
Yeah.
you did get them a little bit wet. But I think all year round slippers, these. And like you say, for $12.99, for a present for somebody.
Yes.
Fabulous.
Absolutely incredible. And if you're looking, you're thinking, oh, I do like those. I'd like them for me. I'd like to... Buying from the telly, though, I can't try them on. Pavers really try and minimise all the risks for you. So if you order something, as long as you just try it on indoors, don't go outside in them, try them on indoors. If you don't like them, you can return them to Pavers or, in fact, an Asda store or post them back. But I have a funny feeling you are going to absolutely love these. What's not to like? $12.99, they're gorgeous. Blue or purple, it's actually navy blue as well. Size range is great, it's 2 to 8. The Pavers Heart Embellished Mule Slipper, 316723 is your order code. So go online to paversshoes.tv or pick up the phone 08450 999969 and get ordering, because they're $12.99. Wow. We've got a dream of a slipper for you now. Well, it is a Flyflot dream. A Flyflot dream leather slipper clog. Slipper clog, yes.
Yeah,
Slip
well,
on.
I would actually say this is, well, it's an outdoor clog for
Yeah.
definite, because it's got a leather upper, a leather insole. Now, slightly different concept with the Dream. It's got a different footbed to our normal sort of Flyflot. It's got a different cushioning. It actually feels, this one, a little bit like memory foam. So whereas the other one, you pop your foot in, it remembers your footbed, footprint, whereas this, you squish down and then it springs back to place.
Aha.
Also in the unit here, you've still got that cushioning as well, but beautiful, beautiful leather, really lightweight. Love the overstitching actually around the bottom there. Now we've just got this in 2 colours, we've got the black and the navy, but I think if you're in the workplace and you can wear a clog, then you've got that gorgeous, gorgeous comfort.
Yep.
You've got the little vent at the top here, so if one foot is slightly bigger than the other, you've got that, when you actually walk in them, you've got that extra little bit of give there as
Lovely.
well.
And I can see what lovely soft leather it is.
Oh, it's
as well.
beautiful. Really
so,
beautiful.
So you could wear them as slippers if you wanted, but
Oh, you
actually
could.
They are outdoor clogs.
They're an outdoor clog,
which is
yes,
fantastic.
which is all year round as well.
Yeah.
And also, the upper comes that little bit further back, so you've got the security there as well.
Perfect. Am I correct in thinking, Sheila, they've got a leather footbed as well?
Yes, they have.
Great. So your
Leather
feet can
insole.
breathe.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So everything that's touching your foot is leather.
Lovely. Come on down, Linda. How do they feel to you?
Fantastic. And the leather is just so soft, isn't it? It's absolutely gorgeous,
Yeah.
really. As soon as you put your foot in, your foot just sinks down into that footbed. But I've got a lot of friends that are hairdressers and, you know, receptionists, and they wear the Flyflots all the time because they're on their feet all day. And because of the comfort that you get. You know, you can see, look, as you press down, all the
Well, it's-
sponginess, the squidge there, which is fantastic.
It's perfect for people, you know, that are on the feet. And obviously,
Yeah.
if you're on your feet all day long, your feet overheat a little bit. So to have a clog, it's just the perfect solution. You know, so I can imagine, like a hairdresser
Yeah.
or a beautician
Yeah.
or, like you say, a receptionist
Yeah.
or something, just the perfect shoe.
They're very elegant, actually.
They
as
are,
well, aren't
actually.
they? They're quite continental in their styling. They're
Yes.
just very sort of
Simple.
streamlined and simple.
Yeah,
and
that's
that's
right.
and sort of an understated
Yes.
elegance. And they are the Flyflot Dream slip-on leather clogs. The order code is 313252. Size range is 3 to 8. They're $29.99, and remember, they are all leather inside and out. And 2 colourways for you: black and a very, very dark, nice navy. Now we're calling this a Pavers cat embellished mule slipper, and it has got a cat on it, a little cat, but it's not an obvious shape, is it?
No, it's like a little piece of jewellery. It's like
Yeah.
a little brooch, but that is so pretty. You've got these little tiny pearls and then like little rhinestones there, which is really nice. It's a little bit Art Deco in its styling, but you've got this gorgeous, lovely, soft touch upper, which is, it feels like velvet. Now, it's all man-made, but it's got the most beautiful touch. And then you've got this shocking pink, like overstitch, which is really nice.
Unusual.
But then what's very different, inside, can you see the footbed here? Now, Linda, I was asking her, I said, does it feel strange? Because obviously it's like a concertina. But she said, no, it's incredibly comfortable. And Linda said it's a little bit like a dressing gown. And it's got that really tactile feel, which is lovely. Then you've got the wedge here, which is all cushioned, and you've got the outdoor sole unit as well, which is lovely. I love this midnight black with the real contrast of that shocking pink. But then we've got a lovely grey, which Linda's wearing.
I love this, because I love grey, and doesn't it go beautifully with what you're wearing?
It does.
They are
great.
fabulous things.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think the price, $16.99, is amazing as well. Almost looks like they've been hand painted,
Yeah,
hand
it
stitched with
does.
all those beautiful rhinestones, those diamantes. Absolutely gorgeous. I think that they look really designer looking, very expensive looking.
And I love
They
that
do,
overstitch. I think
Yeah.
that really sets them off. You know, because often some people don't like slippers. I love slippers,
I
and
do.
I've got
I love
so
them.
many.
I do.
I love them.
But if you wanted to feel a little bit more sort of dressed up in your house, so if
Yes.
somebody comes round,
Absolutely.
those are perfect, aren't they?
They're perfect. They're a great present.
Yes.
At $16.99
Yeah.
for somebody especially who loves
Yeah.
cats.
Yeah.
They really are. They're lovely. And are they quite true to size, Linda?
Yes, they are.
Standard?
Yes,
Yeah?
standard fitting, standard size. Yeah, they're
And
fabulous.
Linda, that interior, because it is like slightly concertina, does
Yes,
it
but you
feel,
don't feel
you
that.
don't feel that?
Your foot just sits on
Yeah.
top of it. So it's a
Yeah.
bit like being in a woolly dressing gown. Really.
And it is. It's like a toweling, soft, like
Yeah.
baby soft toweling,
Yeah.
isn't it? Which is really,
Yeah.
really nice.
And with that little bit round the top, the overstitch, it's quite on trend.
It is.
That homespun
Yeah.
sort of look. So it's it's a very, very elegant little slipper for an extraordinarily good price. All the details as always on the screen, but I'll give you them as well. 316722 is your order code for the Pavers cat embellished mule slipper. The size range is 2 to 8, 2 colourways, black, that lovely rich black, and that gorgeous light dove grey, $16.99. Got a little touch fastening clog for you now. Quite sweet, quite sort of rustic in its styling.
It is, and you know the upper, it's quite subtle, but it's like an animal print, like a leopard on the top, but very, very subtle. Can you just see that? Which is really nice. And you know, brown is so fashionable this season.
Yeah.
And you often didn't see a brown sort of clog or a shoe around for a long, long time, but it's really come into fashion again. But I do like this one. This has got the one touch here, so you can adjust that to fit your foot accordingly. Just in case you've got one foot maybe slightly bigger than the other, comes all the way up the foot, so you've got that security. Inside, you've got a leather footbed, which is like the most beautiful suede, really tactile to the
Really?
touch. Yeah, really lovely. If you just have a feel
Oh,
there.
yes.
And also, with that footbed, it's going to give you security when you put your foot inside, so you don't feel as if you're going to be slipping out of there. I love the base of this. It's like a wood effect, but it's incredibly lightweight. So it's like a wood effect there. And then underneath you've got that great grip. I just think, you know, with your casual jeans, with cords, that type of thing, it's going to look fabulous. But I'm still in a bit of a quandary because we're calling one of them burgundy. And it's like... it's the one at the front of the table and the one that Linda's wearing.
Yeah.
It's more of a pale raspberry to me.
Yes, it's not a deep, rich burgundy
No.
at all. It's sort of like a dark raspberry, yeah. What do you think, Linda?
Yeah, I think it's because it's got that hint of like a goldy
Yes.
Hasn't it? Animal print, sort
Yeah.
of gold,
Yes,
sort of
that
texture on
lightens it,
top.
doesn't
black,
it? Yeah.
red currant sort of tones. Really
Wine.
lovely.
It's more of a claret wine.
Why didn't we think of that before? That's very odd. But
No, it's a nice Chianti, actually.
right, okay then. I would have said more Beaujolais actually.
Actually, a new young Beaujolais,
Yeah.
definitely, yeah.
But Linda, because you've got funny feet, sorry Linda, I know I have to bring it up.
No, it's
but
all right.
with the one touch as well, that's
Well,
really
I've got,
beneficial.
because I've got not only I've got the dreaded bunions, but I've also got 1 foot bigger than the
Yeah.
other. But great for flying because they actually do. My feet do swell up as well, so these are fantastic when you're on a flight. Easy to get on and off, and really spongy as well underfoot.
Yeah, I love that sole. I think it's really nice, that textured sole. on
Definitely,
that.
and the kind of top, it's not exactly embossed.
No.
But it is sort of, it does have this animal print, as Sheila described, laid onto the top. Fascinating. It's the Pavers Touch Fastening Slip-On Clog. Order code 316720. The size range is 3 to 8 in brown, in burgundy, and in navy, £21.99. I love this little shoe kit. You do as well,
I do,
Debbie, don't
yeah,
you?
I do.
We used to do it in red and black, and I have given so many away as presents.
A lovely
People
little gift.
love them because they're so compact.
So
now
neat.
this one looks very, very
Expensive.
expensive.
It does. It's in. We're saying it's bronze, but actually, when you get your hands on it, it's pewter. It's a very, very male-female colour. It doesn't really matter who you are. But it looks very expensive in this colour. I know that. It's got a name on there, a little button. Open it up to show you everything you need for your shoes, your leather shoes, everything. So you have 2 polishes in the old-fashioned polish tubs with a little twisty thing at the side. We've got black, which we all need black, and we've got a neutral for all of the colours. And then we've got the shoe shine brush here, which is a really nifty little brush, very handy, all under elastication to keep them in the place. Then we've got another little pocket here. This one has got the sponge inside it, so you've got your sponge there to rub all your polish in. And then we've got a finishing cloth, a microfiber cloth here to give it a good old rub to get it a good old shine. And again, that's under elastication. And then at the back, again, elasticated strap around it, is a little shoehorn.
So
Every
clever.
single thing you need
for
in one.
$6.99 for yourself
Fabulous.
to take away. It's not heavy. You can
No, it's
pop
not.
it in your bag. Take it away. My dad would have loved this. He
So
loved
would mine.
polishing shoes.
Yes, so would mine.
And that little old retro tin at $6.99. The order code for the Pavers Shoe Care Kit 127015. Wow, we are bringing you a fabulous new invention. We've all said we've got to have these. Moisturising spa gel socks. Fantastic.
Yeah. The inside is where the gel is. The outside has got the little patchery feet on underneath so you don't slip about. But it says, get your feet ready for summer. Jojoba oil, olive oil, vitamin E and lavender oil. They smell amazing. Helps to moisturise and soften your feet. The gel linings contain moisturising oils preventing a build-up of hard skin, reducing cracked heels, washable and reusable. But it's by hand wash only. It tells you that on the back.
I've got cracked skin on my
fabulous.
heels. Got
They're
to have
fabulous,
them.
aren't they?
Yes.
What a clever idea. Have a look at them on Sheila's feet. They look great.
But you could wear them in bed at night.
You could. How do they feel, Sheila?
They feel really soft. It's really lovely and sort of jelly-like inside, but you can sort of feel it
See the little feet underneath
moisturising.
there as
Yeah,
well.
that's so it grips on the
Yes, yeah,
floor,
that's
which
good.
is really nice. But yeah, what a good idea.
I think I'm
But
going
if
to
you
get a pair
did
of
wear
these.
them at night, then because they'd stay on because of the sort of jelly-like interior,
Yeah.
you're not going to get them too dirty.
No.
And overnight, 8
Overnight
hours,
really will moisturise
you
your
really
feet,
will
won't it?
moisturise. Wow, what a brilliant
What
idea!
a brilliant idea.
Yes, literally, these are going to fly off. They are the Pavers Spa Gel Socks, 308161. I'll say it again. Details on the screen. 308161. Order code. Pink is the colourway, and $8.99 is the price. Fantastic.
Hello everyone, welcome to Pretty in Pumps, and I've got 2 of the prettiest ladies on television with me as well. Lovely Sheila and lovely Linda. I have to tell you that in this show I am going to resume my campaign in 2020 for getting rid of ridiculous little bally pumps that are out there in the big wide world. So prepare yourself, it's going to be a busy show. But let's start with some leather pumps in some really designer colours, Sheila.
Do you know, these are beautiful. They're made in Turkey, so you've got beautiful Turkish leathers. And look at those gorgeous colours. I mean, they are fabulous. And the leather is so incredible. incredibly soft. It is beautiful. You've got leather on the upper, you've got leather on the insole as well. You've got extra cushioning under the insole, so that is beautiful. And then look at the embellishment, that floral detail all cut out in leather, but I want you to see the sole unit.
Oh, look.
I mean, that is fabulous. You've got the stitch work here. Then you've got the leather that comes right down to this white piece,
Gorgeous.
which just really sets them off. And then look at that. That is fabulous. That's like a tyre track in a way underneath there.
It is. But I
And
tell you what,
then
they're all beautifully sculpted, aren't they?
beautiful and a great, great grip, but so flexible, so cushioned, and the leather is exquisite.
Okay, let's have a quick look at the colours and we'll do a quick reckoning here in the studio. I have to say my favourite colour on these is lime. I think lime is very, very nice.
This one
What say
here,
you,
that's
Sheila?
beautiful. It is really lovely. I've actually got a handbag in that colour.
Oh,
But I don't have any shoes to
no.
actually match that handbag,
Oh
Derek.
dear. Moving swiftly on. Linda, favourite colour?
The colour I've got on, the rose.
Oh, the rose. Yeah,
And
it is.
it's really,
it is
really
lovely.
pretty. I love those soft, muted colours. A bit similar to our curtains, aren't they?
They are a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. We've got matching curtains. Are they nice and flexible, Linda?
They are lovely. It's the leather. It's just so soft and so supple. I love the fact you've got that support at the back. So these would be fantastic for driving in. But
Yes.
really lovely. I love that sole unit. It looks fabulous, doesn't it? With that white running through. It makes them look really fresh, very classic, gorgeous, with the flower on the front there.
I think
Oh,
you know.
beautiful.
You know when you can just see the comfort, and I know I say this. I feel like I've said it 10,000 times on this channel, but you know when you can just see the comfort.
Yes.
You can just see the comfort here. Here are the four colours. Then we've got lime, we've got the navy, we've got the rose, and we've got mustard. Ooh, now I'm not a fan of mustard, but I do love that colour.
That is
I
a
do
lovely
really,
colour.
really lovely.
Beautiful colour.
Very nice. A great price as well there. $39.99 in leather. These are absolutely beautiful. So new season, new year, and actually you've got, I think for these, that really, really pretty, almost instant vintage.
Yes, definitely. Beautiful print. It's like a little ditzy print. All these gorgeous pastel colours in there. And then quite a bold embellishment of like a floral detail, would you say, on
Yes,
there?
it's the fly flop flower, isn't
Well,
it?
it is the fly flop flower. Gosh, I actually said it. I can't believe I said that correctly. Gorgeous soft leather inside as well, and then extra cushioning around the heel cup there, which is lovely. I just think with a fly flop, they actually tick every box you want in a shoe, because you've always got really lovely leathers, you've always got the comfort, the fit is fantastic, the grip underneath is always there, so you've got something that's going to give you longevity as well.
You have, and if you have a look on the floral print itself, it's almost got like a, I suppose you'd describe it as like a sort of crackle
A crackled
glaze.
effect.
Yeah.
Yes, it has.
It's wonderful, which for me gives it that lovely instant vintage. These are an amazing price, by the way. Fly flots are well worth the investment, $49.99, because you will have these. Well, listen, how long have you had your longest fly flots?
Well, it's going to be about 17 years or
Yeah.
something. I mean, that is just unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll be around long after you, Sheila, won't
I
they?
know. And then they're still going strong.
Because that's
Little
how
pair
good.
of clogs.
And people do, I mean, they love and they live in their fly flots.
They
Linda,
do,
don't they?
absolutely. And fly flots are always trying to make new designs, come
Yeah.
out
Yes.
with new designs. And I've not seen this one before, so to me this is fabulous. And it's nice to treat yourself.
Yes.
You know, if you've got a nice, really special wedding, and a lot of weddings abroad now.
Yes.
You know, this would be nice to treat yourself, and it's so lovely. It's a fresh-looking little pump. Beautiful, beautiful leathers. As soon as you put your foot inside, it's just so comforting, so lovely to wear. And I just love that little floral bit at the front there. It's really nice.
And the
I think it's
heel
gorgeous.
is just right, isn't it? Not
Yeah.
too big, not too small, just that little bit of elevation.
It's like a little wedge that's, so, you know, a heel. Really nice. So if you're not sure where you're going to be walking or standing, These are going to be fantastic.
And I
Really
actually like
comfortable.
it with the black sole unit there because it sets off that lovely white and the
Yes.
crispness and freshness, and also really easy to keep clean as well with that sole
That's true.
unit because you can really just wipe
Wipe
the sole
it,
unit
yeah.
down, but maybe protect the upper with the protector spray.
Yes, absolutely. Because it's such a great price tag as well. I mean, do add that to your order as well. If you haven't got any already, it's well worth having it because it will work across your leathers, all the leathers in your life, basically. It'll protect as well. 317940 is your item number then for the Fly Flop Floral Applique Leather Pumps, coming in at $49.99. I always think it's nice at this time of the year that you've got lovely, lovely new choices, and we've got a twist on the metallics. Now, we've seen the metallics come through for the last sort of 2 or 3 years in block colours, but actually mixing the textures here, Sheila,
It's
aren't
nice,
we?
isn't it?
Yeah,
It's a
it is.
really lovely combination.
Breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I've got the beige, but it's, you can't really call it beige. It's the one in the middle. It's got like a lovely gold hue to this, which is really nice. I mean, just look at that. I mean, I love that round the front. It's more of a soft bronze, I think, around the
Yes.
front, and then also around the back there. But the body of the shoe, it's got sort of like a marbled effect on the top, but it's all beautiful leather and it's a fly flop.
I think cappuccino.
Oh, cappuccino,
It's a little
very
bit more
nice.
cappuccino. It is coming up to coffee break
Yes, are you
time for us.
hinting for me to make you a coffee?
I would
Could it
never,
be?
I would never be so bold, Sheila, as you know. But yes.
Yes, okay. I get the hint. But it's beautiful soft leather inside as well, and you know you're going to get comfort when it's a fly flot anyway. Wider fit. I love it that the front actually is quite simple, but it comes a little bit further up, so it's not going to show your toes. And then you've got this really lovely sole unit. I think all the colours blend really well together on each of the
Yes.
shoes as well.
Yeah, they do. So on the beige, or cappuccino as I've been calling it, you've got a lovely soft sort of, it is like a soft bronze in the metallic. In the pewter, sorry, that's pewter, isn't it? There you go. Pewter, it's sort of 2 different shades. You've got a lighter shade going through the centre. And in the denim, that's what we're calling this. So you've got almost like a navy blue at the front and the back, which is interesting. And Linda's got the navy on there as well. It is an interesting mix of colours, actually,
It is,
isn't
you've
it?
got like the 2 difference of leathers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Two
It's
different
not
mixtures.
metallic, though, in the navy,
No,
is
it's
it?
not metallic in the navy. It's just a dark navy. So you've got your denim on the shoe itself, and then you've got your dark navy at the toe and at the back there. If I just turn around, which is really nice. Again, nice for driving.
Very smart.
Nice driving shoes. But they're a
Yeah.
fly flop. If ladies out there haven't tried a fly flop, please try a fly flop, because once you've tried one, you'll never go back, and you'll just keep accumulating and buying more and more fly flops because they are just so comfortable. Aren't
They are beautiful, and they're always so well made. They always use sort of really lovely soft leathers as well. But I do like that denim colour, and
I
it's
do.
still got that marbled effect on the top.
Yes. Can I just add a little piece of advice just for free? Do get yourself a bottle of the protector spray. Do get some of that and add that to your order, because you'll want to keep these looking pristine for years and years and years to come. And they will look after you, because fly flots, well, once you've got them, you'll be living in them. 317939, under £50. Now, these are ballerina pumps. Ladies, if you could spread the word for us as well, because I'm on this kind of like national campaign, I think, to get people to stop wearing these silly little cardboard bottom fabric silly pumps that are cut too low and everyone's falling out of them. They're dirty, disgusting, and no good for your feet.
He's not happy. He's
I'm
going to
not.
be ranting about this
I do this every year.
forevermore.
It's
Yes,
like a
he does.
service to the nation I do every year.
Yes, so you need to buy a Pavers pump that
Yes,
actually
you do.
fits the bill perfectly.
Well, they look so much better, Sheila, as
They
well,
do.
don't they?
I mean, the upper is beautiful. It is so feminine, so pretty. I could even see this as a bridesmaid little
Oh,
pump.
absolutely.
Which would be
It's
fabulous.
gorgeous.
This is what we're calling white metallic, and it's got this beautiful, like, iridescent sort of look on the top, and also this beautiful, like, print of flowers and blossoms on top
is
there.
lovely.
It's really subtle.
It looks like a lovely wedding cake decoration on
It
its
does
own,
actually.
doesn't it?
It's just beautiful. Little bow detail, and then underneath you've got fabulous grip, you know, for a little ballet pump, and I think that's what
Yeah.
you rave on about.
Yes.
And also a small heel there, then inside, really nice, a lovely feel when you pop your foot inside, but you've got the depth there. You're not going to come over the top of the ballet pump. It's also got a nice frontage, so you're not going to see all your toe cleavage either. So they've actually manufactured this one perfectly just for Derek.
No, it's honestly, it's beautiful. And I talked to the buying team about the designs for these as well. And it is the complete antithesis. Well, it's a big word, isn't it, for
It
this time
is.
of day? Like I've swallowed a thesaurus, whatever that might be. I've seen it on the bookshelf. But it is like the complete antithesis of those awful, awful, awful fabric, nothing. They're not even a thing. They're like a slip-on sock, aren't they, Linda?
And sometimes they're about £20,
I know.
£25.
That's why I rave on about it so much.
You know,
It drives
for
me
a
crazy.
cardboard pump, but this is a very substantial pump, isn't it?
It
You know,
is.
it's got that sole unit underneath. And you're right, Sheila, these would make a fabulous bridesmaid.
They would.
Or bride
So pretty.
pump. So pretty.
And you need their matching shoes for all of your bridesmaids then, don't
Yes.
you? So it's easy to do the match up with these, isn't it? Now you've got the rose gold there, Linda. How are they?
Gorgeous, really lovely, so comfortable inside. You know, you can do lots of walking in these, but lots of dancing. Great if you're going on holiday. But I just think, you know, that colour it's got a lovely sheen to it, a
It
lovely
has, it's
shine.
beautiful on
Really
top, it's
pretty.
gorgeous.
These are just lovely. These should be going across the nation. 317214 in navy, white and gorgeous, gorgeous rose gold. Spread the word. Oh my goodness. You've got a bit of a task on your hands right now, let me tell you, because you've got something which is incredibly lightweight. I mean, so lightweight. A feather. We were talking about that 10 kilo
Yes.
luggage allowance. You could take all 3 pairs
You
if you
could.
went for all the colours, couldn't you?
Yes, and you'd be only like less than half a kilo.
We must get, this year we must
We're
do
going to
it.
get some scales.
We need those scales, don't we,
We
this
do.
year?
Do you know, these are like a really nice fine knitted jumper. The upper is so incredibly soft, and I'm sure when we come to Linda she'll point out just how soft it is around the front and inside. It's just so lovely, and I love this colour. Now this one definitely is a marl. You had a really nice description for this colour.
Yes, it's almost like a slightly robin egg blue mixed in, isn't there?
And I said minty fresh.
Yes, it's a little
Yeah.
bit woodland looking as well, isn't it?
very
almost like a bark
nice.
rubbing.
Yes, yeah, and really nice texture with it as well. But I love this sole unit. I mean, look at that. Every single piece there, you probably can't see with my fingers, but it just oozes comfort all the way through. So if you're doing a long walk somewhere, you've got all that protection against whatever you're walking on, whatever surface it's going to be. And then inside, if you can just see that little word there, memory foam.
Lovely. You've got a big challenge on your hands here, then, choosing between these 3 colours.
I actually think I'm going for minty fresh.
Linda?
Oh, I like the pink and blue. Oh, it's really pretty.
And it's not just because you've got them on,
No.
is it?
No, I just love those
Those
muted colours, the pinks and.
How's the fit? Because these are wider, but they don't look wider,
No,
do they?
No, absolutely. I mean,
So they're nice and snug?
Nice and I think they're fabulous. No, as soon as I put them on and walked around the TV studios, I said to you, didn't I? I said, these are fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah?
They
Yeah.
really are just gorgeous. You actually feel like you're not wearing anything because they're just so light. And underfoot, so spongy. And inside you've got that memory foam. So these would be fabulous to take on holiday. You know,
I mean,
just put in your suitcase and you've got
just
them there.
easy.
Just because they're so
Yeah.
light as well.
I mean, they could be for all sorts of occasions, but I'm just looking at the black because the black has got a little fleck running through it. So
Yes.
it actually breaks the boldness of the black up, and it has got that black sole.
Yeah, it makes it look slightly more charcoaly, doesn't
Yes,
it?
it does.
Yeah.
It does.
Oh, it's a tough call, this one, isn't it? $29.99. Listen, get your first pair home and try them, and I think you'll come back for other colours. I think that's what will happen here. You'll be addicted to the feel and the softness of these. I've had something similar in the past as well for the guys, and it's just lovely. $29.99 is your price tag there. 317369. Now, Sheila, I just had a glance down and looked at the price tags on this, and I thought, that's wrong. this could easily be, well, the price tag could easily start with a 4.
It could,
Easily.
definitely. I mean, you've got so much going on with these. When you look at them really closely, they are beautiful. There's so much workmanship. And look at all those gorgeous colours as well.
So designer, aren't they?
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I'm actually holding this, we're calling this the rose, but if you can just see all these little tiny gold studs between all these sort of like, it's what would you call it?
They're like little
a lace.
yes.
It's all been cut out.
Yes, it's punched out, isn't it?
Yeah, but it looks like lace detail on the front there, but it's all man-made, but it feels like a beautiful brush suede, which is gorgeous. And then you've got this tiny wood effect heel, which is really nice, but it's not stiff because you've got this rubberized sole underneath. And then inside, it feels like the most beautiful suede, so really comforting when you put your foot in. I just think they're gorgeous, really dressy, something to save for the evening or a special occasion, you know, if you don't want a heel.
Definitely. I have to say, when you look at the colours, I have to say our design team have got that colour description spot on.
Yes, they
Saffron.
have, yeah.
Saffron, that's amazing. It's quite often where they might say something like yellow.
Well,
And you'd say, no, that's more mustard than yellow.
Yes.
What does saffron taste like? Does anybody know, by the
Well,
way?
they just put it into all sorts of quite Moroccan
Curries.
food and
Is it more for
curries.
colour than taste?
No,
No,
they,
taste
it
as
does
well.
Oh, does
taste.
it?
Yeah.
But I did watch a programme. They said you shouldn't bash it. You should treat it with respect.
Bash your saffron.
Yes.
Right, I'll remember that. Okay, now you're lucky enough, Linda, to be wearing the saffron.
Yeah, and they've got like that mustardy look, haven't
Yes,
they?
they have,
Which is
yeah.
really in at the moment.
Massively
It's
so.
So in
Yeah,
at the
so
moment.
designer.
You know, it's really nice with greys and then your blacks, and it looks lovely with white as well. But just gorgeous. These, as soon as you put them on, they are so comfortable. It is like wearing a pair of slippers. They are lovely, but I love that little bit of sparkle. It's subtle, but really, really lovely. Can you
Do you know,
imagine
when
those
the
on
light-
holiday
yeah,
when the sun catches?
beautiful.
Yes.
You're going on a cruise or
Yeah, or
something.
some really nice palazzo
Yeah,
trousers
trousers,
with them.
yeah.
Oh, we're conjuring up a holiday. Do you think we should try and book something?
Oh, that'd be lovely. Let's all go away together, maybe.
That's a good idea.
Black, navy, rose or saffron are your 4 colours there. Your price tag is exquisite. For me, it's far, far, far too low, but that's Pavers value for you. It's amazing. Take advantage right now. Call us. The phone lines are open. So, now, for this time of the year, we've got something which comes back year after year after year, and actually there's little tweaks and little design changes that just keep in step with where we are right now. But I think you're going to love these. 'Cause
Oh,
they
definitely.
are so lightweight as
They
well, aren't
are
they?
incredibly lightweight. Really nice, simple lines on this, and it's got a beautiful feel to this. It's a little bit like brush suede. It's all man-made, so really easy to keep clean. But nice and simple at the front there, a lovely sort of almond-shaped toe, and then inside it actually looks and feels like suede, but again, it's all man-made. But I actually like this sole unit. We've seen this for a few seasons, but extremely light. I love these like, well, they're like little waves, aren't they, underneath?
little
and
scallops.
then underneath you've got great grip, but you've got that little bit of give in there as well, which is lovely. Now we're calling this one beige, but I think it's got a little bit of a tinge of a soft gold there.
Yes, it's almost like there's a little bit of like a mica on top, which just gives a little bit of light reflection.
Does a little bit of sheen, doesn't it? I mean, I
beautiful.
love this colour, but the other one that Linda's wearing is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh gosh, it's wonderful, isn't it? It's another one of these lovely kind of sort of Monet prints, isn't it, Linda?
It's got all those colours that you've got in your wardrobe,
Yeah.
your blues, your pinks, your magentas. It actually goes perfect with what I'm wearing, actually,
does.
doesn't it?
Looks
So
lovely.
it really is lovely. It's going to be very useful for in the summer to mix with your wardrobe. Really comfortable. You've got a great sponginess. You can see, look.
Look
how
at that, the
spongy
give
underneath
in
the
that
give.
sole
Wowzers.
unit, which is fabulous. Do you know what I think they'd be really good for?
Go on.
You know, if you were travelling somewhere and you had to travel really light,
Oh,
and maybe
yes.
just a carry-on suitcase, because
Yes.
that
Yes.
would go with everything,
Yeah, if
wouldn't
you've just
it?
got your 10 kilos.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're going on a
that's
little
right.
trip somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect.
And actually, you can roll up some clothes and get them
And
inside
pop them
as well,
inside.
can't you? Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, practical packing. We're all up for a bit of that, aren't
Oh,
we?
definitely.
We like a challenge. 317367 is your item number. I have to say, there's a little bit of, is that like a rosy gold on the heel there as well, Linda, just as you're moving it around?
Yeah, that is really
Yeah,
lovely.
you know,
Oh.
it sort of like goes from silver to rose gold.
Yeah, it's like
really
sort of two-tone,
pretty.
isn't it?
Now, Linda's a standard fit, but these are wider, so just a little bit gapey at the front there. But isn't it great that we have all sorts of different widths at Pavers?
Yes,
It's fabulous,
it is
isn't it?
Fantastic, it is.
It is a good price tag as well. I mean, and this is the time to seize the moment, isn't it, really? It's coming towards that time of the year again. Hooray, hooray, hooray. 317367 is your item number then for these, if you fancy them. Two different colours. Beige, which is far from beige as well, by the way. There's a lovely sheen to that colour too. And the grey multi, which is a whole myriad of different colours. And these are just $29.99. Very pretty indeed. Have you ever been to the ballet, Sheila?
I certainly have.
Have you?
Well, I used to be a ballet dancer.
No, did you?
No, I didn't. I was a dancer, but I wasn't a professional ballet dancer.
So could you get right up on the very, very tips of
I
your toes?
could, yes.
Oh.
Yes, in
Does it
grade
hurt?
5. It does when you first start.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. It
Anyway,
does.
listen, the reason I asked that, so we could sit and chat for a whole 3 minutes about this, couldn't we? I'm fascinated. We have a ballet shoe here for you right now, which is, it's turning into a classic, isn't it? It's turning into a bit
Definitely.
like a loafer or a moccasin. It's turning into a bit of a perennial, isn't it?
But there are ballet shoes and ballet shoes because sometimes you find them where they're extremely flat.
Oh,
There's no support, no
Don't
cushioning.
start us off.
And they look awful.
Yes.
And you don't get much wear out of them before they're worn out. But this is great because I'll just show you the sole first. You've got great grip. And then you've got a real nice cushioning here. So that's protection from whatever surface you're walking on. The upper's really nice because when you look at the front here, it's not too low down, so you don't see your toes squishing together. You've got a really nice oval shape there. Then at the side here, it comes that little bit further up, so it's not gaping. Sometimes they come right down here, so you're spilling out of the shoe.
Don't tell me, don't
with
tell
this
me.
one,
Seen it so often, drives me crackers.
he's going to get on his high horse here, aren't you?
It does, it drives me crackers, and I know it's, Linda, it's one of your things as well, isn't it?
It is.
Is seeing
Little pet hate.
seeing
Yeah.
girls in these sort of not paper thin
Yeah.
fabric, awful. Ooh, it makes me shiver
And
every
do you
time
know
I see
that
it.
they only last a few weeks.
Yes, they
Yeah,
do.
what's
I've
the
been
point?
there. I've got two daughters. They've both been and bought
Yeah.
these cheap ballet pumps made of cardboard, and they
Yes.
don't last at all.
Rubbish.
True.
Yeah.
And there's
Absolutely.
no support for your feet at all.
No,
No.
these
No.
are very, very sturdy, aren't they?
Very,
as well?
very sturdy. They've got a great sole unit underneath. They are fantastic. As soon as you put them on, they're really comfortable as well. You know, a ballet pump is a really popular thing to have in your wardrobe now because they just go with everything, and you can wear them all year round, even on holiday. I think this would make a nice little school shoe as well. Actually.
Yeah,
Yes.
school shoe or even
Yeah.
a work shoe.
work
you know, when you
shoe,
want to
yeah.
be really comfortable, you could still wear those with a nice suit, couldn't you?
Yeah,
Yes.
Quite
yeah.
easily. Trouser suit, skirt
Suit or
yeah.
bow ties with maybe
Yeah.
a nice smart dress as
Yeah.
well.
What's that thing you can get with your feet when you've got no support underneath?
Plantar
That's it.
fasciitis.
That's
yes.
it.
Yes.
That's what you get, isn't it, when you buy those very, very flat,
Silly shoes.
unsupported,
Yes.
yes, silly shoes. Stop doing it. Spread the word. You need something like this with lots and lots and lots of support. Right, there we go. Sermon over. Amen. 08450 99 99 69 is your telephone number here. You can buy these online, of course, at pavershoes.tv. Item number 314145. Oh, I tell you what, you're all perfectly dressed for these shoes,
We
let me
are.
tell you.
See, we just knew it was telepathy between me and Linda.
It's a bit dangerous, though, let me tell you. It's a little bit dangerous because that often results in shopping. Lorna, get ready. They're going to add some more to the list.
Oh no, she's absolutely fed up. We're going to have to rein it in a little bit. Yeah, we're going to have to rein it in. We get
Yeah.
really naughty when we get all the new season shoes and everything. But
Absolutely.
this is lovely. Actually, when you look at this from the front there, you would actually think it was a court shoe.
Yes.
But it's a lovely flat, like ballet pump, but you've got this tiny little wood effect heel there, which is really nice, because with a ballet pump, you tend to be just totally flat to the floor. but you've got this little bit of patent at the front, and then this really nice texture across the top there, and then this sort of suede look around the back there. It's all man-made, so really easy to keep clean. You just wipe it clean. And then underneath, it's actually a rubberized sole, so you've got that really nice grip underneath as well. And then inside, really lovely. It feels like a velvety feel to it, which is lovely. But we've got two colours. We've got the navy and then Linda's, which is gorgeous. The navy, red and white.
Yeah, now don't be sneaking off now. You need to stay for another minute and a half before you go and order. Be a pair of 6s going that way. Pair of 4s your way, Linda, for these.
No, we're 6s. So
Oh,
we
you're
live
6s as
close,
well, aren't you?
we live
Cool.
closer
Yeah,
to
we can
each other. We could
share.
share.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But she lives miles away.
These are just meant to be for you,
They
aren't
are
they, Linda?
gorgeous, aren't they? I love that nautical look, that red, white and blue look, that nice jacket with a white shirt and jeans look is just fabulous. And these would go with all that. You know, and your cut-offs and all your nice white linen trousers, they are fabulous.
I'm just going to
Beautiful.
say one thing. Linda is a standard fitting.
Yes.
These are a wider fit.
Yes.
So
Yes.
they look a little bit gapey on
Yeah.
Linda. But that's good to show ladies that actually, if you're a wider fit, these would be perfect for you.
Yeah,
they would.
Absolutely. And again, they are, remember, they're designed for the real woman as well. So if you've got, you know, lumpy, bumpy bits, corns, bunions, whatever it
Yes.
might be, issues with your feet,
Yeah.
that's what these shoes were designed for. So don't be put off by the style, thinking, oh, I'm not sure, will they be comfortable for me? Listen, we are pretty much 50 years in the shoe business, and it's all about comfort. Comfort always comes first. Comfort, style, value. They are our 3 bywords here at Pavers. So if you like the look of them, please do get them home and see the Pavers difference. 08450 99 99 69 is the telephone number then. 2 different amazing colours there, an amazing price as well, just $29.99. Now, who knew that pain in your shoulder might be caused from your feet? I had no idea. But a lot of people I know who've been for examinations for joint pain have been suggested to them that they try orthotics for their shoes, and it might be you as well. Here, a lot of people have come to ask us whether we have orthotic insoles, and yes, we do. Here they are. They are brilliant. 307860 is the WalkFit Platinum Orthotic Woman's Insole. You choose your shoe size, and these just slip into your regular shoe, so you can take them from pair to pair. Now, it has a gel-filled support at the heel, and then you've got these orthotic inserts. Now, can you see they've got different levels of incline for them? So what you do is you simply slot this piece into this side, and that becomes your completed orthotic insole, and you just take them out and put them into your other shoes as you want to. Remember, having an orthotic insole is all about balancing out how evenly you walk, and actually that can affect various parts of the body as well. Always talk to your doctor and your specialists about this, but if you're looking for orthotic insoles, here they are for you right now. The details, 307860. Remember, you get a pair of them, plus the 3 different levels of incline in them for just £16.99. Call us now to get yours, 08450 99 99 69. Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many, many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long, long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really, really good. And the great thing is, it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders, because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long, long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere $3.99 to look after your leather.
Now, these look really comfy. I'm saying these because I've got it in this gorgeous blue with these like kind of fern print going on around there and the lovely stripes on the Mary Jane. I need to tell you, I've not got them here today, but if you go to the website, we also sell these in black. And it's all solid black, apart from you've got a grey stripe here, and all this top stitching is done in either white or grey on the black ones. They're very, very stylish, but I just haven't got them here with me today. But these are lovely, aren't they? Really, really gorgeous. Those you love a Mary Jane. The strap is all elastication, look. So how comfortable is that going to be on your foot? Also, all this fabric around here, that feels like a neoprene there, and then that feels like a suedette going around the front. Really, really lovely. And then, of course, now what you might not be able to see on your television is there's top stitching and there's binding going on all the way around there on that really lovely kind of undulating line, which is going to look lovely on the foot, isn't it? A nice high heel at the back, not heel, but heel at the back there to support your ankle. And then you've got this kind of lovely, there's no weight to this at all, this gripability on the bottom there, on the unit, and of course the flexibility is absolutely lovely. And then in here, we've got memory foam in there, so the whole thing is screaming comfort, isn't it? Absolutely comfort, and just everyday lovely wear. Now, come on in, Sheila, because the first question I'm going to ask you is, it says on my notes here that they're a standard fit. Now, you're a standard, aren't
I'm
you?
a standard, but there is plenty of room in here. Now, if you look at the front of the shoe, when I actually flex my foot, there is definite room there.
Just show us that again.
Yeah, so sort of at the front there, you can see there's plenty of room. So I said, I think it'd be, if you are maybe a D fit, but you want it
Do
slightly...
you think it would fit an E-fit then as
I
well?
do, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also there's so much give in the whole thing.
Absolutely, and the elastication, there's no restriction over the top, but they keep them nice and secure on the foot. But they look very tropical, don't they?
Oh, okay, you're going tropical.
I'm going
Is that
tropical.
because of all the leaf print on
Yeah,
it?
I think it's lovely. And all those really nice pinks and blues there.
You've got the navy multi here, but they do come in a black. Please go to the website to check out the black ones. £27.99. Our operators are waiting, so you'll call right now on 08450 99 99 69, or you can always come in and buy these on the web.
Time for a dream fly flot right now. Now, they are slightly different to the anatomic footbeds that you get with a regular fly flot, because they're a little bit more like memory foam, which is really lovely. I don't know if you can see, but look. So I press down there. It takes a little while for that footbed to actually recover, but it's ever so nice. You see, it's slightly sculpted there as well, so you're actually sitting in it rather than on it. Now, this is really, really lovely, because usually you have one fixed piece of leather coming across a fly flot, but this one is adjustable as well. We work very, very closely with the team at Fly Flot to add adjustability. Sometimes it's elastication in vents, but this time it's a little bit of one-touch fastening, which just allows you to bring it in or let it out as you need to, because sometimes you just need to let it out. This is brilliant, and you've got 3 different colours in this. I love the fact in the pewter you've got this lovely sort of two-tone going on the strap that comes across the top. And on the white, that's really, really interesting, because you've got a little bit of red and... Is there some
It's like
navy
a
on there?
navy on
Is it
there as
navy
well, which is
Sheila?
and it's got a little bit of shimmer on there as well.
It's lovely. It's a really nice design. You can see here as well the overstitching where the upper meets the base there. It just adds that extra little design feature. And you've got that centre seam as well with a nice bright white overstitching. And I think that's particularly attractive in the pewter, which is it's your universal neutral, isn't it?
It is.
Sheila?
I mean, if you're really sort of like thinking about where you might be going, let's say it's a special occasion or something, and you're very poor on packing, then you can take a pewter shoe and it'll go with everything.
Yeah.
It really will. If you think of all the colours in your wardrobe, that pewter will go with all of them.
If you think as well of the price of Fly Flot clogs over the years, and you've been wearing these for
Absolutely.
decades one way or the
yes,
other.
I have.
And when
Yes.
Fly Flot clogs first came out in leather,
I actually think the price has come down.
I think it has, because I think it was sort of early 40s to mid 40s when
Yeah,
they first came out.
definitely.
And actually that price has come down. And do you know why? It's all about the amount. I mean, we sell fly flots exclusively here in the UK. We have the exclusive license here in the UK to sell fly flots, so you won't find them anywhere else but us here at Pavers. But because we sell such a huge number of them, because people are discovering them every year, more and more are sold, therefore we're buying larger numbers, therefore we can work on different economies of scale. That means that you can have these now for just $32.99 in the year 2020, which I think is absolutely amazing. If you've not discovered fly flots yet, please do give one of these styles a try. This one is 318000 and it's just $32.99.
Can I just say I love these? If these were in my size, oh, sadly they're not. I'd get these because they're sleek, they're light as a feather, and I just think they're very, very versatile. Imagine if you got those, you could wear them with your jeans, you could wear the little skirt, you could wear them with anything. I just think they're really, really like Bobby Dazzlers, these. So we've got a leather and textile upper. So this is all gorgeous suede here. So do give it a spray before you wear it. Now, good old-fashioned laces. Now, I was about to say, Linda normally tucks hers in, so I'm going to take mine out and tie a bow. But Linda's tied a bow this time, so I'm going to tuck mine in. But you can wear them either way. You can either be down with the kids like Linda normally is, or a bit old-fashioned like me. I just think they're the loveliest, loveliest shoe. They're called the Skechers Fitster Bolder Days Lace-Up Trainer. I have no idea what any of that means, but I just think they are absolutely adorable. They come in two different colourways. This is obviously the black one, but look at the natural one. I think that, because it's not white, it's like a clotted cream colour. And I just think, do you remember like old-fashioned kind of bowling shoes? That really, really lovely, just off-white, that really rich cream looking. I just think they work beautifully. And you can't see it, well, you might be able to see it there. There's just a little flash of pink on those. So the writing on the side is pink, and then they're like it's not stitching, but on the sole, in a minute, when we see Linda wearing it, I'll get to show you the bottom of the shoe. They've got like little pink kisses on the bottom of the shoe. I just think they're so lovely. Anyway, let's ask Linda how they feel, because I love the shape of
Yeah,
these.
and I've just popped on with a pair of jeans. You can wear them with, you know, a pair of shorts, or, you know, you tracksuits, you know, if you're going to the gym. Trainers have become part of our wardrobe now.
Oh, no, completely.
They go with absolutely everything. You see everybody wearing them, particularly when you're on a flight. You know, they're so easy to wear, and these are really lightweight, gorgeous underfoot as well. You can see that sponginess.
Yes.
That sole unit is just so
Are
spongy.
you able, I don't know how I'm going to get you to do this, on the soles, there's like little pink kisses on the actual underneath of the shoe. If you just twist around, can you see, look there,
Oh, yes.
where your ball of your foot is. Oh, they're just a really, really lovely little detailing there. Do you know what these would be good for as well? If you go on weekend breaks,
Yeah.
and you want to look stylish but wander around Paris
Yes,
or Dublin or wherever,
absolutely, yeah.
because they're going to be really, really comfortable to wear and light as a feather to
Yeah.
pack. It's not going to take, even if you do one of those where you just take, you know, you just take a suitcase in your thing above your
Yeah,
head,
that's
not in
what
the
I
hold
do.
sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
I think these are a perfect buy for that. 314155 is your item code number. The Skechers Fitster Bolder Days Lace-Up Trainer. UK sizes 3 to 8, but check the screen for size availability in the colourway that you like. I think those natural ones are going to fly out. £41.99. Again, these are a standard fit. 08450 99 969 is your telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv to buy and look at them all on the web.
Oh gosh, look, I mean, you have such a carnival of colour comfort going on here. I know I say this all the time, but you know sometimes you can just see comfort. You could buy these by just looking at those, couldn't you? And just say, right, okay, which colour am I going for? Am I going for mustard, rose, lime, navy, or red? I don't think it's going to be one colour, Sheila, this
Do
time.
you know, I think it's going to be really difficult to choose.
It's going to be a couple of colours, I think.
Well, it's either that, or you've got to think about what handbags you might have, or what colour scheme you've got in your wardrobe, you know, when it comes to that more sort of spring, summertime. I just think they are gorgeous.
I'm going to make a guess right now, because I know that I sent out on my presenter page on Facebook when we were doing a day's filming, and I sent a picture of a few shoes, one of which was that mustard colour.
Yes.
And everyone said, oh, I'm liking that. It's a very big trend colour at the moment,
It
isn't it?
certainly is. There's a lot in fashion with jumpers and blouses and things. It's a really sort of different colour. I just think that is absolutely gorgeous.
Wonderful, isn't it?
It is. I mean, all the colours are fantastic. I can't really choose at this moment in time.
No.
I'm holding the red, and what a pretty colour. It's got a little bit of coral in there as
Yes,
well in the
yeah,
red.
yeah.
But this leather is so incredibly soft. It is beautiful. It's Turkish leather. You've got the Mary Jane strap that you can bring right across or loosen if you need to, with that lovely leather covered button there. And what I do like about it is that gorgeous overstitch around the side, and then you've got this sole unit is so different. You've got the white stripe, and then you've got this really sort of like crocodile teeth sole, and then that fabulous grip underneath.
That reminds me of a toothpaste I used to use years and years and years ago, actually, which was red and white together. Right, let's have another look at the 5 colours again. So the colours are, from furthest away, mustard, rose, lime, navy and red. Sheila, favourite one?
Oh, don't!
You can't, can you?
Put me on the spot.
Linda, there
It's
can't
very
just be one.
difficult.
Yeah,
It is. I do love this mustard though.
It is. It's lovely,
different.
isn't it?
Yeah.
I've not got anything like this in my wardrobe, so I would probably say the mustard.
Oh.
Yeah,
I feel an order
so-
coming on.
As long as I can get a bag to go with them.
Oh, I'm sure we'll find
Yeah,
one.
but you could wear white. You could have a white
White.
bag because of that white
Yeah.
stripe running on the sole.
Yes, that's
unit.
true.
Ladies, shoes. We're here to do shoes right now. Oh,
I
listen,
love
I've lost
these.
it. I've lost them. Right, you've got 5 different colours there. They're absolutely beautiful. $39.99 for rich, supple Turkish leathers in some beautiful trend colours. Call as quickly as you can. These are a real delight. Now, it's funny, you know, because these are, and I've seen clogs. I've been here for around about 6 years now at Pavers, and I love it. Love every minute of being here, working with the team and seeing the different styles year on year as well. It's absolutely brilliant. Have a little look, because actually for me, you've got, I don't know why, but my eye, maybe Sheila, you can help me out with these, because they come in black and they come in white in a floral. And I'm thinking the black one would be good for just pottering around in the garden, and the white one would be like for, you know, everyday wearing. Don't
I
you
think
Do you
they're too nice to be saved
I
for
thought
pottering.
you'd say that.
Far too nice,
Yeah,
Derek.
I thought you'd say that.
You've got all sorts of different outfits that will lend to each of them. I think the white one is a little bit more feminine, as in sort of floaty
Yeah.
fabrics, that type of thing. I think with the black one, that's with your cut-offs, with your jeans. You know, when you're really out there, you want to do a good walk and what have you. I think they fit the bill in both camps there.
I think actually very artistic and creative people will like these.
I think so,
Do you know what I mean? Because they are
Yes.
very nice and floral. Let's have a little look through this one then, and then we'll see Sheila's. So you've got the anatomic footbed, which is really lovely. So of course that gets to know you. It's a breathable footbed as well. You can see it's got little sort of cut out little dots through there as well, just to allow the foot to breathe as well. Plenty of flexibility on the leather, and then this beautiful floral print. Isn't it amazing what they can do with leathers? Actually add a floral print. Actually, this isn't a leather, this one, isn't it? This is a man-made, this one.
The silly thing about it, though, Derek, sorry I'm butting in.
No, go on.
When you actually feel these and you look at them, you actually think it is leather.
Yes,
you
you
know,
do.
sometimes you know, you look at the information and you think that can't be right because this looks like a leather, feels like a leather,
Yes.
sometimes smells like a leather.
Absolutely.
But I think these are so incredibly pretty. They really are. And there's a bit of adjustability on them as well.
Yes.
So you can actually loosen, because often ladies have one foot slightly bigger than the other, so you
Yes.
can adjust that.
Yeah, which is good. All of us have that. Don't know. I never knew that
Yeah.
until I was here, but
Yeah.
it does make sense actually.
Absolutely.
But I do vaguely remember now. You know when you're a wee one and you have to put your feet in those things with the
yes,
wooden
with the
sliders
slider.
and everything
Yes.
else. Oh, then what days? And I do remember actually there being a slight variance between
Yeah.
one foot and the other. There you go. Funny things, human
It's
beings,
funny,
aren't
the
they?
second toe, my second toe is bigger on one foot than my big toe.
Yes, I think mine is as
Yeah.
well. Ooh, we'll have to show you on a Facebook Live. 313-800 is your item number there. You've got the black floral and the white floral here for an amazing price there. Too good for the garden, apparently. See, I'd wear mine in the garden, but you know, no, too good for the garden. A variety of different uses and an amazing price tag too, coming in at less than £25. Time for a sling-backed sandal right now, which is never easy to say, but very, very easy for us to bring to you. This is lovely, and it's almost like the design is classic, and it stays year after year after year. We just maybe change the colour combinations or change the colour of the shoe or the sandal, should I say, overall. This time, this is the navy pewter mix. This is lovely because you've got independent pieces here. All 4 of these pieces are independent, or it's actually 2 lots of 2, but you've got independent movement for all of your toes there to just get nice and snuggly and comfy. The other feature on this, if I just move this sling back out of the way for a second, can you see how the texture of the base is sort of wavy? Can you see that? It's not flat completely. Well, the cushioning here is actually formed like almost like a waffle. It's really, really nice. So it comes up, it has sort of peaks and troughs, and that happens all the way through to the toe as well. Can you see it's a little bit kind of rippled? You have got the sling back there, which is adjustable, and also there's a little bit of elastication on the inside of that, just to add a little bit more flexibility, which you can't see, of course, because the colour's too dark, and this is television. Anyway, get them home and see them. They are a wider fit as well, so an E fit, a D to an E fit for you as well. But they don't have that kind of appearance, which is good. They don't look overly wide, which is good. So here are your colours. So we've looked at navy and pewter. Closest to you on the shot, you have the beige. No, you don't. You have the white. And closest to me, you have the beige, which, is it just my eyes, or is that a little bit creamy?
It is
Sheila?
a lovely, lovely colour, in between apricot and cream, or...
It's like one of those cream liqueurs.
Oh,
do you know what I mean?
I know the
one.
one.
Of those naughty ones.
Yes, that we had, you know, at the end of last year.
Yes, when the tree was up.
Yeah, we were probably having quite a few of those.
Probably. One at
Yeah.
a time responsibly, obviously.
But a really pretty sandal, but quite a dressy sandal. I can see this more sort of dressed up with a really pretty dress, you know, going to some sort of really nice event. All 3 colours are lovely. I mean, on this one, you've got that little bit of gold, but it's got a really nice sort of pattern running through it as well.
Is it gold? I wonder actually whether it's a little bit of, it's like a floral with a bit of a silver as its backdrop, I think, is it?
I don't know, it looks a bit... I think
The
it's
white has gold.
Yeah, I think it's chameleon. It's a chameleon.
It's a chameleon. There we
Yes.
go. We'll go with that. 3 chameleons. Which one would you like? Would you like the beige chameleon, the navy and pewter chameleon, or the white chameleon? They are beautiful. You can have a closer look, by the way, on our website. If you just go to pavershoes.tv, pop in the item number there, 312184, and you can see all of the details. They're lovely, aren't they? Under £30 too. So a new year and a new decade and a new season as well. We are springing into spring. Whether it's time or not, we are ready. And we've got lots and lots of colour choices coming your way as well. So if you want some lovely sandals and some nice colour, oh gosh, you've got some massive choices here, like a Voila. How about this? This is our Pavers Touch Fasten Sandal, 124091. I'll run through the colours before we do anything else. At the front, closest to you, you've got a lovely sparkly, glittering, slightly metallic denim. Then you've got the tan, then black, then platinum. Platinum, if you don't mind.
Ooh.
Platinum. We're going straight to the platinum card. You've also got the red, and you've got the navy there as well. So lots and lots of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different colour choices. These are beautiful. They're a style which we bring like an evergreen for spring. And actually, I say spring, these could easily take you through summer as well, into the later months of the year as well. 124091 is your item number. And they are beautiful. So they are man-made, so they're easy to look after, but you do have a nice breathable leather insole, which is lovely. Can you see these the way these are sculpted as well? Beautifully rounded, so they're a really nice profile, but you're actually sitting in it rather than on it, and you've also got that lovely padded support right the way through, in it, as the young people say. These are beautiful, lovely, lovely colour, very, very true colour as well, so it's a really true sort of scarlet red, isn't it? And you can adjust these as well because you've got the one-touch fastening, plus a gorgeous back strap. Now, quick look at the colours again, and I'll run through them. So, closest to you is the denim with a little bit of sparkly metallic in it. You've got tan, black, platinum. red and the navy as your colour options. And of course, Sheila's gone platinum.
Absolutely. What a lovely, lovely colour. It's sort of in between a soft gold and a soft silver, isn't it, really?
Yes, it is.
And I think they're a great sandal. We bring these back season after season,
Yeah.
but we just change the colours.
Yeah.
So it really, really works. I think it's a nice looking sandal. You've got the comfort there with that beautiful shaped footbed. It's leather inside, which feels so nice because it's a nubuck or a suede leather,
Yes.
which is really sort of like tactile to the
Yes,
foot.
lovely.
Again, it's something you can wear through the daytime, but when it gets to evening time, you could wear this easily with a nice maxi dress or something.
It's like they're mirrored in that platinum. You know, when we're looking at them on the close shot there.
Because of the shine.
Yeah, it almost
Yeah.
looks like they're mirrored. It's beautiful. It's very sort of dazzling. I
Yes.
like it.
Yeah,
It's very mesmerising.
it is very, very nice.
So 6 colours you've got there. 124091 is the item number, and the price tag just £27.99. Remember, there is a buy and try money back guarantee as well. Now, what you might notice about the size range that we have at Fly Flots here at Pavers, and remember, we sell Fly Flots exclusively. We've got the exclusive licence to sell Fly Flots here in the UK. But notice the size range. We actually go down to a size 1 and go up to a size 9, which is why so many ladies always turn to Pavers. And the great thing is, I love this because we've sold Fly Flots for many, many years now. But next year, so 2021, Pavers are celebrating 50 years in the shoe business, starting from almost zero, you know, a couple of £100 from the bank for Catherine Paver, and has started this amazing, amazing company that bring you comfort, style and value. But comfort is always the top one on the list. Now, when you look at these, you can see how comfortable they are, because actually, you know, up here, where these look padded, they are padded, they're beautiful. Now, they're adjustable, they're a dual fitting, these, so they're adjustable here and here with the one-touch fastening. And you know, the reason why we open the one-touch fastening is just so you can hear how satisfyingly strong that one-touch fastening is, because there are different qualities of it as well, the hook and eye. Some of them can be very, very weak and they get fluffy and they stop working almost straight away. Fly Flot always use the very, very strongest of materials. But listen, you want to know about the comfort. So it's got an anatomic footbed, as you can see, which is just beautiful, nice and breathable and nice and padded and cushioned all the way to the tips of your toes, which I think is really, really lovely. And actually, colour-wise, isn't that a nice neutral? This is what we're calling beige, which is lovely. But you also have a navy, which is lovely and classic, I think. Really, really nice. Again, lots of people wear navy. Even if it's a pair of cut-offs or a pair of shorts when you're on holiday, navy just works, doesn't it? Maybe you've got your Breton, your navy and white stripes as well. But you also have this lovely, almost corally red, Sheila.
Beautiful. We've seen a lot of red around this season,
yes.
and I think it complements summer wardrobes. You know, if you do wear a lot of navy and white, I think it's just gorgeous. And again, you know, this Fly Flot is so ultra comfortable. You've got the cushioning over the top of your foot with the one-touch fastening, because that's slightly padded, and then the actual comfort within the sole unit. And then when you're walking, every step you take, you've got that squidge on that foot base. It is
gorgeous.
fabulous.
It's
it
lovely,
really
isn't it?
is.
It almost feels like we should call this a therapeutic mule. Do you know what I mean?
think it could be.
I think
yes.
it probably will be for a lot of people as well. I think you'll find this is really lovely, like a welcome home for your feet. This is how comfort should be, kind of mule. It's Fly Flot. You know you can trust in it. 3 colours there: beige, navy and red. £24.99 is your price tag. Remember, you can order on the phone lines and the website anytime you like, even the middle of the night. Call us now and we'll be there.
Now, I've got this shoe in 2 different colours. One, I would say, is just totally serviceable. If you can wear a comfortable shoe to work, then go with the black one. But then look at the other one. The other one's more fun, isn't it? The navy pink one. It's really weird, isn't it? Because they're exactly the same shoe. But doesn't the black one look chunkier than the blue and pink one? And I think it's just because the colourway and the white sole and the pink trim. Oh, Linda's going to love these, all that pink all over this, isn't she? So let me take you through it first of all. You've got your, all this is man-made. The whole of the top is man-made fibre there. You've got your kind of, what we used to call Airtex, isn't it? The bit, oh, you can't, I don't know if you can see it on there. You'll be able to see it on the blue ones when we see Linda's. And then you've got this kind of suede effect going all the way around here. You've got a traditional laces that you're going to tie up at the front there. You've got a lovely tongue, which is it's nice and padded. And that's the bit, whenever I wear, I don't know what it's called, is it a high instep? That's the bit that always hurts me. When my feet get tired, it's that bit across there that hurts the most. And once you've got a lovely padded tongue like that, not many men's shoes have that padded tongue, do they? And then, of course, you've got your unit here going up at the back. This is all padded. All around the back here, that is all padded. So it's a really, really lovely fit. And then your sole unit there, this one's quite simple for a Skechers. It's just all those squares. But again, it's going to work because it's going to move with your foot and going to trap all the air in there. Now, these are a wide fit, as you can see there. They've also got memory foam on the inside, which is going to make them really, really comfortable. So the two colourways, this one, the solid black, and then the one you're going to see Linda wearing in a second there is the navy and the pink. And I just think the navy and the pink look completely different, don't they?
They do, completely different from the black. The black's quite solid, and this
Yes.
is quite a fun trainer,
And that one
isn't
looks
it?
more, for some reason, that one looks more streamlined,
It
doesn't
does,
it?
absolutely. I think it's because it's got that white sole unit,
Yes,
isn't it?
yeah.
Which makes it look smaller. But these are lovely, lovely and flexible. As you can see, I've tucked my shoelaces
Oh,
in.
you've gone all trendy on
I've
these
gone
ones.
trendy. So that's how my daughters show me how to do them. But these are really lovely, very flexible. And, you know, just great to wear because you just wipe them clean. These are a wider fitting, so I've got lots of room inside, even though I'm a standard foot. But they are fabulous. I love the fact where they come up here.
Yes.
Everything is padded
And it's all
all
like-
the
it's
way
lovely and
around.
padded, isn't it, all
So
around there,
lovely.
yeah.
In the sole unit is that memory foam. It's like double memory foam in this
Yes,
one, isn't it?
yeah. And again, light as a feather on your feet.
Light as a feather. Absolutely gorgeous. These
I
are.
just think they should make more men's shoes like this because I don't think we
No.
we don't come up
No.
tops when it comes to
No,
shoes, does it?
you don't.
309879 is your item code number. These are the Skechers Flex Appeal 2.0. UK sizes 2 to 8. Do check the screen for size availability. As I say, look, it's exactly the same shoe, but the black or the navy and the pink look completely different, don't they? £48.99. They are a wider fit. 08450 99 99 69 is your telephone number. Or, of course, you can always come in and buy on the web. Do you know what? I've got a bit nostalgic with this. It's taking me back to 1976. I had some platform shoes with exactly this pattern on the front. And isn't it funny with fashion and style, how things go round and round, and the designers of now think they've invented something new, and there we were with our great big bell bottoms and our platform shoes with exactly that pattern going on the front. These are lovely. They're so stylish. They're not platforms, obviously, they're not 70s, but that's what it just took me back to, those lovely stripes of your leather there. So now I'm going to go to colours now, if that's all right, because I've got 4 very different colours on the table there. We've got the black multi, which is the black with the grey. Oh, is it though? Hang on. We've got black multi, we've got the black pewter, we've got the navy multi, and we've got the navy and burgundy. But I can see greens and I can see oysters in there and burgundies and things in there. Lots of beautiful colours. The best thing to do is go to look at the website and see which one you like best, because they're all so lovely, aren't they? So they're leather upper and their leather insole, but look in here. Look at that extra padding there, exactly where you need it. And I don't know if you can see in there, there's padding going all the way through inside that shoe. Really, really lovely. Slightly higher heel on this one. You see, it was like a wedge that's been cut away slightly, but slightly higher there. I just think they're so... Imagine those with a lovely pair of, like... tailored trousers with a cuff on the bottom or something like that. Really, and that nice squared off toe there as well. So which one is you've got navy multi. Your navy multi
Yeah,
there. So you've got green and brown and navy.
Yes, I love those colours, because if you think of all those colours that you have in your wardrobes that you can mix it with, isn't it? And green is so in at the moment, and all those gorgeous. It really is
None
lovely.
of the colours are shouty, are they?
They're not.
all
It's very subtle.
aren't they?
It's very subtle. And I think the leather is just so soft. I've got no hosiery on at all. Nothing is rubbing at all. You've got those 2 vents at the front there. But it's so ease of movement. Flexibility is fantastic. For £37.99, that is a fantastic
leather
shoe
upper and
with
leather
insole as well.
What fitting would you say these were?
I'd say these are standard.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, standard. But even though I've got the dreaded problems with my feet, these are so soft, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh no, exactly. Really, really lovely these, aren't they? 124384 is your item code number on these. They are the Pavers multi-tonal leather slip-on shoe. Now they come in UK sizes 2 to 8. But you need to check the screen for your size availability if you want. I just want to go through the colours because it's quite complex, the colours, or not complex, but I want to make sure you get the ones that you definitely want. So you've got black multi, you've got black and pewter, So the black multi have got the burgundy and brown stripe on them. The pewter obviously have got the black and the pewter stripe on them. Then you've got the navy multi, which is the one that Linda was wearing, and then you've got the navy and burgundy ones. Oh, so much to choose from, isn't there? You know what? Give us a call, but go on the web and have a good look at these. Hello, comfortable clogs and slippers. This is your favourite,
It is, John. I'm so pleased, and we've got such a lovely selection of clogs and slippers. I mean, we're starting with this beautiful one here. It's a fly flop, which we absolutely love. But look at that upper. It's got like a real metallic
But it's like
sheen.
a brocade, isn't it?
It's gorgeous, isn't it? A little bit sort of paisley in the effect on the top there. Love it in the burgundy. And also we've got the lovely black, and we've got a taupey colour, which is like a mushroomy colour. But they look so incredibly expensive, don't they? They're gorgeous. Now, with these, it's a fair weather shoe. You could either wear them as a slipper, you could wear them outdoors, but obviously not when it's bad weather, because this would actually not protect you from rain or anything.
No, but you know what I'm thinking, right? If you're a lady who has issues with their feet and you can only wear clogs or
Yes,
mules or something like
yeah.
that, and you're dressing up, you've got a long frock on, you
Fabulous.
can see the toe of that shoe.
That would
it's going to
look
look very
lovely.
glamorous. Isn't it? Nobody's going to know you've got your favourite clogs on.
Because in fashion there's quite a lot of velvet around at the moment, and this would actually suit velvet beautifully.
Well, also going into it, I don't want to mention the Christmas
No,
word, but,
but
you know, the party season,
yeah.
things like that. They're going to be fantastic.
Absolutely. And also that, when you put your foot inside, the insole of this is fabulous. It's all leather. When you pop your foot in, it's quite unique with a fly flop. You actually sink down into that footbed, and it just remembers the shape of your foot. So it's bespoke to you. It's a gorgeous sensation. Then on this unit here, it's an outdoor unit. It's actually rubberized, but it's got so many air bubbles. So you've got that beautiful cushioning, and it's like a bounce back when you're wearing
Well, let's
them.
have a look at Linda. You just come in, because we can. When you've got your foot in,
Yeah.
you can actually see the bounce, can't you?
Really gorgeous, so glamorous, aren't they?
I love that colour.
I like that
This
colour.
colour.
Yeah.
I love this colour. I think it just looks so expensive. Really designed.
Show us the
looking.
bounce. Show us the bounce.
There,
That's
squidge.
squidgy squidge.
That must be fantastic
It
to
is.
wear.
It is. Well, I've got the clogs, and they are amazing. You know, it takes away any sort of impact, any surface you're walking on, you don't feel it right through the clog. And also with Linda, you know, she's got a little bits of issues with her bunions and things, but all of
Rub
the
it in,
upper
like this, so you-
is really lovely and soft.
So also, the way they're cut, they're not going to fall off your feet, are they?
No.
315 800, that's your item code number. These are the Fly Flop Anatomic Metallic Clogs. UK size is 2 to 9. Please, please try these at home, because they're fantastic. They come in black, they come in burgundy, and they come in taupe. They're £24.99. 08450 99 99 600, your telephone number, www.paywithshoes.tv to buy them on the web.
I'm loving this sheepskin or essence of
Yeah,
sheepskin.
it's not sheepskin, but gosh, does it feel like sheepskin. It's really cuddly and cosy inside, so it's going to keep your feet lovely and warm. I really like mule slippers.
Yeah.
Sometimes a full slipper can be a little bit too warm. These are just gorgeous, and they've got this really nice, it's like a suede. It's not suede, it's man-made, but it feels like the most gorgeous suede upper as well. Now, there is an outdoor unit on this, so if you are tripping outside, hanging your washing out, pop your bins out, doing a
When
little...
you say tripping, you don't mean falling
No,
over the chicken.
no.
You mean wandering down the path to
That's
the bin
it.
or the shed.
Yeah, because you know that expression, tripping the light, fantastic. Yeah, so that's where I've got it from. But yeah, if you do go outside, you're not going to spoil your slippers, because there's so many slippers I've bought. I've nipped outside, they've got all wet and soggy.
Well, in the old days, it was cardboard inside
It
the
was,
sole, wasn't it?
yeah, but this has got a really good grippy sole on this. I think really lovely. I mean, for the price, you've got all of that. You know, a really cosy slipper. Again, nice colours. This is a lovely burgundy. We've got a navy and we've got a beige, which is more of a sort of like clotted cream colour,
Yes,
which is
that looks
really
expensive,
nice.
doesn't
It does.
That looks like the kind of colour you'd get from that shop that's got 3 letters that comes from Australia.
I know which one you mean, John.
There
yes.
you go. Wait, they do,
And
don't
they'd
they?
be about sort of 80, 90 pounds.
Oh, at least, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Linda, Blue?
In the
Lovely.
navy, yes, lovely, aren't they? Look gorgeous. So expensive looking, don't
Yeah,
they?
they do.
But you know, if they were of suede, they'd be really heavy.
Yes,
wouldn't
they would,
But these
actually.
are so light
Very
to wear.
lightweight.
Really lightweight, but really, as soon as you put your foot in, they're so sumptuous inside and keep your foot really nice and cosy.
So your foot is completely surrounded by all of that faux fur
Yeah,
inside?
completely. As soon as you put your foot in, it's
And they look
absolutely
so
gorgeous.
cosy, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And really warming on the foot. I think, you know, with that sort of cream, what we're thinking is like sheepskin,
Yeah.
it sets off the navy beautifully with
all,
that trim.
all three colours, yeah. Now, what fitting would you say these were, Linda?
I think they're standard, yeah. And,
Yeah,
but
there's-
there's still a lot of room to wiggle your feet
Yeah,
around. There's
yeah.
lots of room.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Generally with a paver slipper we tend to do more of a wider fit, but it's nice actually that we've got slippers of all
Yeah.
different widths
Oh yeah,
as
totally.
well.
But also the fact that it's not fitted. So
No.
there's nothing worse than putting a slipper on and not being able to move your toes or anything, is there? 316236 is your item code number. These are the Pavers Slipper Clog. UK sizes 2 to 8. They come in beige, burgundy, and navy. Look at the price tag: £14.99. 08450 99 969. That's your telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv to come in and buy and look at all of our slippers on the web. Now, we've done a lot of slippers, lot of could be indoor,
Yes.
but these are definitely outdoor shoes. aren't
Outdoors, yes, and these are a Fly Flock Dream.
they? Oh, what does that mean?
Which is a bit more of their fashion range.
Oh.
Even though with the traditional Fly Flock we've seen all sorts of different colours and textures coming through, but this one has got a beautiful leather upper which is gorgeous, with this buckle, like a plaited design over the top there, with this really nice statement buckle which
Well, it's
is
like
lovely.
60s, retro,
It
isn't
is
it? Yeah.
actually, and then this really nice stitch work all along the seam between the insole and the outdoor unit there.
Now, is it me? Does that heel... That heel looks slightly higher to me.
It does. It's a slightly higher unit. It's slightly nipped in as well, but you've still got all that lovely cushioning. Now, the insole is slightly different on a Dream.
Oh, okay.
It actually feels like memory foam, so
Right.
slightly different
So
feel.
it's not at what we call
Anatomic, no.
Excuse
And it's
me.
also leather inside, really lovely, super soft leather.
Oh, so you've got leather all round your foot
Yeah,
then?
and it's all cushioned beautifully.
Oh, wow.
It's lovely. It's really nice. They're quite robust, but they're not heavy.
But they, you see, they'd look lovely with a pair of jeans, wouldn't they? You
Yeah,
kind of
I
like
think that look will be fabulous with a really nice belt or something. Three great colours. We've got the navy, which is lovely. We've got a deep dark burgundy this time.
Oxblood, I'd
yeah,
call
a
that,
bit more
yeah.
like what we used to call the oxblood. And then we've got
Used
the...
to?
Well,
Are you
don't
calling
they-
me dated then?
Don't they call it that anymore?
I don't know. I bet they don't because of
No,
political correctness.
absolutely,
And everything,
yeah.
And then what's the other one?
And the other one's black, but it's
Oh, do they
nice.
still call it black?
Do you know? It's funny that, John. They do.
Oh, no, it's lovely,
but
isn't it?
it breaks it up a little bit with that stitch work.
Yes.
But I think all three colours, great colours.
Come on in, Linda, because you've gone for the
Burgundy.
deep burgundy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's gorgeous, isn't it? Very
is.
designer looking. Burgundy's so in. It was in last year and it's in again this year.
Yeah.
I love burgundy. Looks lovely with grey, looks nice with black. Looks nice with navy actually as well.
I like that seam detail down the front as
Love
well.
it. And that
Around
buckle.
the toe, it looks really nice.
And can you feel that inside it? Can you feel that seam inside now?
No, definitely not. No, it's. I mean, the leather is just gorgeous, really lovely, soft, so flexible.
Not the anatomic sole, but you've got a cushion sole on this one, and then you've still got the air bubbles.
Yes, you have. But the cushion, so it does feel a bit like memory foam, doesn't it, Linda?
Yeah, really lovely. As soon as you put your foot in,
Yeah.
your foot just sinks
Just
down.
sinks.
30196 identical number. This is Fly Flock Dream Leather Clock with plaited band and buckle. Excuse me. UK sizes 2 to 9. Black or burgundy or navy. Now remember, you've got leather on the upper and leather on the insole on these. £34.99. 08450 99 9969. www.pavershoes.tv to buy them on the web. I'm just looking at Linda putting these. Have they got sparkles?
They've got
in them?
sparkle. It's like a glitter, a coloured glitter on top.
Oh wow!
Isn't it lovely? lovely.
Is that pink on yours?
Do you know it is? It's like different sort of shades of pink. It's really, really pretty. Now we're calling this one taupe, but to my eyes, John, is that not grey?
Silver.
It's like
It's
a silver
and pink.
grey.
Taking you back to the 70s, that, isn't it?
It is.
Silver and pink.
Isn't it beautiful? And it feels like the most gorgeous velvet upper. And then here you've got the Flyflot logo, which is like a really pretty butterfly. But I just think these are they're a little bit Christmassy. I shouldn't be saying that word, but they are very Christmassy.
Don't see why not.
No,
Christmas
why not?
every day in my house. We've got a shopping strap to Avon that's Christmas.
It's just Christmas all
full
the
set
time.
all year round,
Yeah.
Anyway, can I ask about the colours before we go on any further? Because they look... You see, that blue... I don't know if you're getting it from the telly. You'll see Linda wearing it. It's a really rich, beautiful navy blue, isn't it? And then the burgundy has got like a kind of pink
It has tinge to it. But I think these are lovely. Again, happy mules. You can wear them as a slipper, obviously, but you could actually go out in them.
Oh,
obviously
yes.
not on a rainy day or anything, but they are classed as a slipper.
But I'm thinking, I know we're not talking about Christmas yet, but Christmas drinks.
Oh,
you know, when somebody in the village
yes.
has a drink, you often have the neighbours round at Christmas.
Yeah, and you know, I want to be comfortable in my own home, or if you go around to somebody's house, they don't always want you to be wearing your shoes upstairs.
No, exactly.
You could take these slippers with you and still feel quite dressed up.
Definitely. Anyway, let's bring Linda in and have a look, because you've gone for the blue ones, which are very rich, aren't they?
Velvet, gorgeous these are, aren't they? Look so expensive. Wouldn't these make a nice present for someone?
They would, really lovely. And I love that little bit of glitter.
Yes, because it's nothing, it's not too much.
No, it's not. It's just like a shower of glitter on your slippers.
Are they pink on the blue one as well?
It's like a pinky silver.
Pinky silver.
Oh,
yeah.
lovely.
And I've not mentioned the width of the Flyflot.
Right.
These are a wider fit, which we used to call comfort fit.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so more of an E or an E plus fitting.
But you could get them if you're standard, because you're standard, aren't you?
I'm standard.
And you've got wiggle room, surely.
Well, the thing is, you've got wiggle room. They're anatomic, so you sink down into the footbed, and they come a long way back on your foot, so you don't.
Because normally
slip
we'd
out of
notice
them.
on you, wouldn't we? If you're wearing a standard, you're wearing a comfort, we go, these are a little bit gaping.
Wide,
wide on you, but they're not,
No,
aren't they?
they're not at all. These are fabulous.
315804 is your item code number. The Flyflot Anatomic Slipper Mule. You see, I had to put glitter in there somewhere. UK sizes 1 to 9. They come in blue, they come in burgundy, and they come in taupe, but that's the silver one at the end there. £21.99. 08450 999969. Oh, excuse me, that's your phone number. www.pavyshoes.tv for the web. Now, I don't want to put a down on these, but these are what I would expect Flyflot's tradition
Absolutely.
would be.
But you know, not everybody wants variegated colours and embellishments and things. And I think this one, even though it's not leather, it's all man-made, feels like the best quality leather.
I presume they were leather when I
No,
put them up.
it's a man-made upper.
Yeah.
You've got a leather insole, though. But I think, you know, if you want something quite plain, whether it's for the workplace, you know, and maybe you wear a uniform or something, this would be fabulous, because we've got the plain black, we've got this burgundy, and we're calling it taupe. But when you actually look at that...
it's gunmetal grey,
It is more of a gunmetal grey. But
you're saying about people going to work... There are people who are at home who don't want to wear sparkle and glitter
yeah,
all the time,
that's very true. They just want something that's really comfortable, very serviceable, and they don't want all that embellishment.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that's what you've got with this. Really nice upper, though. It comes all the way back, so you won't feel as if you're slipping out of here at all. You've got the anatomic footbed, so you sink down into that. It remembers your foot shape. Then you've got the outdoor unit, which when you do walk on these, you get that lovely bounce back, and it actually protects you from any surface you're walking on. Now, you're probably going to be wearing these either inside or outside, but just to say, it's not going to be waterproof on the upper. So
is it not?
No, so don't be wearing it if it's like raining or anything.
But you're not like to wear mules or clogs anywhere, are you, if you're training?
But I mean, these are all year round.
Oh, no, totally.
Yes.
Now, you see, the one we're calling taupe, I actually like that colour. It's like a Tahitian pearl slash gunmetal. Oh, actually, you've got them.
I think it looks like a green.
No, it looks different
It
from
does.
this angle.
It looks
Isn't
like
that
khaki.
funny?
Khaki, doesn't it?
Yes.
I wouldn't say it's taupe, would you?
No, it's definitely not a taupe.
taupe,
Definitely
yeah.
not a taupe. But
No.
it is very much Tahitian pearl, which can go from the green to the grey to
Right.
the khaki. Yeah.
It's a good colour because
is a
that
good-
will match in with quite a
Everything.
lot in your wardrobe. You know, so if you want a change from black, that's a good colour to
Oh
go
no,
for.
because it's not as harsh.
No.
Black can be quite harsh,
Yes, it
can't
can.
it? Whereas if you want something a little bit softer, and then this one. So comfort.
Really, really lovely. As soon as you put your foot into it, your foot just sinks down. I mean, fly flots are renowned for that, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're renowned for just being so comfortable. And lightweight as well. They don't weigh
Very
hardly
light.
anything.
I mean, back in the day, clogs used to be so
Oh,
heavy,
were
didn't
they, Sheila?
they were, John.
no-
Yes, I remember
Heavy
it
and
well.
noisy.
You're too young.
Hardly. 315803, Fly Flock Anatomic Clog. UK sizes 2 to 9. They come in the black, they come in the burgundy, and the one that we're calling the taupe. £24.99. All you need to do is give us a call. 08450 99 99 69. www.paversshoes.tv to buy them on the web. Now, are these those velour again? Is it
Well, it
velour?
feels a bit like a faux suede.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
really nice sort of feel, tactile feel to the upper. Inside, leather footbed, made in Italy, which is fabulous. You've got that anatomic footbed, and obviously, you know, you've got all that cushioning inside, which is just beautiful. But what I find with one of the fly flots is they just go on forever. You know, I've still got mine. I've actually got 2 pairs that I got probably, I don't know, I can't remember. It is about 18 years ago,
Yeah.
and they're still going strong. I mean, it's
And
incredible.
you wear them, you give them
I
some
do.
belly,
I
don't
love
you?
them. I think they're just so easy. You know, if you're just nipping out somewhere, I mean, these have not got a waterproof upper, so you're not going to be wearing these if it's raining.
No.
But whether it's a slipper for indoors, and I think nowadays lots of people have got either tiled floors, laminate floors.
yeah.
So you want something with really good grip.
Oh yes, now it's
Yeah.
really funny you say that because I put on some old slippers I
Yeah.
found upstairs and I thought, went downstairs and walked through the kitchen because I've got like slate tiles.
Yes.
Again. You can feel every lump
Yeah,
and bump.
yeah, and the thing is they do get slippy,
Yeah.
so you want something with a really good grip. And even on carpet, you know, with conventional slippers, they can be quite dangerous if you're rushing around, but that's got a fabulous grip, and then you've got all that lovely cushioning right through the sole unit. Now we've got 4 different colours in this. I'm holding the navy with that little bit of embroidery on the top.
Yeah.
Not too flashy like some of our fly flots have tended to be
I
now.
thought you were sound like you, John. Thanks for that, Sheila. What colour's that one then?
This is the navy. Well, we're calling this one blue,
Blue, yeah, I
actually.
was gonna say it's not
We've
navy.
got black, we've got burgundy, and we've got a lovely sort of taupey grey colour, which is, but you have to order taupe.
Yeah, of course. Now, you've gone for the burgundy ones, Linda, but I wouldn't call that burgundy. I'd call that more of a brick red, would you?
I call it wine.
Wow, wine.
Wine.
Well, red wine, obviously.
Yes, yeah.
Nice, that little bit of embroidery on the front, though.
Love them, absolutely love them. Do you know what? I've always got a pair of fly flots in my car, and I've always got a pair by the back door, always. Because they're great for just nipping out, you know, nipping outside. You know, they're just fabulous. Great grip underneath, great sole unit as well.
And I
so
bet, 'cause
comfortable.
in another job, you two are modelling all
Yes.
day long,
Yes.
aren't you?
Yeah.
And I bet these are brilliant. So when you've done an hour of modelling,
are.
and then you've got an hour wandering around the green room or
Yeah.
getting ready for the next show, to slip these on,
They are
lovely and comfortable.
fantastic, 'cause they are so comfortable.
315802 is your item code number. Fly Flock Anatomic Embroidered Mule Slipper. UK sizes 1 to 9, again, brilliant size range. Which colour are you going to go for? Are you going to go for black? Are you going to go for blue? Are you going to go for burgundy? Are you going to go for taupe? £21.99. 08450 99 99 69. www.paversshoes.tv to come in and buy them on the web. Oh, I hope these come in my size.
John, you'd look fabulous in these.
I would, especially with my black dress again with the stars on it.
Aren't they fantastic? A fly flock, oh gosh, they have come on
Haven't
leaps and
they?
bounds.
Haven't
I mean, look at all these fabulous uppers. This is just gorgeous. You've got the black background and this starry, starry night upper. It's sort of like all foil embossed. I don't know how they've done it, but anyway, it's all within the fabric. But it is just gorgeous with this lovely velvety feel. Now, if you don't want the black, we've got a gorgeous lilac as well. Just have a feel.
Yeah, no, because fabrics have come on big time now.
Yes.
Metallic fabrics used to be that you could feel that that was metallic, but you can now get a metallic print so that it feels as smooth. 5 years ago, they would have been the stars. You'd have rubbed it and you'd have felt the glitter from the
Yes,
stars.
yeah.
Whereas you can't feel you can't feel this glitter. It's actually within the fabric.
It is within the
It's dye
fabric,
within the fabric,
so they're not going to be falling off everywhere. But
No.
I just think that is lovely. And then you've got that fabulous footbed. It's all leather. It's all squidgy soft as well.
Because they're not
inside.
novelty, are they?
Not
they're
at
the
all.
full fly flop experience.
Absolutely,
aren't they?
because you've got that anatomic footbed, which, you know, obviously I go on about, but it's so important
just
if
a
you've
bit.
never had a...
Linda's
It's so
laughing as
cheeky.
well. Linda-
It's
Linda
really
knows what I
cheeky.
mean.
But if somebody's just caught the show now, the anatomic footbed, you sink down into it. It remembers your foot imprint, and then you've got the outdoor sole unit. So you probably wouldn't be going outdoors too much in these. But if you
I would.
if you were trotting around, you would actually, John. Yes. Oh, do you know what I watched? I watched that Elton John film last night.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I could see him
Bit
in
behind the
these.
times. It's been out for.
Well, I know, but I'm always a bit behind the times.
Oh, don't! I've just started watching that Ricky Gervais series, The Afterlife, which I'm absolutely loving. But that was
Oh,
years ago,
fabulous.
wasn't it?
You two are like an old married couple. You make me
Let's be
laugh.
old, thank you. Anyway, talk about the slippers, please.
They're fabulous, gorgeous colour, isn't it? Really lovely. Now, yeah, I would have to get a nice dressing gown to go with these.
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
Nice lilac dressing gown would be lovely,
Do
wouldn't
you know
it?
what we should get autonomy to do in the dressing gown
Yes,
specials?
we
shouldn't
should.
we?
Yeah,
Yes,
definitely.
Good idea. But these
I
are
love it.
fabulous.
Which colour do you like?
Definitely these, the lilac.
I love the black,
them.
but I think you have the black, John. Me and Linda would have the lilac.
They are in my size as well. Look, I'll try them on afterwards. 315821 is your item code number. It is the Flyflot Anatomic Slipper Clog with star print. UK size is 2 to 9. I'll have a 9, please, in the black, Lorna. £21.99. All you need to do is give us a call, 08450 99 99 69. Our operators are there waiting to take your call right now. Or, of course, if you want to speak to anyone, www.pavershoes.tv to buy on the web. Now, I love the fabrics that, in the old days, fly flots used to be just a brown one or a grey one, and that's it.
Yeah.
Now we've got these lovely, interesting fabrics going.
Well-
What are you doing stroking that clog?
I can't help it, John. You've got to stroke that clog.
Oh!
Isn't it just lovely?
Oh, wow, that's not what I
Oh,
expected.
isn't it fabulous? It feels like the softest velvet. It's just gorgeous. In that beautiful stripy upper, I think that is lovely. We've got this in grey, but it's got sort of like a really deep Air Force blue in there and a lighter grey, all different shades. I think that is gorgeous. Obviously, on a fly flop, made in Italy, you've got the anatomic footbed. But I can smell a really nice aroma, John. I want
Thank
you
you.
to also smell my slippers.
Oh, I thought you meant me. Oh,
It smells a bit like chocolate to me.
oh, you can smell chocolate. I can smell, you know, that really gorgeous new baby smell?
Oh, yes.
That's what I can smell.
Well, what they do, they impregnate that sole unit, so it takes away any odours from your feet.
Oh, wow.
So it's a really clever way of doing things,
Yeah, yeah,
really.
yeah.
And then, obviously, you've got the anatomic footbed, which you just sink down into there. It remembers your footprint. You've got the anti-shock in the base, so every step you take, that is cushioned all the way through. And then it's shaped inside beautifully. So once you put your foot in and your foot sinks down, you don't feel as if you're going to be slip sliding around in there, or you're not going to be slipping out of the back of the slipper.
Is it just one colourway then?
No, we've got a fabulous
no.
pink. I love the pink, John. Look at that.
Oh.
Yeah, that's gorgeous, isn't it?
Pink. Come on in, Linda, because you've picked that. I mean, it's not just pink, though.
No.
Is it? There's
No.
pink, there's like a
Purple.
burgundy, a purple in there, isn't there?
Grey. I mean, I love these because they actually don't look like slippers.
No.
No, they don't.
So if you wanted to nip to the shop, you
Oh,
could quite
for
easily
sure.
go in these, couldn't you? They're really, really...
Well, it's got an outdoor unit, so as long as it's not raining,
Yeah.
you could go anywhere in these. I think they're fantastic.
Fabulous. I think they'd make a nice present to
They
someone.
would, they
If you
would.
knew, you know, the shoe size, slipper size, I think these are fabulous.
I don't want
Really
to call them a slipper
No, I
because they do
don't.
look like an outdoor
Yeah,
shoe. But
they do.
you know, like I say, if it's as long as it's not raining, you could go outdoors in these. I actually think it looks like that designer that does everything with stripes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know who I mean?
Yeah,
John?
it's
a man's
Yes.
name.
Yeah.
Anyway, while they reminisce, 315799 is your item code number. These are the Flyflot Anatomic Mule Slipper. UK sizes 2 to 9 in this case. Two different colourways, the grey or the pink. They're both beautiful, aren't they? £21 and 99 pence. When you get yours home, the first thing you need to do is stroke them because they do feel so soft. 08450 99 910 your telephone number, www.pavershoes.tv to buy them on the web. Now, these look very serviceable,
They do, John, but can I just tell you, I bought my first clogs, it's probably about 18 years ago, Flyflot clogs, and they are fabulous, and they have got such longevity, it's untrue. Now, this is like a textile upper that is so cushioned and padded. It's like, remember back in the day, you used to buy Airtex?
Yeah.
You know, that was really breathable. Well, it's a similar upper to that, which is lovely. Then inside, you've got this anatomic footbed. Now, this is all leather, and you can see it says anatomic in there. And what that means, you pop your foot inside, it sinks down and it remembers your footprint. So every time you put it on, it's bespoke to you. Then you've got anti-shock in this gorgeous base here. So every step you take, you are cushioned. Now, I would say this is more of a fair weather clog. You could either wear this as a slipper or you could wear it outdoors, but make sure it's not raining because it's not waterproof.
Do you think that's what makes it one of our super bestsellers?
I think it is a super bestseller because if you've never tried a Flyflot, this is one to go for because I think at $19.99 for a Flyflot is absolutely fabulous.
Before Linda comes in, let's just go through the colours because there's a variety of colours, but they're all. I don't want to say serviceable.
No, they're a bit more muted, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, but I think fabulous colours. You've got the black, you've got that really nice grey, it's like a gunmetal grey.
Oh, yeah.
You've got the burgundy, which is one of my favourite colours, and then you've got the navy.
I like the burgundy ones in these. Anyway, actually, Linda's got the burgundy ones.
I like the burgundy ones as well.
Now, you don't mind us saying this, you have foot issues,
I do,
don't you?
I do.
And I bet these are really comfortable.
Really lovely, absolutely fabulous. You've got that anti-shock, which is great, because every time you walk, look at that sponginess.
Yeah, you've got all that squidge there, haven't you?
Squidge. That is fantastic. That is really, really comfortable. As soon as you put your foot into them, they are so. I've got a few friends that are hairdressers actually, and they always wear Flyflots because they're on their feet all day long.
Now, the fabric going over the top, does that just moulding itself to your foot?
It does, yeah, absolutely. Great flexibility as well. That's why Flyflot are so fantastic because they think about everything, don't they? They're lightweight, they're easy to walk in, but so comfortable underfoot and inside as well. Nothing's rubbing at all. And $19.99 for a Flyflot.
I know, fantastic. And she just said you've had yours for nearly 20 years.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
How brilliant. 309914 is your item code number. These are the Flyflot Casual Clog. Now, look at the size range, a 1 to a 9. Where else can you go and get the same shoes, sizes 1 to 9? They come in black, they come in burgundy, they come in grey, and they come in navy. I'm quite loving the burgundy. £19 and 99 pence. 08450 99 910 your telephone number. www.pavershoes.tv to buy them on the web. Oh, Sheila, I love these. I love that pattern. I've not seen these before.
Do you know, these are happy slippers, John. They brighten somebody's day. I think they're gorgeous with that lovely floral detail. Now, is that applique or what's that,
Oh,
John?
you're asking me now.
What would he's not got his specs
I've got
on.
my glasses here. Let me have a
But
look.
I think that is... Oh, no, right.
No, that's
Okay.
embroidery.
Is that embroidery, John?
embroidery,
Thank
yeah.
you very much. But a really lovely, like a felt feel on the upper. And then you've got this beautiful, soft, like faux fur, which feels so, so silky. Obviously, it's all man-made. Then you put your foot inside and it feels like the most gorgeous velvet. And then you've got that lovely cushioning as well. But they're quite a robust slipper because you've got this sole unit that's like rubberized. So you're going to have great, great grip underneath. So you're not going to be slippy sliding around. But I really like a mule slipper.
No, I do as well. But you know what? They'd be good for your bin room, wouldn't they?
They would, John. Yes, they would. I mean, John keeps going on about my bin room.
She's got a room that's got a bit for her bins. There's just one room
in a house and all that's in it are a bins.
Yeah, but it's outside as you're walking towards the house. It's just on the right-hand side, but you can put lots of things in there.
Exactly.
But yeah, these would be great for that. But I think two colourways. You've got this lovely sort of blue floral, then the pink floral is just gorgeous.
Which one's your favourite? Which one's like best?
It's really difficult. I think probably I'd normally go for blue, but I think the pink's lovely.
Well, Linda, you've gone for the pink ones.
I've gone for the pink. They're gorgeous, aren't they? I think with a nice pink dressing gown to match, they'd look really nice. Don't you think?
Oh,
Nice
this is
pink
too matching
pyjamas.
dressing
We have to have
gown.
matching
you have
dressing
to.
gowns.
I know.
You have to have matching.
But could you wear those on the farm?
Yeah, because they've got a great soul unit, so I could go outside,
exactly.
could go outside and put the bins out.
And feed the chickens?
Yeah, I think they're really lovely. I think
I don't think Linda's got
really-
chickens anymore.
Oh, you
I
see,
think
I've got this
chickens.
vision of Linda stepping out of this gorgeous farmhouse.
in a gingham dress.
In a gingham apron with a matching
a bit like
dressing gown.
Doris Day.
Yeah, and feeding the chickens like that. No.
No, sorry, John.
No,
You've
no.
ruined the what's it there.
But she's got a lovely big fire, so she could be cosied up in front of the fire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got
Well,
it.
I've seen pictures inside, and it's the least looking farmhouse you've ever seen.
Well,
Like
it is.
a luxury boutique hotel. Anyway, should we get back to the slippers? Do you like the pink or the blue best?
I like the pink. I
And
think
are
they're
they
really
comfortable?
cheerful. I think
They
they're
are
really
cheerful,
comfortable, really lovely, cosy inside, really nice and warm. But got a great soul unit as well. So
I think
if you go
they're
outside, you're not going to slip. If it's wet outside, maybe a few leaves out there. I think They're lovely.
Exactly. 316444 is your item code number. The Pavers Floral Slipper Mule. UK sizes 2 to 8. You get them in the blue floral or the pink floral. I've just noticed the price. £19.99. All you need to do is give us a call, 08450 99 99 69, or of course www.pavershoes.tv to come in and have a look and buy on the web.
Hello again, lovely to have your company. Welcome to Autonomy Fashion here at Pavers Shoes TV. Now, we've flicked over into a new year and we're kind of between seasons. We're sort of still winter and we're not quite spring yet, but we've got lots and lots of lovely prints for you. Some nice new trend colours coming your way and some lovely, lovely choices as well. So sit back, relax. Linda and I will guide you through. Something now really bright, really cheery, full of colour and that little twist of sparkle as well. Really flattering. Take a little look. It's gorgeous. This is 801-809. It's our bubble print sequin top. This is delicious. I love it. It's a really, really nice sort of kaleidoscope of different subtle colours as well. So you've got this backdrop of this gorgeous teal. There are candy pinks, there are sky blues, there are gorgeous, deep, rich kind of tealy greens going through there as well. And I love it. Everything about this is really smart, really glamorous as well. I love the detail at the neckline. You can see it's been finished off absolutely beautifully there at the top. And then right the way through the whole of the top, you've just got these occasional sequins just twinkling out, a little diamond-like. I think they're really, really lovely. This is a really universal top, actually. You can wear it at all times of the year. It's got that extra little detail there. You can see down towards the hem, a little bit of a twist which just gathers beautifully. It gives you a really, really lovely shape. It's gorgeous and flattering. Goes over the top of the hips as well. But for me, it's all about that wonderful design. I think it's lovely in terms of the colour. It's very, very bold. And I think, actually, you know what? This is a real treat, maybe for party season. 801-809 is your item number. If you want one of these now, can I urge you to be quick, because I think this is going to be very, very popular indeed. Call us now on 08450 99 99 69, or you can go online, of course, at pavershoes.tv and pop in that item number and you can get yours there. They range in sizes 10 through to 22, and Linda in the studio here is in a 12. You'll be glad to know as well, even though this has sequins, it goes in and out of the machine. What a beautiful, beautiful pop of colour. Our bubble print sequin top. Gorgeous. Now then, we've got something really fresh, really bright and very, very decorative to kick off a brand new year. If you're looking to just actually change things up in your wardrobe, have a little look at this, because I think this is perfect for this time of the year. This is 801-804, our Dragonfly embellished sweater. It's beautiful, I have to say. That wonderful, wonderful fuchsia colour, and then as you come up to the neckline, you have got these gorgeous faceted gem and diamante stones there, configured into these wonderful dragonflies. It's beautiful, and actually it's very, very bold. Actually, you wouldn't even necessarily need jewellery with that either. You can see those dragonfly wings have got that lovely kind of sapphire blue to them as well. They're really, really nice. It's very, very distinctive. You could dress this and warm it up with a jacket as well if you want to. Perfect for casual occasions or indeed for smart occasions as well. I love it. Now, it's hand wash only, obviously because of the large embellishments around the neckline. And let's check in with the size chart, shall we? These come in small, medium or large. So the small is a 10 to a 12, and medium is a 12 to a 14, and large is 14 to a 16. I think it's really lovely. I have to say, if you are looking just to turn a new corner, flick a new page in your story, then actually this is really nice. If you're looking through everything that's in your wardrobe right now and thinking, yeah, actually it's time to treat myself again now. It's an amazing price as well, just £28. And remember, you're not going to find this anywhere else. Everything we bring you at Autonomy is unique to them as well, which I love. So if you want yours, call us now, 08450 99 99 69. Your item number here is 801804. And not only is this bright and beautiful for the new season, but it's a great price too. Now, some of our most popular pieces at this time of the year are these wonderful cowl tunics. You love them. We've had them in lots and lots of prints and design. And actually, we've seen this design previously, but actually we've got a new colourway here for you as well, which is lovely. This is our spiral print split cowl tunic, 801811. This time, the backdrop of that lovely, lovely, soft, almost dove grey is accented with a lovely sort of raspberry which goes through, which is such a lovely colour to wear at this time of the year. And actually, if you think about it, when we're in our sort of darker months of the year, we're just sort of emerging, aren't we, again now, which would be lovely. It's still long boot season. This is perfect with a pair of long boots. There's lots of lovely details to this as well. Love the neckline there, just accented with a nice big oversized button there, and it follows that lovely spiral design that goes all of the way through. Now, this is 95% polyester, 5% elastane, so it has got that nice stretch for you. It's a lovely shape as well. Just a cold, gentle machine wash on this one. And look at the price tag, by the way. Just £32. I mean, this is one amazing piece of clothing, I have to say, and all of our cowl tunics. And I would urge you to go onto our website as well at pavershoes.tv, click on brands and go to Autonomy and have a look through the range there, because these are ever so popular and we do them in a range of different designs as well. But if you like this one, size-wise, we run 10 through to 22, so we'll have a quick check-in with the size chart as well, so you can match yourself up there. Price tag just £32, which again is amazing, amazing value for money. It always is, and that's why we love having Autonomy here at Pavers Shoes TV. If you like this, you can order now. Just call us on 08450 99 99 69 or pavershoes.tv. Pink, such an uplifting, inspiring colour, and it really does feature here. This is great, perfect for this time of the year where we're emerging again and we want to wear some colour, but actually still key in with our long boots, maybe our darker trousers. This is brilliant. I love it. It's 801, 805, our crisscross embellished sweater in black and pink, but it's a nice soft pink as well, isn't it? It's really, really flattering. That geometric design there is very, very clever, and it's kind of accented. So at every point there where it crosses, you've got these wonderful little sort of faceted beads which are in the pink as well, so it does give off that little bit of sparkle too. Now you can see on the left hand side there you've got that wonderful border running down, and then you've got these great fabric coloured buttons as well, which is a really lovely detail to pick out actually. It just gives the piece a lot of interest. It's a really, really lovely colour too as well. Now this comes in at under £30 as well, and look at how impressive it looks. Its makeup is 100% acrylic, which means that it will go into the machine at 30 degrees, wash and wear again and again and again. It'll keep that lovely shape. In terms of the silhouette and the profile as well, this is coming right over the top of the hips for you as well. So it is covering, you know, any lumps and bumps in the middle that we're not too proud of. It's not a problem whatsoever because you've got that lovely length there as well. It's a gorgeous design and it's a great price tag too, just £28. So to get yours right now, and do remember, whenever you're watching this show, the website is live at pavershoes.tv. You can pop in your item number straight away, or you can call us 24 hours a day, and the number is 08450 99 99 69 if you want to add this to your collection for just £28. Now, perfect for this time of year, we've got something now which is far from the ordinary, which I love. It's a gorgeous cardigan that's wonderfully chunky knit, gorgeous and cozy, and a nice pop of colour as well. It's that lovely kind of berry colour, isn't it? It's wonderful. It's bursting with colour. I love it. 801801 is the item number this time. And I love, actually, you know, you can buy a lot of cardigans out there that just look like another cardigan. This has a nice bit of detail to it. You've got a nice diamond chain pattern which runs all of the way through that chunky knit, and it's very, very easy to look after as well. This will go in and out of the machine at 40 degrees and just hold that lovely shape. Now you can see the pattern of the knit actually gives it a really nice solid feel without it being too big, chunky, heavy and onerous. And look at those buttons. They're absolutely beautiful, really nice, gorgeously decorated. They've got like a gold trim around the buttons as well, so something very, very smart. You've got your two pockets there at the front as well, nice long length, and a nice range of sizes here as well. Actually, I'll run through the sizes with you. So we go small to XL. Small is a 12 to 14, medium is 14 to 16, large is a 16 to 18, and XL is 18 to a 20. And Linda in the studio is in a small here. So as I say, very, very easy to look after, but most of all, for me, it's the colour, it's the design and the look, because it doesn't look like a big and bulky cardigan, but it will keep you nice and warm where it needs to as well. I love this, and if you do too, all you need to do is pick up the phone and give us a call. The telephone line and the website are both open 24 hours a day, and your item number this time, at an amazing £25, is 801801. Beautiful. So it's a new year, so we need some new designs as well, and we have got them many and plenty in this show, so make sure you stick around. Next up, we've got something which we're calling Colour Beam, which I love. It's got that very kind of 80s futuristic electronic vibe going on about it. I love it. I think it's very, very different as well. I think when you're looking at sweaters, it's very difficult to choose sometimes, isn't it? Because you're often looking at just plain block colours. And every now and again, you just fancy a little bit of a change, don't you? And this is beautiful. So, as you can see, you've got those lovely beams that come through on the front there in lilac and violet. And then you have this lovely row of buttons which come down from the top. And they've actually got a little lilac centre as well. So they're alternating in their colours. It's beautiful, isn't it? And there's like a little bit of a ditzy feel to this as well. I really love it. It's very easy to look after as well, by the way. As with a lot of autonomy sweaters, goes in and out of the machine at 30 degrees. It's got a nice neckline as well, which might lend itself to a nice scarf or a piece of jewellery or something like that. And it's amazing value for money as well. Look, less than £30, £28. If you've had lots and lots of pieces from Autonomy before, you know the quality is brilliant. It's nice and lightweight as well. So even though it's a sweater, it's not one which loses your shape at all, which I think is lovely. Now let's have a quick check in with the size chart. These come in small, medium and large. So the small in this one is a 12 to a 14. The medium is a 14 to a 16, and the large a 16 to an 18. So match yourself up there, and then give us a call if you want to add this to your shopping list. Just bear in mind, by the way, an order over £60 becomes free P&P. So if you're looking at the items, order all together in one call, and you will only pay just the one P&P with us here. Do you know what you're about to see right now? Lots of fellas could do with 2 items that go together, that are together, that just look perfect. You go out dressed straight away. I'll show you what I mean. This is beautiful. This is our floral scarf sweater. 801812 is your item number here. And this is perfect because it combines. It's so smart, isn't it? It's beautiful. So you've got that lovely backdrop of this violet sweater, but the scarf there at the neckline is connected to the sweater as well. So the 2 are one. So rather than thinking, right, okay, I need to find a scarf to go with this sweater, it's done for you by Autonomy. And I love the fact that it's just got that soft floral on the scarf as well. So it's got that freedom to move on its own, but it looks like you've paired them beautifully together. It's a really nice, soft and gentle look as well. In terms of soft and gentle, a little bit of elastane in there. Majority of this is acrylic, which means that it's very, very easy to look after as well. It will go in and out of the machine at 40 degrees and keep that lovely, lovely, deep, rich violet colour. But I love that little pop of white from the floral as well. It's lovely. And again, as I say, lots of fellas could do with this kind of combination, being dressed for them rather than them having to find the bits that go together. This is brilliant. Size-wise, by the way, this runs small. These are dual sizing, actually. So the small medium is a 12 to 14. The medium large is a 14-16 and the large XL is 16-18. So Linda in the studio is here in a small, and that's the 12 to 14. I love it. I think it's great. And if you do as well, you might well add that to your shopping list now. It's a good look, isn't it? It's a nice treat for yourself as well. 801812 is your item number this time for our floral scarf sweater, coming in at a very treatable £25. Now, if you haven't yet discovered the amazing pull-on trouser from Autonomy, this could be your opportunity. They are incredible, and I think pretty much our best-selling item at Autonomy over the years they've been with us here at Pavers Shoes TV. Now, this is the 25-inch leg length. There are 3 different leg lengths, so in the shortest length, you can take either the black or the navy. The secret to these is their smart outlook and that wonderful elastication at the waist as well. They go in and out of the machine at 30 degrees. They are ever so flexible, and you can mix and match them with so many different outfits. They're also an amazing buy as well. £15 for 1 pair, or that famous multi-buy from Autonomy, 2 pairs for just £28. So it's the black or the navy in the shortest of the leg lengths there, which is 25 inches, 801465. So we switch item numbers now to the mid of the leg lengths, which is 27 inches in length. So this is item number 801009. So you still have the black and the navy that we saw in the shorter leg length, but now you have a wider range of colours as well. So now we bring in indigo and plum and charcoal and chocolate, as well as the black and navy. These are fantastic, I have to say, and they're great occasion wear as well. You know, you can see on some of the colours there, they really have that kind of smart accent to them as well. As I say, they're very, very easy to look after. They've got that lovely, lovely silhouette as well, and with the elastication at the waist as well, it just gives you that flexibility. That's what makes these so popular as well. Remember, you can mix and match your colours in a multi-buy if you want. Remember, it's just 1 pair for £15, or that multi-buy, which lots and lots of people go for, 2 pairs for just £28. So this is item number 801009. And so we move on to the longer of the 3 leg lengths then. This is the 29-inch leg length. 801010 is the item number this time. So same deal, £15 for 1 pair, 2 pairs in a multi-buy for just £28, which is amazing. All 6 of the colours back in play here as well. So the chocolate, the charcoal, the plum, indigo, the black and the navy. Remember, you can mix and match in your multi-buy as well. The other great thing to mention about these is they're so easy to look after, as well as going in and out of the washing machine. Minimal ironing as well. The creases just fall out effortlessly on their own as well, which makes them really, really light and very, very simple for travelling. So if you're going away on holiday, but these are a great everyday trouser as well. They run sizes 10 through to 22, and to get yours, all you need to do is pick up the phone and give us a call now. 08450 99 99 69. So this is 801010. Now, I always say never, ever, ever save your sparkles for best. Wear them every single day, and we've got a gorgeous, gorgeous sweater with lots of sparkle in it now for you. Perfect for this time of the year, and in a brand new colour. This is a very, very popular design. What we've done here is given you a different colour option. So this is 801813, which is our scattered diamante yoke sweater, this time in dark teal. Teal is one of the most popular colours right now as we head into this new year. It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. And the sparkle is so sophisticated as well. It's not all over. It's just up there at the neckline and just at the head of the sleeves as well. So you've got that almost sort of cascading raindrops, if you like, of sparkle, which is lovely. It's just a nice extra little bit of interest. And again, if you wanted to team that up with a nice jacket as well, you could. It would look lovely with a little shrug too. It's a lovely colour as well, isn't it? Nice length too. It comes just over the top of the hips there as well, so extremely flattering. And it's a nice profile as well. Again, we say sweater, but you don't want to be sweating completely and utterly. You don't want anything that's too heavy and too onerous. This is nice and lightweight, yet nice and warm for you as well. It's 70% viscose, 30% nylon, which means it will go into the machine at 30 degrees for washing, which is good to keep that lovely strong colour. And this is great. So size-wise, we're looking at dual sizing on this, small, medium and large. So the small is a 10 to 12, and that's the one that Linda's wearing here in the studio. Medium is a 12 to a 14, and large is a 14 to a 16. Amazing. Again, I keep saying this, but amazing value for money. Just £28 in this day and age with everything coming up. We stay at amazing prices. We've got something now which I think you're going to absolutely love. If you like tops that actually nice and free and easy with lots of lovely flow, I think you're going to love this. And the peacock print is actually quite... for me, it's quite mesmerising. I love it. I think it's brilliant. It's got lots and lots of different colour in it as well. So this is our peacock heart dolman sleeve top. Just £22 as well. This is very, very nicely put together as well. It's beautiful. It's a wonderful combination in terms of colour of a navy, a lemon and a teal there. I love the piping that goes right the way around this as well. The edging to this and that lovely border that comes right the way down through the centre. It's beautiful. Just a very, very simple binding, but it gives it a very smart outlook. You see, it's very flattering as well. Autonomy is made for the real woman. So it's absolutely beautiful. Those dolman sleeves, sort of 3/4 lengths, just kick out there at the end. It's got that very kind of almost 60s vibe to it, this as well, hasn't it? I love the design. I love the mix of colours as well. It is perfect for this time of the year, isn't it? Where we're coming out of the darker months of the year. We're emerging again. We want to get back into colour. You want something that will key in as well with the darker colours. You know, maybe your trousers, your pull-up trousers, your herringbone tapered trousers that you may have from Autonomy as well. So mixing and matching is very, very simple here as well. Just £22 in and out of the washing machine at 30 degrees, which is always great. And this is nice and lightweight as well for packing and for travelling as well. So if you do like this, it's our peacock heart dolman sleeve top and the item number 801807 at just £22. Add this to your shopping list and then give us a call. Only 1 P&P per order, remember? Now, there are some days at this time of the year where you just want a big cuddle, a big warm cuddle. This is it in sweater form, let me tell you, it's beautiful. 801803 is the item number here for your chunky cable knit sweater, but one of the easiest to wear and look after you could ever wish for, which is fantastic. This is lovely, and denim blue, which is the colour that this comes in, is just perfect to team up with shoes that I know that you're buying from us here at Pavers as well, because denim is such a trend colour at the moment as well. But whether you follow fashion trends or not, actually, it's a really, really pleasant colour to the eye, isn't it? It just gives you that little bit of something different. So you can wear it with navy, you can wear it with white, you can accessorise around it as you want to. But I think these are for purely those days where you think, right, okay, I'm feeling a little bit chilly, I need warming inside. It's like one of those kind of bowl of soup or a bowl of stew kind of days, and you want something that just, you know, will feel nice and cozy and warm. It's nice and soft to the touch as well, as you can see. It's acrylic with a little bit of elastane for the stretch in there for you. And unlike wool, the great thing about this can go in and out of the machine at 40 degrees. So it's very, very easy to look after and wash and wear again and again and again. Size-wise, very, very quickly on this one, a small is a 10 to a 12, medium 12 to a 14, large is 14 to a 16, and XL is 16 to an 18. And I would say at £25, a word to the wise on this, because these are always very, very popular, these sweaters. Maybe pick up a couple at the same time would be a good idea as well. So the item number 801803. Call us now to get yours, 08450 99 99 69, or you can order on the web at paversshoes.tv. Again, this part of the year, it's all about introducing colour back in, isn't it? I'm going to show you another one of our tunics right now, which are ever so popular, and I can understand why as well. In fact, actually, ladies who are slightly more petite, this will be a complete kind of dress, really, won't it? It's absolutely brilliant. I love it, and it's really nice and colourful as well. Lots of colours in this as well. 801810 is the fox print patch pocket tunic, and I'm only saying that once. Navy and orange are the two colours here, but there's a real atmosphere going on within this as well. We've got the cute little fox, which is peeking out in different places there, and you've got this lovely sort of block print. There's a little bit of a Paisley-esque vibe going on in there as well. There's a lot of character to this and lots of lovely colours as well. Now, this time you have got that wonderful split cowl neck, again finished off with an oversized button there just to bring a little bit of interest up towards the neckline. You can see sleeves-wise, we're looking around about a 3/4 sleeve actually, which is really, really nice. Again, very flattering shape. I mean, autonomy clothes are made for the real woman, so you've got a lovely silhouette here. It comes in and narrows in beautifully just from underneath the bust line, gives you that lovely kind of hourglass figure as well. 10 to 22 are the sizes here, so let's have a quick check-in with the size chart as well, just so you can match yourself up to that as well. So sizes 10 through to 22. Linda in the studio is here in a 12. Again, for a piece that you'll come back to again and again and again, I think to have this coming at £32 at the beginning of a brand new year is phenomenal value for money. Lovely colours, beautiful design. It's kind of an evergreen, this one, isn't it? Beautiful. 801810 for this. This is really lovely. I love that the print and the design on this reminds me of kind of fine bone china. It's really, really exquisite, actually. Take a little look. Now, this is our foliage print Nehru neck top, now, which I hadn't heard of before, actually. But it's almost like a sort of a grandad styling with a bit of an opening there at the top, and then you have the row of buttons underneath there as well. So you're in complete control of this as well, because you can unbutton a little bit further if you wanted to as well. But isn't it beautiful? It's like that lovely kind of Wedgwood pottery kind of foliage going on here, isn't it? Exquisite detail in the mix there of the ivory and the navy. Now you can see the cutting on this is absolutely perfect. So you've got it bringing you in, just the little darts bringing it in there up to the bust line, and then it's got this really kind of playful flow from there as well, which is lovely. Again, very, very flattering shape, and it's just a really, really nice design to look at. You might want to dress this up with a jacket. You might want to accessorize around it. You've got that lovely V at the top of the neckline there if you want to add a piece of jewellery to it as well. Size-wise, let me run through those here as well. So we've got small, medium, large and XL on this. So the sizing is small 10 to a 12, medium 12 to a 14, which Linda has on here in the studio, large 14 to a 16, and your XL is 16 to 18 here. I think this is adorable, I have to say. Really, really lovely. Nice new addition to your wardrobe. Going to key in with lots and lots of the colours and the styles that you wear, I'm absolutely sure. Very easy to look after as well, in and out of the machine at 30 degrees. So if you do like this one, you can add this to your order very, very simply by ordering item 801808, and the price tag is pretty good as well, just £25. It's time to have a little trip back in time now, I think, actually. It's like a little bit of an essence of the 80s going on with this next sweater. It's very nice, though. It's lovely, absolutely beautiful. In fact, actually, this sweater back in the 80s, and you can see what I mean about the different stripes and the panels and the blocks going on here, but back in the 80s, of course, this would have had ridiculously huge, overblown shoulders, so it's quite nice to bring this into. And I was thinking about what we call this decade, because we're not in the noughties anymore. I don't know what we call this decade now. I'm sure there'll be a name for it soon. Anyway, so this is our geometric stripe button trim sweater coming in at just £28, which is a wonderful, wonderful buy. Polyester with a little bit of elastane, so nice and easy to look after. You'll notice as well there's a chunky rib to the neck, the sleeve and the hem trims as well, which just brings this in nicely. I love it. It does have that slightly sort of jumpsuit feel and look to it as well, doesn't it? I love it. You've got the buttons just coming down diagonally there across that colour block as you go into the grey. It's very, very flattering as well. It's a lovely combination of blocks and panels on this one. Comes around and over the hips as well. So again, very flattering in terms of its shape. Nice long sleeves as well. It's a gorgeous look, isn't it? Don't even think, by the way, about how long the 80s were. Just don't go there at all. Let's have a quick look in terms of sizes then, shall we? Small is a 12 in this one. Mediums are 14, large is a 16, and XL is your 18. Linda's in a small here in the studio, which is a 12 to match her. And it's lovely. And did I mention it will go in and out of the machine at 40 degrees, which is really good. So you can wash and wear again and again and again. Nice and lightweight, yet nice and warm where you need it to be. It's a nice pop of style, isn't it, for the new year? 801 802 is your item number then. And this comes in for you at a brilliant £28. Well, that's it. We're all done for this show. My thanks to Linda and my thanks to you as well. If you did miss any of the item numbers, then don't worry. Just give our team a call. You've got the number 08450 99 99 69. Give us a quick call and our team will help you out with any issues with item numbers. And you can see everything on the web as well, pavershoes.tv. Click on brands and go to autonomy and you can see it all there. Stay right where you are. There's another great show on the way and I'll see you back here for more fashion soon. Bye-bye. So a new year and a new decade and a new season as well. We are springing into spring. Whether it's time or not, we are ready. And we've got lots and lots of colour choices coming your way as well. So if you want some lovely sandals and some nice colour, oh gosh, you've got some massive choices here, like a Voila. How about this? This is our Pavers Touch Fasten Sandal, 124091. I'll run through the colours before we do anything else. At the front, closest to you, you've got a lovely sparkly, glittering, slightly metallic denim. Then you've got the tan, then black, then platinum. Platinum, if you don't mind. Ooh. Platinum, we're going straight to the platinum card. You've also got the red, and you've got the navy there as well. So lots and lots of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different colour choices. These are beautiful. They're a style which we bring like an evergreen for spring. And actually, I say spring, these could easily take you through summer as well, into the later months of the year as well. 124091 is your item number. And they are beautiful. So they are man-made, so they're easy to look after, but you do have a nice breathable leather insole, which is lovely. Can you see these the way these are sculpted as well? Beautifully rounded, so they're a really nice profile, but you're actually sitting in it rather than on it, and you've also got that lovely padded support right the way through, in it, as the young people say. These are beautiful, lovely, lovely colour, very, very true colour as well, so it's a really true sort of scarlet red, isn't it? And you can adjust these as well because you've got the one-touch fastening, plus a gorgeous back strap. Now, quick look at the colours again, and I'll run through them. So, closest to you is the denim with a little bit of sparkly metallic in it. You've got tan, black, platinum, red, and the navy as your colour options. And of course, Sheila's gone platinum.
Absolutely. What a lovely, lovely colour. It's sort of in between a soft gold and a soft silver, isn't it, really?
Yes, it is.
And I think they're a great sandal. We bring these back season after season,
Yeah.
but we just change the colours.
Yeah.
So it really, really works. I think it's a nice looking sandal. You've got the comfort there with that beautiful shaped footbed. It's leather inside, which feels so nice because it's a nubuck or a suede leather,
Yes.
which is really sort of like tactile to
Yeah,
the
it's
foot.
lovely.
Again, it's something you can wear through the daytime, but when it gets to evening time, you could wear this easily with a nice maxi dress or something.
It's like they're mirrored in that platinum. You know, when we're looking at them on the close shot there.
Because of the shine.
Yeah, it almost
Yeah.
looks like they're mirrored. It's beautiful. It's very sort of dazzling. I
Yes.
like it.
Yeah,
It's very mesmerising.
it is very, very nice.
So 6 colours you've got there. 124091 is the item number, and the price tag just £27.99. Remember, there is a buy and try money back guarantee as well. Now, if you want a classic sandal and you've never tried a Pavers sandal before, can I suggest this one? Because actually, what you've got here is the best of everything. Because actually, shoe technology in the year 2020 means that you can have the most comfortable sandal, not one of those that rubs, one of those where you need to get the plasters at the back, at the side, every which way. Because here, you've got an upper which is really, really soft and buttery and gorgeous and adjustable in 2 places. So I don't know whether you can see there. I'll lift it up to show you. You'll be able to see it a little bit better when we see Sheila's. But you've got a one-touch fastening here, but you also have one up here at the toes as well. And I think that's really, really important because you might just want to let those out. And it might just be a couple of millimetres that you let them out just to adjust. And it might be that your left foot is smaller than the right foot, for instance, and you've got those 2 points of adjustability. And yet you've got the freedom, which is really, really good because if you're going on one of those sort of long walks, then fantastic. These would be great for these. Be great for holiday as well because they're light, really, really light, but nice and sturdy because your base there, even if you're on hard rock, sand, boulders, you know, a pebble beach, not a problem whatsoever, which I think is really, really good. So you've got a price tag there of £27.99, which I think is really good, and 2 colours to choose from as well. So you have the black. And you also have the white as well, coming in at £27.99. I mean, they were cheap. They put the camera in my shirt then.
They did. They were being a bit cheeky.
They
a
were.
bit
They were looking at
risque.
my. I'm growing those. I'm growing that. I'm eating all my crust to get my chest hair sorted. Anyway, enough of my chest hair. How are they, Sheila?
Do you know, they're a lovely little sandal, and I love the adjustability on both straps. I think that's really nice. They feel extremely secure. Lovely footbed because that's leather, nicely shaped as well. But they're very, very flexible. There's no breaking in, like you were saying,
True.
Derek.
Yeah.
Nice to have them in that crisp, fresh white. But if you're more on the sort of darker colours or maybe bolder colours, the black's going to work really, really well. But I think everybody needs a really nice sandal for spring, summer. And if you do have the opportunity to go on holiday and you want something that you can do a lot of walking in, you can trot down to the beach, you can walk along the prom, you can be around the pool. These are very versatile.
Ooh, up and down the prom.
I know, that's nice, isn't it?
Bag of chips.
Oh, yes, got to be.
Bag of chips, and you seagulls, you're not having anything.
No, they're naughty, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah, really
They
naughty
are up our
seagulls.
way, aren't they?
Yes.
£27.99 is your price tag for these. You've got the choice of the 2 colours there as well. That beautiful navy, sorry, not navy, black or white, coming in for you at £27.99. Right then, so we are moving into spring. We are watching the flowers pop up slowly but surely, and we're starting to breathe again, which is brilliant, and incorporate colour into our footwear as well. These are really lovely. I've never seen these before, I have to say. They're brand new to me. Maybe have you seen them before, Sheila?
No, these are new to me.
Yeah, so I think they may be brand new to the business, actually. Certainly for me and Sheila. They're beautiful. And actually, you know what? Shoe technology has moved on a lot over the years, and Pavers have always kept in step with that. In fact, 2021... 50 years Pavers have been in the shoe business, which is amazing. So we know what you want, and we always listen to your feedback as well. So what you've got going on here is a mix of leather and elastic that's going on across the top of the shoe. So you've got a leather insole, which is lovely and breathable, and you can see that that's got a padded insole in it as well for comfort. But these 2 cross pieces over here are elastic, so that's giving you lots and lots of stretch. You've got the same look in, almost like a canvas coming across the top, but that's actually inlaid with the leather on the inside, so that's nice and soft against the top of your toes, which is lovely. The base there is a composite. It's a cork effect, but it's actually a composite, so it's very, very light, like cork, but not precious, and it won't crack and break like cork can. Okay, let's talk colours because there are rather a lot of them. So, from closest to you, we go denim, black, orange, navy. Hang on, I've stuck. Then there is this one here. Grey, sorry. I thought it was beige.
I was looking...
I thought it was beige. And then there is fuchsia. And fuchsia is very, very striking, isn't it, Sheila?
Those two colours at the end there, the fuchsia and what we're calling grey, goes perfectly with your shirt.
That's true, actually.
Yes, they do.
It does.
It's more like a dove grey
Yes.
instead of a beige. But aren't they fabulous?
They are.
I mean, I know you're not wearing them,
I'm
Derek.
not.
But let me just tell you, the shaping on the footbed is fantastic. And the elastication is so incredibly comfortable. You've got that beautiful leather footbed and the adjustability on the side. And just to have that cork effect wedge, which is not too high either, I think these are great. I'm not surprised that they've got them in so many different colours.
Oh, they're great. And I love that, the way they've incorporated just that little bit of leather at the back of the back strap as well. It
Which
just
is
finishes
nice.
it off beautifully.
Yes, it does.
I think it's certainly better for being there than not.
Yeah, it just gives it a little bit more structure as well.
Yeah, it does.
But again, you know, this is something that's going to carry you right through the summer. And I think my favourite colour, it's the orange.
Yeah, it is lovely, isn't it? I'll go through the colours again quickly for you as well. So, denim black, orange, navy, grey and fuchsia are the colours there. Don't forget, here at Pavers, we regularly do a Facebook Live as well, and we give you chances to win as well. So make sure you have a look on our Pavers Shoes Facebook page, because quite often we break away from filming the shows that you're watching right now, and we do a little live where you can get involved, and it's great to hear from you as well. Now, at the moment, we are in your spring sandal collection, which is brilliant, and this is lovely. And I think, actually, we have sandals for everyone as well. If you want your whole foot on show and you're quite happy with that, we've got sandals for that. If you're a little bit more conscious of your feet and you want them a little bit more enclosed, we've got designs like this, which are just beautiful. Really, really stylish. Now, I don't know whether you can see it a little better on the tan, actually, but this has a little bit of a sort of a burnout detail on the top of it. So there's some punched out detail you can see through. But also there's a lovely sort of floral design that goes right the way through the upper. Now, the upper and the insole are both leather. Now, can you see they're not totally flat to the floor. They're sculpted up a little bit where it comes to the toe. They're a nice enclosed back, and that bit there is beautifully flexible and nice and soft as well, which is great. The leathers here are beautiful. Now, you can adjust this, of course, because a lot of people have, you know, different feet, different sizes, so you can adjust that with the one-touch fastening. You can bring it in, you can let it out a little bit more, and there's a little bit of flex in there as well. They're so flexible as a whole. And the bottom of these is like a cork effect, but it's not a cork, so you don't need to treat it preciously. It's a lovely composite base. And do you like the way the leathers come right the way down as well? It's a stylish look, isn't it? For $39.99. Now, there are 3 colours in this. We only have 2 in the studio here, the navy and the tan. But there is a red on the website as well. And red's a big, big colour at the moment. I think that's why we can't get the sample in the studio. They're so popular. 315353 is the item number. And they just look a joy, Sheila.
Do you know, I don't think they have as much hanger appeal on the table, but this make, which is Carioca, that is made for Pavers, I actually bought a pair, it would be maybe 8 years ago, in white, and I have absolutely loved them. Once you pop your foot inside, they are so quite unique and stylish, and I love the shaping of that footbed. It's beautiful to walk on. The leathers are incredibly soft. Mine didn't have the one-touch fastening, so I think that is really quite important for a lot of people, because one foot can be slightly bigger than the other.
Yeah, and the cushion support underneath, it's just a
Fabulous.
real joy, isn't it?
It is.
I can
It's
feel
lovely
it.
to walk on.
It's really nice and luscious, and it sits underneath that breathable leather footbed, which is brilliant. 315353 is your item number. Have a look on the website if you want to see the red colour as well, because they are already proving really, really popular. Not surprised. $39.99 as well. Remember, we do have the buy and try money back guarantee. All the details for that are on our website too. Now we're in the roaring 20s, because let's call them roaring again. I think actually when you see this, it's a very, very inspiring sandal. And it might be a tiny bit early for you for a pair of sandals, but I think actually once you see these and once you buy these, what follows that is a booking for a holiday, I think. Don't you think, Sheila?
I do agree, Derek.
They're beautiful. They're really, really lovely. They are leather through and through, which is just beautiful. Lovely, lovely wedge here, which is beautiful. It's almost like a cork effect. It's not. It's a composite, which is brilliant, which means you can walk around everywhere. So if you are walking on the beach on something like this, not a problem whatsoever. The leathers are beautifully tailored, as you can see, coming around here on this colour that I've got here. And then you've got the multiple colours of the leathers coming through here. So you've got this lovely, beautiful red with a little hint of sort of poppy and coral going on. You've got this wonderful, it's almost like a purple colour there, a little bit of tan, and then the colour of the wedge itself. It's really, really nice. You've got the adjustable back strap as well. Adjustable, not with a buckle this time, because this is more of a holiday shoe, I think. It's just a one-touch fastening, so you can just simply open it, adjust it, and then close it as you want to. Leathers are beautiful. I mean, it looks like you've owned these for a while already as soon as you get them out of the box and home. And you can see there's lots and lots of lovely Pavers comfort built into these shoes as well in terms of the leather insole. It's beautiful. Now, there are 3 different colour choices. I think I've got the beige multi here. There's also a brown multi, which is the one in the middle, and then you've got the denim, but the denim has got that key yellow, sort of almost slightly mustardy yellow.
Mustardy colour. So has the brown as well,
yes.
the tanny colour, but I just think they're fabulous. Really, really ultra comfortable. The footbed has got like a memory foam underneath the leather.
Yes.
That's how it feels. I don't know whether it is, but you do literally sink down. And you would look at the wedge and you think, gosh, this is going to be heavy, but not at all.
No.
You've even got some give in that wedge, which
gosh,
is fantastic. You wouldn't ever expect that, would you?
No, not at all.
There is a little bit of height there, but you've got the platform that brings the height down a little bit,
Yep.
so you don't feel as if you're walking on that height. But really nice foot coverage if you're not keen on your feet, but you still want that sandal look. But it does put you in the mood for holidays.
Doesn't it? And it gives you lots and lots of different colours to dress around this as well, because you've got kind of like a salmony coloured top there, and it
that's
pulls
right.
the colour up from the shoe to your top as well, so it looks beautifully coordinated. These are fantastic. If you want them, they've got an amazing price tag as well. Look at that. We're looking at $39.99, and these are leather through and through, the upper and the insole as well. Both gorgeous, breathable leathers, and such a lovely injection of colour too. Gorgeous.
Hello there, we've now got a slipper with a Permalose sole. Debs, what's a Permalose sole?
Well, it's injection moulded, so the actual base of the slipper that you see here is an outdoor sole unit. It gives when you walk, so it's even extra comfy. It not just only has that, but inside it has memory foam also. It's got memory foam inside here, followed by that. So you imagine the cushioned walk that you get. You'll see Sheila will demonstrate it when she comes on. They're a fantastic sort of walking system. But this slipper in particular, we've got a couple that are like these, are very, very popular. Not the most glamorous, it isn't there to be. It's there for a purpose. It opens up right the way down to the bottom. So if you know someone, or you have dexterity problems, or you have very, very awkward, painful feet on occasion, or things wrong with your feet, these are perfect, because you're not actually doing anything with your foot. You don't have to push your foot inside anything. The whole thing opens up for you to get your foot inside there. Absolutely perfect. One touch fastening, very easy to put together again. Again, as I've said before with other slippers like this, if you want to keep them nice and fresh, you can put them in the washing machine, but it has to be in a wash bag, it has to be on low, it has to be on a short wash, low temperature, and let them dry naturally, but they'll come as fresh as a daisy. 3 colourways to choose from. Again, fabulous price point. You've got the pink and navy, very pretty. You've got the 2-tone beige, which were, you know, it's like coffee and cream, isn't it, the 2 colours there? And then you've got the teal and purple. Bring your teal and purple in. I haven't got them on the table, but Sheila's got them on her feet.
It's a nice combination of
They
colours.
go very well
isn't it?
together, don't they? Yeah.
Really, really nice. So if you want something a little bit darker in shading, I think this one's really nice. But
And they're wide as well, aren't they?
Yeah,
Sandra
they
and
are.
Richard? They're very wide.
Definitely wider. I think these would be great. You know, maybe you've had an operation on one foot.
Perfect.
And you think to yourself, well, I can't get my normal slippers on, but because you've got the one-touch fastening, you know, you can alter that to the width of your foot. These would be perfect for that.
Absolutely, yep.
But just to say, when you do put your foot in, you literally sink down. and there is that comfort all the way through that sole unit, so you do have that little bit
I can see it.
spring back there,
Yeah.
yeah, which is lovely.
And there's such a substantial sole that, you know, I'm always ruining slippers by
You will
going
ruin
outside,
these.
take the bins out, hang the washing. And you wouldn't, I mean, these are an outdoor sole and with bells
Very,
on.
very sturdy.
Yeah.
As I said, it's really good for people with foot issues. It's perfect. If you know someone in long-time care or whatever else, they are perfect.
Perfect and lovely and safe. Cosy, safe, full foot coverage.
Yep.
Fabulous. The Pavers touch fasten full slipper with Permalow sole. Comes in sizes 2 to 9. 308163 is the order code. Beige multi, pink multi or purple and teal. And it's $21.99. You can see the lovely colourway on Sheila there, purple and teal. We've got a slipper here for you now with a secret animal inside. Debbie's going to demonstrate rather, that a lamb is actually a lamb,
There's a lamb.
within this slipper. Yeah.
I've just found a lamb. Larry. And you say, looks like a lamb, doesn't it? Isn't it cute? That isn't why the slipper's designed like that, obviously. The slipper is incredibly well designed. This piece opens up right the way down to the toes, and then the back
Oh, wow.
opens up all the way, so it is fully adjustable. Now, again, as with one we've done before, this really is for people with problem feet. If you have, or you just somebody wants it totally cosy, but if you've got problem feet, or as Sheila said earlier, have an operation on a foot or something, one foot's a different size to the other, the adjustability on this is immense. Well, it's 100% really. Got the sides there, but everything else is adjustable. So you can adjust the one touch at the back, and you can adjust Larry, the lamb, at the front. And it sits either side like that with a very, very gentle one touch. That's why this arrangement is called one touch. Very light. Again, you've got the same sole unit, this Permalow sole unit, which actually absorbs body weight. It sort of bends and moves. It doesn't bend, it moves with you when you walk. Inside here, the memory foam underneath the base is terrific. Under the base here. And all of this is felt linings. In fact, if I just put... probably can't see it, but I'll depress my thumb in there. You can't see, it's all a bit too dark, isn't it? The movement on the base, I'm sure Sheila will tell you, is amazing underfoot. It's so comfortable and so cosy. It's all microfiber, so the breathability of it's superb. And again, as with the others, if you want to freshen this up in the washing machine, please do, as long as you put it in a wash bag, on a cool wash, on a short wash, and let it dry naturally. Comes in the 2 colourways. We've got it in the burgundy and the navy. Fabulous price point, fabulous size run. Let's have a look at the burgundy on you, Sheila.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, that it's a real purpose slipper, this
It is,
one.
yeah.
You know, if somebody's, you know, not very well, maybe can't walk around very much,
Yeah.
but they need to keep their feet lovely and warm, or like we said before, an operation, maybe you've got a bandage on one foot,
Yeah.
so it needs to adjust to fit that. These are perfect because you've got adjustment all the way around the slipper, and then you've got that comfort underfoot as well. So, you know, in every single respect with this, with all the fabrics that it's made from, you've got that ultra softness and comfort.
Absolutely. I'm going to even stick my neck out here and say, I think with those 2 rich colours and the styling, it could even be unisex. I know 8 or 9, it was a small size for men, but, you know, it's such a versatile
we do
slipper.
do gent slippers
as well, but I
Yeah.
just think it's so good the way you've got that flexibility, and it's very cleverly designed. It's
Very clever,
$21.99. The size range is 2 to 9. Pavers touch fastening full slipper. Hello and welcome to Comfy and Cosy Slippers. Now I'm going to say 2 words, but they're crucial words. Memory foam. Our lives have been revolutionised by memory foam, and it's in these here slippers.
Absolutely. Underfoot. Under there, where you put the sole of your foot, is memory foam. Oozily comfortable, it's depressed when your foot's there, you take your foot away and it comes back again. So every time you put your slippers on, it's like putting on a brand new pair of slippers. It's fabulous. If you've got them as a mattress, I mean, it was originally designed for burns victims and for people with bed sores and long time people that are in bed for a long time, to turn them and move them because of the way it's so easy on the skin. So if you know anyone that is maybe convalescing or is maybe in a care home or is in hospital and they just need a bit of extra cuddle, get them a pair of these. I mean, $21.99, fabulous price for the comfort this is giving you. And it's not just comfort, it's cosy, it's warm, it's secure, it's very safe. The base on this is an outdoor sole unit, and the base is very, very secure. So if your loved one is sitting a lot and then standing from a sitting start and pushing with the feet, this is not going to give, it's not going to slide along on a surface, so you know they're very safe in it. Upper, all microfiber. Microfiber in, microfiber out. Beautifully comfy and very, very soft. If you want to wash this, I would advise in a wash bag, on a cool wash, short cool wash, and let them dry naturally, so you can always keep them lovely and fresh.
Absolutely. Sheila is wearing the red, and it's a lovely, what a nice red. That's
beautiful.
A real Christmassy red.
It is a real
isn't it?
Christmassy red. I think, you know, anybody that just loves their slippers, maybe they've been a little bit unwell, and just to buy a really lovely Christmas present, this would be fabulous, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah.
You know, we've always said about if you get them in a box, what a great present to wrap.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
so easy.
and something lovely to open. Size range 2 to 9.
Yeah, great
so you're
size
going to
range.
be able to buy, you know, slippers for most of your friends or your family or yourself. But I know they used to always be a traditional Christmas gift,
Yeah,
didn't they, as well?
absolutely,
I mean, they're
absolutely.
great for all year round, but they look so nice. And Sheila, is the memory foam, can you tell it's there?
Fabulous. You really can tell. And it just envelops your foot, you know, with all that comfort, all that coziness. You know, and if you do suffer from cold feet, which a lot of people
Yes,
do,
yeah.
Yes.
these will be perfect.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. They really are really lovely. We've got the two-tone one, the beige multi. It's called multi because it's two-tone, with a sort of beige and then a
coffee
darker
and cream,
tan.
isn't it?
Yeah, coffee and cream. Nice way of putting it. And then the red, as we've said, is a strong Christmassy red. There it is on Sheila's foot. The Pavers full slipper with fleece memory sole insole, sizes 2 to 9, £21.99. Right, we've got a slipper boot for you now. I think it's absolutely lovely.
It is
I mean,
lovely.
it really is great. On an outdoor sole, 4 great colourways. And that, is it blue we're saying? Grey.
It's grey, but it's a
gorgeous.
beautiful colour, isn't it? I'm just looking at it. Doesn't it look neat? Size-wise, it looks unbelievably neat. I mean, the one I'm holding in my hand is my size, but it looks tiny, absolutely tiny. Colourways, all 4 of them are fantastic. The burgundy is probably the most slipper-like colourway. The black is brilliant. If you are into black, that's the whole thing's black. The microfiber linings, the sort of faux fur linings on the sheepskin inside-ish, again, it's all faux fur, is all microfiber and comfy and cosy and gorgeous. But that's solidly black. Then you've got the burgundy with the pale colour around it. You've got the beige one with the pale colour around it, like I've got here. And then you've got that gorgeous grey. We're all in love with the grey one. It's like a dove grey with a grey base on the top.
Debbie, they almost look like outdoor boots.
Well,
some
could
people
wear
would
them
wear
outdoor.
these.
You could wear them outdoor,
But maybe
because of
not the
sole.
burgundy, but the rest look fab.
The sole unit, you could wear them. It's an outdoor sole unit, but obviously the upper is microfiber, so if you go out in the wet, it's going to get wet.
Okie doke.
So that's the one thing. Little nice bit of jewellery on there, a nice sort of button with little flowers on it on the side. One touch fastening, very, very easy to get them on and off. Very simple, and put your foot inside. Really cosy, seam-free, just a super, super little booty. And again, anti-slip and outdoor sole, but please, if it's raining or wet, you're going to get wet feet, so don't go outside in that sort of weather. But other than that, yes, you can go outside in them. You've got the grey ones on, Sheila.
Yeah,
they look
they're-
lovely, don't they?
They're fantastic. Lovely colour as well. It's like a bit of a dove grey,
I'd
isn't
say it's like a dove grey.
Yeah,
Well,
It's a
Bluey
bit more
grey.
slaty in a way. It's
and
fun.
against my trousers, they look a bit bluey, don't
Yeah,
they?
yeah.
But a great. I mean, look at that. You wouldn't ever think that was a slipper,
No, you
would
wouldn't.
you?
And look
you
at the
know?
price.
Yeah.
I mean, fantastic. And these are going to keep you so cosy and
cozy.
warm.
And if you have ankles that you like, you know, some
Yeah.
people do like to keep the whole of their lower foot,
yeah,
including
warm.
the ankle and a bit of the calf.
And the wider as well, so you've got that extra width there, and very, very easy to get on.
Oh,
and
gosh, yeah, because it is. It's just a one-touch fastening here. Really easy to get your foot in. Look at that lovely soft lining. So, fabulous little booty slipper.
You know, if you're somebody who spends quite a lot of time at home, maybe you're working at
Yeah.
home or just, you know, being at home, and you like to live in your slippers,
take
but
them
you
off, would
don't
you?
want to always them to look like slippers.
Yeah.
You could do, you know, you
just
could
wouldn't
nip out
take
to
them
the
off.
shops. You wouldn't take them off, no. The Pavers faux fur lined slipper boot comes in sizes 2 to 9, in beige, in black, in burgundy, and in grey. You can see them all on the table, and our lovely Sheila's had the grey on there. They are $24.99.
Now we're looking at our accessories. We've got one of our most popular right now for looking after your leather goods, be they leather, suede, nubuck. It is our water protector spray, and you know how simple this is to use as well. I'm sure you've seen the demonstration many times in between the shows. It's brilliant because it actually goes a long way as well, and all you need to do is literally spray it on and leave it, and it will give you that natural protection for your leather. So think about when you drive your car in the autumn or the winter and you've got things thrown up, you've got the salt and the spray and everything else. Here, it's the same kind of thing, but for your leather goods. And remember how many leather goods you have in your life as well. It might be handbags, it might be shoes, it might be accessories, it might be coats, it might be trousers. It's brilliant. This protector spray just stops that dirt actually penetrating the surface of the leather. It's really good, and the great thing is it is just £3.99. Do add it to your orders because everyone should have some of this. It goes a long way. You just spray it on, you just leave it and let it naturally do its work. So if you want yours, you know how popular it is. 145649 is your item number at a mere £3.99 to look after your leather.
I love this little shoe kit. You do as well,
I do,
Debbie, don't
yeah,
you?
I do.
You used to do it in red and black, and I have given so many away as presents.
A lovely little gift.
Love them because they're so compact.
So
now
neat.
this one looks very
Expensive.
expensive.
It does. It's in. We're saying it's bronze, but actually, when you get your hands on it, it's pewter. It's a very male-female colour. It doesn't really matter who you are. But it looks very expensive in this colour. I know that. It's got our name on there. A little button. Open it up to show you everything you need for your shoes, your leather shoes, everything. So you have two polishes in the old-fashioned polish tubs with a little twisty thing at the side. We've got black, which we all need black, and we've got a neutral for all of the colours. And then we've got the Shushan brush here, which is a really nifty little brush, very handy, all under elastication to keep them in the place. Then we've got another little pocket here. This one has got the sponge inside it, so you've got your sponge there to rub all your polish in. And then we've got a finish. And then at the back, again, elasticated strap around it, is a little shoehorn.
So
Every
clever.
single thing you need
for
in one.
£6.99 for yourself
Fabulous.
to take away. It's not heavy. You can
No, it's
pop it
not.
in your bag. Take it away. My dad would have loved this. He
So
loved
would mine.
polishing shoes.
Yes, so would mine.
And that little old retro tin at £6.99. The order code for the Pavers shoe kit 127015.
Hello everyone, welcome to a brand new year, a brand new decade as well. Oh my word, we've made it through another decade, it's amazing. And listen, Pavers are still here, and you think about it, in 2021, Pavers will be 50 years old. That's amazing, isn't it? Generation after generation of families that we're looking after their shoe needs, and we're doing it for you as well. Now in this show we're talking about colour, we're talking about coming out of the darkness, we're talking about having lots and lots of comfort and bringing some new colour styles in as well. So we'll start off with Flyflot. I mean, that's a name synonymous with comfort, as you know. That's a big word, isn't it? Synonymous for a new year, and synonymous with these wonderful anatomic footbeds. Now, it's a leather footbed, but it's also anatomic as well. You know what that means. You've been told 1,000 times, upside down, backwards and forwards. You know the story, but it gets to know your foot and the base, because these are very light, by the way. I know sometimes people look at things like this and go, oh no, I don't want to be knocking nails in with the base of my shoe. I want something nice and soft and light, and this is, I promise you. On the top, you've got this lovely textile fabric, and it's a breathable fabric as well, so it's wicking away moisture, it's allowing your feet to breathe. It's also got that flexibility in it as well, so if you've got lumps and bumps and issues and whatever, very kind to you, because the inside of this is ever so soft as well. There's no harsh edges, there's no seams there whatsoever. The only seam in this is actually where it's bonded into the base itself, so it's very strong, because it's not actually stitched to the base, it's actually bonded in, which is really good. Now, I have to say, these are fantastic value for £21.99. If you've never had a clog like this before, please do give them a try, because if you've ever thought, oh, I wonder if they are as comfortable as they say on the telly, there's only one way to find out. I can't pass them through the screen to you yet. That technology will come, I know. But what you can do is give us a call right now and get these. Here are the three colours that we've got here. So we've got blue, which is a lovely mix of different shades. We've got the fuchsia, which is nice and bright, and we'll see with Sheila in just a second. And then you've got the green, and I love the green because it's a mix of sort of deeper greens, sage greens, lime greens. Really, really lovely indeed. But you've got a fuchsia for our spring garden, haven't you, Sheila?
I certainly have, which is just lovely. I think all the three colours are very fresh looking.
They are,
you know,
aren't they?
really fresh and clean and vibrant. And then you've got a perfect fly flock with all that fabulous comfort. I mean, these are something that you will just start to wear when the nice weather comes. Even if the nice weather is not there, you'll still want to wear them. You might wear them just around the house.
And you'll have them for years. How long have you had your clogs?
15, 17 years, something like that.
Well, there you go. 313-797, a clog for life. Do you know, I have to say, this is so attractive, trendy, vibey. It's really, really nice. Is vibey even a word? Have I just made that up,
I know, I was just
Sheila?
thinking, oh, this is new for you, Derek. Vibey.
Vibey. I love it. It's got a really nice feel about it, actually. I think with a lot of us going for... actually a new way of living, of eating, of being. Actually, I think this style sort of really, really fits with that. Now, this is lovely because it's a beautiful, lightweight fly flot clog. It has got lots and lots of comfort sitting there in the base, but on the top there, you've got this almost sort of canvas-like texture. Now, we've got two colours in this. We're missing one of the colours here, but you can find it online on our website. So there is actually a denim colour as well, but it's absolutely beautiful, and it's completely man-made. So the sole there, the footbed and the upper there are both textile, which is great as well. So if maybe you're vegetarian or vegan, or maybe your beliefs take you in a different direction to leather, different things for different people. But I think, don't they look great, Sheila?
They do. I love that sort of canvas upper, and it's quite a neutral colour.
Yes.
It's very sort of earthy, neutral. So that goes with it not being a leather fly flot. And I just think it's going to blend in with a lot of things in your wardrobe. And again, it's a very youthful look. We've got all sorts of different fly flots out there, but extremely youthful, and I love that squidge that you get in that footbed, the sole unit, but a really lovely fly flop. And also, Derek, you can adjust it. So I'm a standard.
You've got the buckle,
Yeah, I'm a standard fit, so I would maybe just adjust it one little, punched hole in that little strap there. But I think they look really good.
Do you know the colour, actually? I know we're calling it beige, but it reminds me of almost like a pebble from the beach.
It does,
do you know
doesn't
what I mean?
it? Yeah.
It's like a stone colour.
It is very much a stone, in between sort of a beige and a grey, really.
Yeah, the beige is more the strap that comes across the top, really, isn't it?
Very, very true.
It is lovely. They are Italian-made, so the Italians are so darn good at everything, aren't they?
Oh, I know.
They look perfect, they dress perfectly, their style is amazing. Everything about...
It's just when, I mean, the architecture. I was watching a programme about Rome last night.
Yes.
Not Rome, Venice. And it just looks fabulous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. And anyway, listen, these fly flots come direct from Italy to you. If you like the look, pick up the phone and give us a call. The phone lines are open now, 08450 99 99 69, or you can order on the web, pavershoes.tv. There is a denim colour as well, which you can see on our website, 317208. Time for some lovely lightweight fly flot clogs now, and these are, I think actually these are probably closest to sort of the original and the best of fly flot clogs, actually. Beautifully designed. So rather than having one big complete piece of leather here, there's a little bit of breathability there. You can see there's a little bit of cutout going on. It's difficult on a black pair to show you unless I put my hand in, but you can see it's almost got that little nod to a Mary Jane, a little bit going across the top. But this is adjustable as well, so you can lift that up with the one-touch fastening there, and then you can bring it in a little bit further if you need to. Everything about this is fantastic. Actually, got a little bit of a lower wedge than some of the fly flot clogs. Some of them tend to be a little bit higher, but again, sculpted so you're sitting in rather than on. Now, this is a fly flot dream, so it's a little bit more like a memory foam. Let me see if I can get the angle right to show you, because, yeah. Look, can you see how far my fingers are actually going in to that memory foam on the base there? And that is the comfort that you are enjoying. Again, we need to invest in scales here in the studio, because that's just literally a few grams, seriously. You've got an anti-slip base there as well, so absolutely fine for going out in. In fact, that's quite nice, isn't it? You've got that almost sort of, what do you call it, lucky clover almost, isn't it? At the bottom, which is rather nice. Everything about these is great. They are two classic colours, by the way, black and navy. We do lots of fly flop styles, by the way, in lots of different colours. So if you're looking to step away from classics like black and navy, there are other styles with colour in. But actually, a lot of people buy these for work, actually, as well. They're a nice everyday round the house shoe, but a lot of people buy them for work as well, because they're just easy. You just slip them on and that's it. Or they'll have a pair by the door for where they come in, and they're